everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month. These are going to be the horoscopes for the 12 rising signs for October of 2024. I am excited for it to be spooky season. I haven't got my pumpkins or anything out yet, but hopefully we'll have some at some point. It's still September when I'm filming these, so if you guys have not met me before, it's nice to meet you. I'm Candice, I'm a Western astrologer, and I like to incorporate tarot as well as the Sabian symbols to better understand what's going on with the current astrology. I put these out every month. Lots of love goes into these, and I really appreciate your guys' support. We're going to jump right into talking about offerings for the month. Just as a reminder, I still have my 2024 US election webinar. It's available. Boy, oh boy, you guys gotta check it out. It is one of my newer webinars, and a lot of the events have already started to unfold. So you guys have to kind of check that out if you want to see what's likely to be happening between now and the beginning of 2025 with this election. We also are going to keep rolling with eclipse season for fall of 2024. We have another eclipse that will be taking place this month. This is going to be a solar eclipse in Libra. Are you ready? I do have a webinar for this as well. It's in depth where I talk about how this is impacting the 12 rising signs, both the Pisces lunar eclipse, which we just had on the 17th of September, as well as the solar eclipse that we're going to have in Libra on the 2nd of October. And the truth is both of these eclipses have legs, guys. They are going to manifest over time, and we're going to see lots of effects of these particular eclipses actually transpire sometime around like end of November, December of 2024, and we're going to see them pack a real punch again in the spring of 2025. So even if the Pisces eclipse has already passed, or if you're coming up on the solar eclipse in Libra, it's really helpful information, and it's going to be giving you lots of insight as to how to navigate this really throughout the next year. This will be the last solar eclipse we're seeing in Libra, as we're kind of bidding farewell to the North and South node in Aries and Libra. In the beginning of 2025, we're going to have the nodes move into Virgo and Pisces. So pay attention, listen to your moon sign, especially this month. You want to know how the solar eclipse is going to be impacting your moon as well as your sun. You guys know I always tell you to listen to your rising sun and moon sign, but it's especially important this month because we're having an eclipse. Now, if you like my work, there's a number of ways that you guys can support me. You may or may not know I have memberships on my channel now. I have 3 different levels, and if you guys like my content, I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. But I create long form content. I try to make high quality videos for you guys. So you're not just learning what's going on in the world, but you're able to navigate some of the information and better kind of apply it to your own life for scheduling and like major life decisions. You guys can join one of my level memberships and support my work as a full-time content creator. You can also donate. So if you guys want to donate, you're feeling generous. If you like this reading, there is a QR code right up there where you can scan that and you can give me a tip. I try to create this environment when I shoot these videos, so it's really similar to kind of getting a one-on-one reading with me in my office. I know holidays are coming and money can be kind of tight, so this is my contribution to the collective. Money is not what you necessarily have to give. I honestly would really appreciate it if you guys click that bell button down below. Not only is this going to alert you as to when I have new videos on the channel, but sometimes I've got some freebies. We've had some free webinars. We have lots of really great information for the eclipses and also all of the retrogrades. And the astrology for the rest of 2024 is going to keep on rolling. So definitely subscribe to the channel. Do leave me a comment if you found this helpful. Sometimes you guys like to come back at the end of the month and tell me how some of these predictions manifested for you and how you utilized this video. I love that. And if you love this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider sharing with someone else who's an astrology enthusiast. Now, I'm usually here on Fridays, sometime between 5 or 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. That's going to be somewhere between obviously 7 and kind of 8 on the East Coast. But if you're subscribed to the channel, make sure you check out on Thursdays or Fridays my community tab. I always post a link saying, hey, this is where the live is going to be. Catch me here, and you can sign up and get a reading in advance. We alternate between tarot and astrology, so if you guys want to hang out with me, especially this week, we're going to be doing live readings. We're going to be talking about the solar eclipse in Libra. So if you've always wanted a reading with me, but you haven't had the cash or the time to be able to see me, I'm always booked out 2 or 3 months in advance. This is an awesome opportunity to get a mini reading with me live on my YouTube. So please make sure you're subscribed. And for those of you guys who are interested, level 3 memberships does come with a reading once a month. So it's a really great deal. You're going to be able to check in with me once a month and we can continue to kind of work together. And it's a fun place to hang out. People like to come and hang out on Fridays. So grab a snack and come and learn about astrology with all of us. And for those of you guys who are interested in booking a personal reading with me, I'd love to work with you. I am taking new clients. Like I said, I am generally booked 2 to 3 months out in advance. So right now I am booking into December. So this is my call out to everybody. If you want to get a reading before the end of 2024, I highly recommend booking soon because likely by the time we get to about mid-October, I'm not going to have any availability left. I generally take the second half of October off. That's my me time because it is very busy towards the end of the year. I'm seeing a lot of clients. I'm preparing for content for 2025 and I usually put out a bunch of products. I'm getting ready to finish working on my 2025 astrology calendar. So if you guys haven't seen those last year, we're putting out a new one for you. It's got lots of like herbal and ritual recommendations for each month and a little bit of information about each of the 12 signs with really cool original art and design. And it's beautiful on like really nice cardstock. So we usually offer that in a printed form and a digital form. So I'm hoping to get those out for you guys in the next month for those of you who would like to get one for the new year or if you want to gift one. We also have gift cards available on my website. So if you are wanting to get a gift of a reading, you can ask Santa for one. We do an instant digital download, so you get a gift card and you can contact me and we'll get you booked, or you can give that to somebody else who you know could really benefit from a reading. I teach tarot as well as astrology, so definitely check out my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. All right, thank you for letting me do my shameless plug. Let's get right into the transits that catch my eye. So if you're new here on the channel, basically what I like to do is really focus mostly on how this is going to be impacting the 12 rising signs. I'm not going to go too much into the collective stuff because I could go on forever. So you can find these specific transits down in the description below. If you click that link, you're going to see all the list of the transits, or you can take a screenshot of this just so that way you have it on hand for the next month. But this is what I'm going to be covering for each and every one of the 12 signs. Essentially, we've got a lot going on this month. We've got a lot going on. Not only is it still eclipse season, but we've got a lot of planets retrograde and we're going to be seeing a lot of aspects going on. So let's start first by talking about the planetary ingresses when planets are changing signs. You're going to see on October 13th that Mercury is going to be entering into the sign of Scorpio. This is really about deep psychological, passionate communication. Our spidey senses are going to tick up a little bit more, and it's definitely a really good time period for research and psychology or therapy or anything that's about digging deep and gathering information. You'll see on the 17th of October that Venus will leave Scorpio and move into the fire sign of Sagittarius. A little spicy, a little feisty, definitely great for anything revolving around culture, travel, love at a distance. These themes might get highlighted with Venus and Sag. With Venus going into your sign Sag, it's perfect time to be focusing on beauty and your appearance or anything revolving around relationships because Venus is going to be blessing you with her passage through. On the 22nd of October, we will then see the sun enter into the sign of Scorpio. So Scorpio season will begin. So those of you guys who are October Libras, happy birthday. Those of you guys who are October Scorpios, happy birthday to you guys. It is definitely spooky season. We feel that when these particular signs kind of get activated. Now for planets going direct this month, we are going to see Pluto in Capricorn go direct. This will be on October 11th. If you guys haven't caught my webinar that I did on the Pluto retrograde in Capricorn, it's a good one. I really talk in depth about how it's really important over this 2-month period while Pluto is at the critical anaretic degree of 29 that we have something that we need to complete. We need to finish. And for some of us, it's going to feel like the monster in our closet or under our bed, something we don't want to deal with, something we're afraid of, and sometimes it deals with what has power over us. Definitely very significant for my Capricorn placements, 28, 29 degrees, and also the cardinal signs. So if you have any cardinal signs around those degrees, 28, 29 degrees, so Aries, Cancer, Libra, you guys are feeling this as well, as Pluto is moving through a square to some of your planetary placements, or it's on an angle, so it feels a little bit louder than usual. But when planets go direct, we start to see the effects of what's been kind of lurking or happening in the shadows. So it's possible that you're starting to finally realize, okay, this has had a power over me for so long, I'm ready to make this change. And we feel the pressure with Pluto, and also Capricorn deals with time. Out in the world, yeah, Pluto at 29 direct is gonna feel a little crazy. But I think it's worth mentioning that this can be a period where you start to see positive change and transformation in the area of Capricorn in your chart. Definitely, like I said, affecting Capricorns, as well as Scorpio risings, because this is your planetary ruler. So it's waking up, and you're going to probably feel like you're making some big shifts revolving around your third house. Anyway, for retrogrades that are going to be going on this particular month, we are going to see on October the 9th, Jupiter will be turning retrograde in Gemini. So the planet of growth, expansion, abundance, also travel, education, philosophy, is slowing down, okay? So that means that if you happen to be a Sagittarius rising or a Pisces rising, because this is your chart ruler, the retrograde means that you're becoming more introspective in the Gemini area of your life. It can also mean that there is this feeling of now we're reevaluating where we've been growing, what we've been learning, where we've been traveling to, how we've been kind of communicating what we've said, because it's in a mercurial sign. So does this mean that it's like a record scratch moment and the good stuff doesn't continue to flow? Not necessarily, but I will tell you, like, having, especially there's going to be 2 days there where we're going to see Pluto, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus all retrograde. These are heavy hitters, outer planets that seem to kind of signify that something is slowing down, that we're not really able to see the forward motion that we would like. And then on top of that, Mars will go into shadow this month. So guys, the energy feels like it's going to slow down a little bit. And as Jupiter goes retrograde in December, it will eventually make a second square to Saturn in Pisces. So we see that as we want to expand in how we're communicating, thinking, learning, traveling, or how we exchange information, right? Jupiter in Gemini has been a lot about media. The square to Saturn has materialized as heavy moods, limitations, shortages, delays, confusion, right? Also isolation. So I think that this Jupiter retrograde, because it's coming back into that aspect, does kind of make me feel like, yeah, some things are going to slow down. But if you guys caught my videos that I've had on this particular aspect, I've been telling everybody it's so incredibly important to really focus on where Saturn in Pisces is. We don't want to expand or contract too quickly in the Gemini area of our life. We have to kind of stay the course, be patient. And yes, we are going to hit a speed bump, but we'll deal with that in December. Okay, so for lunations for the month, you guys are going to see on October 2nd, this is going to be a solar eclipse in Libra at 10 degrees. So this is a new moon on steroids. New moons, new opportunities. Solar eclipses, dramatic, new beginnings. It can feel like a crisis for some people. Unlike the Pisces eclipse, which kind of felt like everything was kind of breaking down or dissolving or melting, or we felt more kind of introspective, because it was conjunct Saturn and Neptune, this one feels more action-oriented. This one feels more like the eclipse is this catalyst for major changes in the themes of Libra. Libra is relationships. So that can be our one-on-one relationships, our romantic partners, our spouses, our clients, our business partners, and the people who we kind of work and collaborate with, right? Libra. So this is a South Node eclipse. So the South Node represents undoing the past karma, things that we're releasing and letting go of. It can mean also that we're tapping into some past life karma, or there is a lot of kind of soulmate-y things going on in relationships, So that particular eclipse, I did put a video out on it. I already talked about it. I didn't do the 12 signs. I wanted to wait until I did the horoscopes today, so you're going to get to see where they are. But just a little bit of like a heads up. You've had these eclipses before. Go back and look at what was happening in the fall of 2023, where we had a solar eclipse in Libra, but that was around, I believe, 21 degrees. So if you are within, I would say, 8 to 12 degrees Libra, sun, moon, rising, or personal planet, you're going to be impacted by this particular solar eclipse. Definitely listen to when I, have your rising sign up. I'm going to show you where it is, but this will be impacting Libras quite a bit, as well as the cardinal signs within those degrees as well, 8 to 12 degrees. So that'll be Aries, Cancer, and Capricorn. You guys are going to be feeling that also. Eclipses evolve over time. So like I said just a second ago, these particular eclipses are very fascinating. We had the lunar eclipse in Pisces at 25 degrees of Pisces, the solar eclipse in Libra at 10 degrees of Libra. In the spring of 2025, we will have a Mercury retrograde that will oppose this solar eclipse in Libra. Bringing up themes of what am I doing in relationship to others? Where am I taking action? And am I working with other people, or am I walking away? We will see Venus, the planet that rules Libra, retrograde in Aries at the same degree. So it's going to be where there is some kind of need to turn inward and love ourselves and make changes to what we value, to have stronger kind of relationships and bonds with other people. It will oppose this particular degree, so it's going to have an impact on relationships. Then those two planets will retrograde. They will go back to around 25 degrees of Pisces, activating the lunar eclipse that we just had, conjunct Saturn, Lord of Karma, conjunct the North Node. Y'all, these eclipses may feel like, no, nothing really happened. And then we get to like next year and we're like, oh my God, something is now happening. So I will just say don't underestimate the eclipse and be mindful that the eclipse is at a 10, so it does represent a lot of hard work, determination, working through, what's been some long-standing issues in relationships. We may see long-term relationships get stronger. We may also see people who've been together for a while and it's a relationship out of balance that separates. So it really depends on your personal planets. And the ruler at the time of the eclipse is Venus, and Venus is going to be in Scorpio. So it is going to be debilitated in that sign. However, it will be in a harmonious trine with both Saturn in Pisces and also Mars in Cancer. So it's got lots of emotions, lots of feelings. There's lots of passion, and there's lots of, okay, for relationships to work, we need this clearing, or we need to clear the air, or we need to kind of clear any issues from the past that inhibits us from being able to commit and be stronger together. So there's a method to the madness, basically, with this eclipse. Then on the 17th of October, we see a full moon in Aries. This will be at 24 degrees. Guys, this is a very intense full moon. I have not put this out yet. A part of me is like overwhelmed because it's going to be right on my natal moon. So I'm like afraid to do that video. But let me just say this. A full moon in Aries brings our attention to the axis of Aries and Libra. Aries is me, my reaction, my, my passion, my personal goals, like my path that I'm on. And when the moon's in Aries, we are emotionally reflecting on what I need. And there could be some hot emotions and feelings that can come up, some knee-jerk reactions, because it is a cardinal fire sign. It will oppose the sun in Libra. So we see this kind of polarity between Libra and Aries. And it's like, where are we taking action to initiate relationships? Or is this not working for me? And then is there some, inflamed feelings coming up? I always call this full moon the cuffing season moon, because we kind of see like where we stand in relationships, and some people might be kind of getting roundabout to like mid-October, and they're like, okay, so are we together? Like, are we going to spend the holidays together? What are we doing? And we're just going to see a lot of dynamics revolving around that with those two signs getting activated. Obviously, Aries is ruled by Mars, and we're going to see Mars in Cancer in an almost exact square to the moon. So Mars in its debilitation, moving through Cancer, where it's really moody and it's going to be frustrated, because we're going to see a lot of like emotional stuff coming up with homes and families, maybe moves, maybe changes in relationships which impact our home, maybe changes with family members, and it becomes the focal point of the T-square between the sun and the moon. And it's a full moon that is in conjunction to Chiron, the wounded healer. So guys, this is definitely a moon that is going to bring up, I think, a lot of emotions for people. I feel like it's going to be challenging but rewarding, because it's teaching us that we have to look at what's going on with our emotions and what it's telling us, and like where we hold on to things and we hold on to that baggage, and how negative emotions and not processing it can lead to bigger blow-ups. So I'll be putting a video out on that probably after the solar eclipse, and I'll talk about it. But that's definitely one of the full moons I've had my eyes on all year, because it's gonna be explosive. So both of the moons this month are pretty colorful. Okay, so we start the month off looking at October the 4th, where we see Venus in Scorpio coming into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. Venus, love, money, resources, values, harmonizing with Saturn, commitment, timing, responsibility, and foundation. This can be a transit where we can go deep in relationships, focus on commitment. We can also get to the bottom of matters, and we can have an opportunity to have long-lasting results when it comes to relationships, money, beauty, investments, you know, all of that stuff. So definitely one of the better transits that we're going to see throughout the month. And then on the 6th of October, we see Mercury in Libra come into a square with Mars in Cancer. So when that happens, just a heads up, guys, like, you know, we've got words, and Mercury in Libra wants to be diplomatic and balanced and fair, but it's at odds with Mars, planet of war and conflict and passion. And so there's going to possibly be some heated exchanges amongst relationships with people that we live with, or in our domestic sense. It could be roommates, it could be neighbors, it could be family members, it could be partners. So this is a day that we don't want to like push communication. We could be too understanding, and people may feel like, you know, they're not ready to talk, and people could be easily provoked with that square to Mars. On October 8th, we're going to see Venus in Scorpio trine Mars in Cancer. Beautiful transit. This means that God of love, a goddess of love, Venus, is in harmony with Mars, which is about masculinity. It is about action. It is about passion. And these are water trines. So they feel very sexy. They feel very intimate. They feel like there is an opportunity for us to be able to go deeper in relationships and be more vulnerable, and like make some good changes when it comes to our emotional reactions and or our homes, so we can transform them in some way. On the same day, we're going to see Mercury in Libra trine Jupiter in Gemini. So now Mercury is out of that square with Mars. It's harmonizing with Jupiter. And I think this is about positive news, good news, information kind of coming in, or partners being a little bit kinder to us, or feeling like, you know, because we're able to work together as a team, it can be a win-win, and we can be really positive and optimistic about our future and where we're going. So October 8th is like a stellar day. On the 13th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Libra then come into a square with Pluto in Capricorn. Now, we just recently had Venus and Pluto square, so, you know, maybe you want to look back at what was kind of happening around the 21st, 22nd of September. Obviously, when you deal with Pluto squares, we see power struggles. So Mercury is the mind. It's also travel, business, communications, contracts, or I guess I should say, in a square at odds with Pluto, power of control. And it's in the sign of Capricorn, which is about leadership. It can be about, you know, bosses, management. It could be about people out in the world, authority figures, parents. So this is where we're going to see more of a press to communicate, and it can be in some not so pleasant ways. We can see some people who can be a little threatening in their tone or their demeanor, or in how they communicate or how they text or say things. And then the very same day, we're going to see the Sun in Libra trine Jupiter in Gemini. Very similar to what we saw on the 8th with Mercury trine. Sweet and salty. Mercury in Libra square Pluto is being like, we need to work together. We need to make a change. We need to have a common goal in overcoming this hurdle or this issue, because it's a problem for both of us. So I feel like if we lean into the Sun in Libra, which is saying work together with the trine to Jupiter in Gemini, and increase our communication flow, you can overcome some of the challenges and some of the pitfalls that can be coming up that day. On the 14th of the month, we then see the Sun in Libra come into a square with Mars in Cancer. Are you guys seeing the theme? You'll see it throughout the month. But now we have the Sun, which is highlighting partnerships, relationships, and diplomacy, at odds with Mars in Cancer. P.S. by this time also, Mars is in shadow. Let me give you the date for that. So let's see. I had this a second ago. It looks like Mars is going to enter shadow right around October 4th. Okay, October 4th. I'll put that in my list. But essentially, Mars will go retrograde. You're going to see Mars go retrograde around the beginning of December. And you're like, why are you telling me this in November? Because we want to deal with problems head on in October. Ideally, you're doing it now in the end of September. I'm not going to say you have until the 4th or the 5th, but I'm going to tell you that we would like to work with Mars while it's trine Saturn, and we would also like to work with like Venus making aspects to Mars before Mars goes into its pre-shadow period. And this means this is the degree which Mars will retrograde back to. The Mars retrograde is going to be interesting. Trines to Saturn, trines to Neptune can help us be a little bit more sensitive. I think compassionate. It can really help us dissolve issues, and it can increase our intuition. However, we are going to see Mars make several oppositions to Pluto throughout the retrograde, which is just downright dangerous. And I do feel like if you know, looking at your Cancer area of your life, that you want to stand up for yourself, you want to take some kind of action, you want to initiate something. I know that Mars in Cancer is not really a combative sign. Unless it's provoked, it usually doesn't stir the pot. However, I think that we need to take some kind of action if we can towards the beginning of the month in that area of our life. So that way we're not like waiting until the retrograde happens to go and course correct things at the beginning of the year. I'm going to be doing a webinar on that, so that'll be coming out soon. Okay, so kind of getting back to where I was. On the 14th, the Sun in Libra is square Mars, and it's going to start showing you, I think, some of the issues that might be coming up during the Mars retrograde. Sun square Mars is where people can be a little bit more combative. There's going to be some ego issues that can come up. There can be issues where, you know, relationships or growth or partnerships is bringing up where there's people being at odds about where we're living, how we're living, what's going on in our home country. And, you know, squares in the cardinal signs are loud. Even if you don't have any of those placements, you're going to definitely see there's going to be a lot of things that are kind of ping-ponging off of each other with some of that energy with the squares. Now, the very same day when the Sun squares Mars, we see Venus, which, by the way, is the dispositor of the Sun in Libra, is coming into an opposition with Uranus and Taurus. So Venus, you know, going through Scorpio, where she is not totally comfortable because she's in a Mars-Pluto sign, making a 180 degrees opposition to Uranus, which is about shocks, surprises, ups and downs, zigs and zags, can definitely be a day where we're feeling stretched in our relationships. We're feeling stretched in our finances. We are stressed because there is something outside of us that is kind of upsetting the apple cart, and it's kind of really showing us now we have to create some kind of change. That going hand in hand with a Sun square Mars does make me feel like this is a day that you want to be mindful that all is fair in love and war. There can be some relationship or some financial upsets that can come from that. On the 15th, we then see Venus in Scorpio, trine Neptune in Pisces. Mystical, magical, kind of witchy, very intuitive, very, I think, also inspirational, especially when it comes to like music or anything revolving around self-expression or design or art. I like Venus trine Neptune. I think it can be great for also, music, film, where we're just feeling inspired, and it may have like a little bit more of like a darker kind of style or a sad kind of style, but still a great creative day. And at the same time on the 15th, Venus will also sextile Pluto in Capricorn. So this has a lot of depth. There's passion, there's power, and we're able to envision what we're trying to create. And obviously Pluto or Scorpio is about change. So for some of you guys, it's about what you're willing to kind of release and let go, and you're transmuting something to bring something new in. Then we'll see on the 22nd of October, the Sun in Libra comes in for a square with Pluto in Capricorn. So guys, we saw third week of September, Venus square Pluto. We're going to see earlier in the month that Mercury will come into a square with Pluto on the 13th. We see on the 22nd, the Sun squares Pluto. Okay, so there is conflict between the actions and the things that are being said and being done in the Libra area of our lives with Pluto. And the positive is that it isn't a superior square. It is applying pressure onto Pluto. So it's going to basically imply that we need to work together, that we need partnership, we need support, we need therapists, we need friends, we need family, you know, and that should conquer hate. That should conquer fear, that we have to be united. And if we're not united, then that South Node is going to get activated and it's going to start kind of unraveling certain relationships if we're not on the same page. Very same day on the 22nd, Mercury and Scorpio trines Saturn and Pisces. Good communication day, good for contracts, good for negotiations, good for clarifying things, setting things in stone, planning travel even. I like Mercury trine Saturn if you know you got to book a flight, or if you got to plan something, or if you want to make a big announcement or anything like that that you can commit to. You know, putting the mind in order with Saturn is definitely going to be some rock solid kind of decisions that are being made. On the 24th of October, Mars in Cancer will sextile Uranus in Taurus. So where we are taking action emotionally, maybe we are, you know, working on some things within our home or our family. It's in alignment with a sextile to Uranus, which helps incentivize us, gives us energy, and really encourages us to make change. And Uranus is in Taurus, which could be about pleasure, food, resources, money, banking. So, you know, positive change can come from a sextile to Uranus. And I feel like we have to look at where the moon is that day, because the moon transits or the lunar transits are very important with Mars in Cancer. But for the most part, you know, I think some people might be selling their homes, renovating their homes, talking about buying homes, because you've got money and also kind of home stuff that's getting activated with those two signs. On the 28th of October, we see Mars in Cancer trine Neptune in Pisces. So this is where we're feeling in alignment. We're kind of floating, going along, like letting our emotions, you know, kind of help guide us and direct us in a much more spiritual, sensitive, compassionate way. This is kind of like the spiritual warrior aspect. Mars in a water sign trine Neptune in Pisces means that we are really feeling like we're willing to take action emotionally within our private life, maybe get a little uncomfortable this month to be able to dissolve certain things, old patterns. Maybe we can kind of feel like we're more in harmony with our emotions and we're feeling inspired. The very same day, we'll see Venus in Sagittarius square Saturn in Pisces. This is not a good transit generally for love and money, because we've got Venus that's going through Sagittarius, which is a Jupiter sign, and it's all about expansion. It's about traveling. It's about the bigger picture of love and relationships. It's about art and culture in Sagittarius. And when it comes into a square with Saturn, it basically means that it's having challenges in being able to have commitments. You know, I would say like trying to have relationship conversations, or maybe planning wedding plans, or making an investment, or doing something cosmetic on the 28th. These things are not advised while Venus is in a square to Saturn. And the other thing to kind of take into consideration is it is in a positive square. So it is coming down on Saturn saying, hey, you know, you're being kind of evasive, or, you know, you're not giving me an answer, or you're not giving me a response, or I'm not seeing a way forward. So if you're not willing to kind of work with me, then, you know, what are we doing here? So some people may feel like that in that situation. That's possible. I definitely feel like it's going to be more about relational issues, especially international, and it can also be some big financial kind of changes that are going on that's impacting like the world economy. On the 30th of October, Mercury in Scorpio opposes Uranus in Taurus. Shocking, surprising news, unexpected things, feeling like we're all like high on caffeine, that we're gonna have like a buzz. And when Mercury is in Scorpio, it likes to expose things. It likes to dig information up. It likes to, you know, go and get the dirty details and, you know, bring it out into the world and like show people what it's found. So that looks like it could be disruptive for financial things, for banks, for stability. And shocks and surprises also that can be kind of connected to food. That's something else that we can find. Studies that are coming out that are like damning in some way as well. Obviously, that's when you're going to, you know, be mindful that plans can change. We can see, you know, people change their mind. We can see people react very strongly to information that's kind of coming out in the world. And then on the 31st, Mercury in Scorpio will trine Neptune in Pisces. So it's coming out of that, opposition to Uranus, and now it's harmonizing with Neptune. Neptune is about fog and illusion. It is about mystery and magic, and it's also about films, photography. So I think with Mercury trine Neptune, we're going to see some really cool like Halloween media. I think it's a wonderful day actually to be watching scary movies. I think actually the 30th and the 31st with like Mercury opposed Uranus, like some good scare movies. And then the trine to Neptune can be really activating like film and mystery and magic. And I like Mercury trine Neptune because I feel like we're more in tune with our higher selves. We're more in tune with our dreams and our intuition and our guts, and kind of just feeling like, okay, I just have this feeling. What does it mean? And Scorpio can be about symbolism. So you guys might benefit from, under these transits, Mercury coming into a trine with Saturn. I think Mercury also trining Neptune. These are days that I would be like, I'm going to sit down and I want to learn how to, read tarot, or I want to try a new form of divination, or I'm going to, pick up a dream interpretation book. I just recently got a crystal ball. Can you guys see it back there? I'm like really excited. It was a total impulse buy. I was like at the crystal shop, but I've been wanting to learn how to read a crystal ball. I feel like I've learned just about everything. The only thing that I haven't learned how to read is like runes, but everything else I pretty much know how to read. I did tea leaf reading for a very long time in Los Angeles. So I'm so excited. I like have all my stuff that I'm going to use to wash the crystal ball, and I'm like learning how to like gaze into it and how to set up the lighting so I can start reading it. So I'm planning on doing it under these transits actually, which is perfect because I have to kind of brew all these potions to kind of cleanse it before I start using it. But now that I'm looking at this, I'm like, that's kind of cool. Anyway, watch those scary movies. Yes, some of the conversations can be shocking and surprising towards the end of the month, but that's just the way it goes. Obviously, we've got a jam-packed month, so definitely listen. You want to be paying attention, listening to when I talk about the beginning of your reading. I'll talk a little bit about your chart ruler. So I might put more emphasis on certain transits than other transits for different signs because they're going to impact you more if it's involving your chart ruler. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the next slide. And this is going to be the October 2024 12 rising sign horoscopes. As a reminder, guys, I am a Western astrologer, so I practice tropical astrology. I'm not a Vedic astrologer, so if you're listening to this and you're like, this doesn't sound what I usually listen to, it's because it is tropical astrology, but you could always listen to another sign if you need to do that. It will still apply. For the sake of this video, I'm going to be using the whole sign method because it's going to be easier to talk about the transits and the ingresses for you guys. If you want to use Placidus, you can just reference the, obviously reference the transits that I'm going to put below and see where they're happening in your chart. But I would like you to listen to your ascendant sign first. Why? Because your ascendant sign is going to tell you basically in zodiacal order where the planets are transiting through in your chart. It's going to be the most accurate that you're going to listen to. However, because we have an eclipse, you want to listen to your sun and your moon sign as well, because a solar eclipse is about the sun and the moon coming together. So you may find that a lot of the predictions for the eclipses really resonate with your sun or your moon sign. So definitely listen to all three of those to kind of get the full picture. Obviously, we've got Jupiter going retrograde in Gemini, so it's going to feel like a bit of a clown show. We've got some kind of scary Pluto and kind of Uranus aspects that are taking place. And I was like, October can feel like a little bit of a circus, and like personally not crazy about clowns myself. So I thought this was like a perfect scary slide for entering into October. So guys, I hope you enjoy the show. I hope it is a good one for you. Let's get right on into the 12 rising signs. All right, so this is going to be for my Aries and Aries risings. Welcome to October of 2024. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm going to talk to you guys about what's going on for the month ahead. You always want to pay attention to what's happening with Mars because Mars is your chart ruler. So we're going to see a number of aspects taking place with Mars this month. And we are also going to be seeing a full moon that will be happening in your sign. So those are definitely going to be some of, I think, the peak things that are going to be taking place this month. as well as a solar eclipse that's going to be in your opposite sign. So those are my kind of heavy hitters right off the bat. So I first want to talk to you guys about the planets that are ingressing, what's going direct, what's going retrograde, and then we'll talk about the moons, and then we'll get into the transits for the month. So on the 13th of October, Mercury is going to be entering into your 8th house in the sign of Scorpio. This means that your planetary ruler of the 6th as well as the 3rd go into the 8th. So when Mercury is in the 8th house, we can really focus on depth, psychology, intimacy, joint resources. We can be trying to find ways to improve our health and habits as well as our routine. There can be some secrets and things that are kind of coming up during a Mercury in the 8th house transit. And it can also be about changing and transforming, right? That's the 8th house, your mind, how you learn, how you look at your health, how you look at your habits. On the 17th of the month, Venus enters Sagittarius. So Venus will be moving out of Scorpio into Sagittarius in your 9th house. Perfect time for planning trips. It can be for finding pleasure in education, travel, philosophy, and also kind of connecting with people, like relationships with people at a distance. That can be coming up here as well. Just be mindful of when Venus comes into a square with Saturn. That's not going to be the easiest transit for getting on an airplane, traveling, or planning something that might be like a celebration or a ceremony. So that could be a graduation, that could be traveling somewhere for a wedding. Those could be some issues that you can have with that particular square. On the 22nd of October, we will then see the sun leave Libra and go into Scorpio, and it will be hanging out in your 8th house, where your focus becomes for about 3 weeks on joint resources. It can be about taxes. It can be about transformation of self. And also there can be a little bit more passion. There can be a sense of looking at sex and intimacy and things that are a little bit more taboo. Obviously, the sun rules your 5th house of romance and also creativity and self-expression. Even gambling or investing themes can come up with the sun being in your 8th house. On the 11th of the month, we are going to see Pluto end its retrograde in Capricorn and go direct. That means that now the change and the transformation to your public status, to your career, with your job, with your bosses, with some kind of authority figure becomes more prominent. It is possible that you make a decision about some big change in your life, especially in regards to your career or your profession, and now it starts becoming obvious to you and you figure out what you need to do to orchestrate some kind of change. That will be there until about the 3rd week of November. So I think it's going to be something you're going to be working with clear into next month. Then you will be seeing for the retrogrades this month, we're going to see Jupiter turn retrograde. So Jupiter is currently in Gemini in your 3rd house. The retrograde will be all the way up until the beginning of February of 2025. So it'll be several months of a retrograde, going from about 21 degrees all the way back to 11 degrees of Gemini. So what this means is now you are retrograde. So you're reviewing, reflecting, rethinking, re-strategizing what you believe in, how you communicate, what you want to say, what you want to learn, where you want to travel, reconnecting with siblings, with extended family, even with neighbors, rethinking something about a move, or maybe even about a vehicle can be coming up. This doesn't mean that, positivity is going to decline necessarily, but because Jupiter rules the 9th house, you're taking more time when it comes to planning things like foreign travel or higher education, rethinking or reviewing documents pertaining to like court-related things. Maybe you're reviewing a set of courses before you try to graduate. Maybe you are going back and editing and making changes to something before you try to publish it. That's kind of my interpretation of that retrograde. Now on to the lunations for the month. You're going to be seeing on October the 2nd a solar eclipse in Libra in your house of relationships. So partners, other people, your interactions with other people is very much the theme. Obviously, this is in opposition to your sign. So it could be for those of you guys who are single that you are getting ready to meet somebody, or maybe you meet somebody around the time of the eclipse. It's also possible that you are really focusing on your services. If you have a service-based business or if you sell products, the seventh house is your marketplace. So you could be making an announcement, letting people know, I have these, resources available, or I have these sessions available, or I have these products available. And it's about opening the doors to kind of connect with others. Working with managers, therapists, anybody who can assist you is going to be the solar eclipse in the seventh house. Like I said before, it's a south node eclipse. So some of you guys might be healing past relationship issues, letting somebody go. It could be that you're hearing from the past, because right around the time of the eclipse, we will also be seeing just before that there is a Cazimi. So that'll be happening on like the 1st. So the 1st and the 2nd, unexpected communications, hearing from somebody unexpectedly out of the blue. You get an email, you get an invitation to something, you get a phone call, you have a meeting. That kind of stuff can happen, or just like unexpected conversations with other people and kind of exploring relationships and partnership themes. Obviously, the North Node is your sign, so there is much more emphasis about who you are and who you've been becoming and what you're healing on a personal level, in opposition to relationships and other people. So because of the connection with Mercury, it's possible, like if you're seeking a new teacher, or if you're looking for maybe even a therapist, or you're looking for an assistant, or you need to hire staff, or maybe you're looking for a new stylist, this can be a really wonderful eclipse. For those of you guys who are already partnered, just be mindful that the eclipse might have more to do with your partner than it has to do with you. And they may be just wanting to communicate and kind of connect more and kind of tell you what's on their mind and what they're thinking and what they're feeling. And maybe it's that they are wanting to talk about some kind of changes that could be happening in your guys' relationship together. All right, so essentially for the month ahead, we have a bunch of really similar aspects that are going to be happening. So we already talked about the eclipse on the 2nd, but you're going to see a lot of activity in these houses, right? So we're going to see Mars go through Cancer. So your chart ruler all month is going to be hanging out in your 4th house, which means this is like doing odds and ends around the home, focusing on, making changes in a home. You could be fixing things. You could be traveling back home. You could be really thinking about what you want in terms of your future home or living environment. Can there be more tension with home, family, roommates, or partners? Yes, there can. Can there be more motivation to be doing things at home and making changes around the home? Yes, there can. Mars rules your 8th house of change and transformation. It is also the house connected to the 1st house. So what do you want to change emotionally? What do you want to change in regards to your home or family dynamic? Do you need to clear the air with someone? Do you need to kind of have some kind of discussion about something? Do it sooner rather than later is my advice. Something that you're also going to be seeing is that there's going to be a ton of planets that are going to be making squares to Mars. Okay, so, Mercury will square Mars. That will be happening on the 6th. You will see that the Sun is also going to come into a square with Mars. And what this represents is that there is some kind of communication, discussion, back and forth, meeting people, dealing with partners, that can kind of make you feel a little bit more emotionally reactionary. It can make you feel like you're being provoked. And the positive is that, people can be coming in who could be therapists or partners or friends saying, why are you so upset? Why are you so angry? Like, how can we fix it? How can we transmute some of this energy? And I think you'll be working with that throughout the Mars retrograde. But just know that planets going through the 7th house are putting pressure on Mars in the 4th, and it's going to be bringing up some emotional reactions with you. On the 4th of the month, you'll see Venus in your 8th house, trine Saturn in your 12th. And for me, this can be bringing up the theme of, inheritance, payouts, benefits, things that are supposed to be coming to you because Saturn rules your career, or something that you have invested in that is now beginning or starting to pay off in some way. Could it mean with the trines to Mars as well that there is a sense of going like, well, we're refinancing our mortgage, or maybe we are selling a home and making money and reinvesting it in something new? Sure, estates also, and inheritances and wills, that can definitely come up with Venus in a trine, both with Mars as well as Saturn. The pressure with the relationship communication is going to begin around the 6th. And this will be on the 6th when Mercury in Libra is squaring Mars in Cancer. So you'll see similar aspects happening on October 6th. You will also see similar aspects that are going to be happening on October 14th when the sun is then going to come in for a square. And this is where other people's, goals, egos, are kind of in conflict or at odds with what you're trying to do on the home base or emotionally. And you will also see on the back end, some of these planets will then start coming into a square with Pluto, and that will dramatically change and transform your career or your reputation. So if this is like a business partnership where there's some problems, it can manifest as being like, okay, we're going our separate ways. If it's a relationship that you've been in where you've been having some problems and, you start realizing, okay, this is not a peaceful home dynamic or environment, maybe somebody's got to move or we need to take some space, then you will see planets come into a square with Pluto, and it's going to bring up some pretty dramatic change. So don't underestimate how much can change in relationships or in the home this month with those squares. On the 8th, you're going to see Venus in Scorpio, trine Mars in Cancer. So that's a good transit for you, okay? Because you've got joint resources, assets, investments harmonizing with you and the home. So that could mean you're pulling money out of an investment. You're pulling money out of an inheritance. You've got money that's maybe coming from property or real estate investments. And the very same day, Mercury trines Jupiter. So we've got Mercury in Libra, trine Jupiter. Maybe it's that a real estate agent, a therapist, a partner, somebody has a really great idea, or they kind of get the point across to you and they're like, look, this can work. We can do this. Let's come to this agreement, or let me help you unpack this. So that way you can actually reap the benefits, I think, of this trine that's going to be setting up on the same day. On the 13th of the month, we are going to see Mercury in Libra square Pluto and Capricorn. So this is where it can be harder to keep the peace with clients, business partners, even romantic partners, because there's some tension revolving around communication and feeling like somebody is or is not in charge. And like I said throughout my video, all this Libra is, 2 is better than 1. If you are facing a crisis or some kind of issue when it comes to your parents, your career, your status, your reputation, you can have somebody who can come in that can support you through that process or help you with it, or kind of give you some support so you can make the necessary change. So if you're like, I have to quit my job, I can't do this, you might have a partner that's like, I've got you, you'll be fine, especially with Venus in your 8th. If you make a decision that you're like, I just don't know how much longer I can stand being in this position, you may have, somebody in HR, or you might have a fellow employee that's like, I feel you, I'm dealing with the same issues, like, how can I help you? To try to overcome some of the issues or the pressure that might be kind of going on in your professional life. On the same day, the sun in Libra will trine Jupiter. Okay, so good communication that you can be having with other people. I do feel like it's very similar to the Mercury trine that you saw, where there's good feedback and that there can be solutions. And it can also be good or positive communication you're having with your relationship with siblings, not just romantic partners or business partners or therapists. It can be siblings or people in your community as well. Then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, the sun will square Mars. So this is the day you're going to want to watch, where the sun in Libra is squaring Mars. So there is going to be the ego stuff that I said that's going to kind of pop up, where there can be some friction between what one person wants or one partner wants or what a client wants. And you're kind of feeling like you're caught in between. You might feel very overwhelmed with the amount of home or emotional or family or domestic stuff that's going on. And you feel like it can be really hard to keep the balance between what you're doing and also, needing to be there for other people. That very same day, Venus in Scorpio opposes Uranus. So that tells me that something about your joint resources or money could flip-flop, or it could change. You might go, well, I have to cut this client loose, but it is what it is. And even if it's, money or some kind of, financial support that I'm getting from another person, that's great, but there's too much tension that's going on here, or there's too much that's being demanded of me or expected of me. So you may be willing to kind of separate or pull back or pull out of some kind of financial endeavor with another person because you want freedom. That's my interpretation. On the 15th of the month, Venus in Scorpio will trine Neptune, where this to me seems like you're accepting what has been changing earlier in the month, financially, emotionally. And it can be that there's a huge transformation with relationships that have gone on because of Venus's connection. And so I see kind of like the Venus trine Saturn, Venus trine Neptune as, you know, the time has come to like let this thing go, or this person go, or this phase go, or this, you know, potential financial situation go. And you're doing it in a smooth manner because Neptune is going to be about willingly dissolving things. And it is also about, I think, having a completion. You know, Pisces is the 12th house. It's about completing something. Then we will see on the 17th of October, mark your calendars. This will be a full moon in Aries in your first house. Pay attention if you have any personal placements that are going to be around this particular moon. Let me look at the degree again. I think it was 24 degrees. So 24 to, let's say 22 to 26 degrees, Aries, sun, moon, risings. You guys are going to be feeling this the most. The full moon for an Aries rising will be in the first house. This can bring your attention to your body, to your appearance, to your own needs, your own emotions, your own feelings. And yes, we can be more emotional when we have a full moon in our sign. Like I said, it'll be conjunct Chiron, so you want to be mindful of wounds, emotional wounds and physical wounds, things that we're healing ourselves, tending to ourselves. We may feel a little bit more personally victimized with that particular full moon. Honestly, I hate to say that, but with the conjunction to Chiron, you know, we see more migraines, headaches, bumping our heads, head-on accidents, cuts, burns, bruises, abrasions. So be mindful of that stuff. And it will oppose the sun in the 7th house. So what this means is that, you know, there is some kind of action, communication, stuff kind of going on with other people, which has been at odds with you pretty much the first half of the month. And now it comes to a peak. And even though it's at 24 degrees, it's still within a 25 degree square to Pluto. So it's going to square Pluto. So this means, like, you know, are you going to fight or are you going to overcome together? And for you, Aries, everybody will experience this, but I think the cardinal signs are going to feel a little bit more. This will be a grand cardinal cross kind of happening. And this basically puts Mars front and center. So not only is this a big moon because it's your full moon, so you want to think back to 6 months ago, under the solar eclipse that we had in Aries, what intentions you were setting earlier this spring, now they're coming full circle. So now you're going to start to see the effects of what you've been working on within your own goals, yourself, your body, your health, your appearance. Now it all kind of comes home. What can I say? I think you're going to be emotional. I think that you want to watch your temper because it's going to square Mars in the 4th. There can be some conflict you're having with women in the home or family in the home. It can also be kind of triggering some conflict that can be taking place with relationships and partnerships as well. So just take time, make that like a personal kind of like self-healing day. That's what I would recommend doing. On the 17th, you'll also see Venus in Scorpio sextile Pluto. And when Venus is sextiling Pluto, it's like there is some major change and transformation in love or in relationships because, you know, you're letting something go, right, Scorpio? So it's about maybe burying the hatchet, and it's like you're able to kind of make some major segues or changes. I could see a lot of Aries or Aries risings like rage quitting, you know, or having some squabbles with a parent. So just be mindful of that. Then on the 22nd, Sun in Libra squares Pluto and Capricorn. So Sun going through your career and relationship house, putting the pressure on Pluto. This can mean that you have somebody helping you and supporting you through some major change or transformation to your career. And the very same day, we have Mercury trine Saturn. So Mercury will be in Scorpio in your 8th house, trining Saturn, which is about kind of coming to some realization, making some kind of commitment, reevaluating something about money or investments, and also making a definitive decision about something financially or letting something go. On the 24th of the month, we will then see Mars in Cancer, sextile Uranus in Taurus. And so this means that you might look at changes on the home front, moving, going and traveling, renovating your home as like exciting, you know, and maybe you feel like, wow, I can be creative, or I can kind of put some time or some energy into this. Maybe if you did have some changes in a relationship or with your career, you're feeling incentivized to like get into a space, make it your own, spend more time with home, spend more time with family, and it can actually be really, I think, invigorating and giving you a lot of energy and momentum to really feel differently about however these situations this month have been unfolding. Then you're going to see on the 28th, Mars in Cancer will trine Neptune in Pisces. It's a day to like hang at a pool, go to a spa, you know, be in some water. Obviously, you know, water trines are very emotional and sensitive, and they're very intuitive. And so Mars trine Neptune means that maybe you're trying to incorporate more spirituality into your home, finding like a meditation space, or maybe you are making some upgrades in your kitchen or adjusting things that deal with water or lighting. That could be the case. But I see this as like releasing tension, right? Releasing tension in any issues revolving around, like feeling sad or feeling like depleted in some way. So you need a little bit more rest, recuperation, and to be in water, ideally with that particular aspect. Be mindful that while this transit is happening, because it's going to be trining at 28, Mars is now starting to come into an opposition with Pluto. We're going to talk about that more going into the next month, but you guys are going to feel that. And that's where you're feeling the pressure to change something revolving around your career or your status and or your home. So some of you guys might move or relocate for work. Some of you guys might decide where you want to live and then you look for a job. Some of you guys are kind of going to be in home limbo, or you're going back home and spending time with family, or maybe you're retiring. It just depends. But just know you're going to start feeling that round about that time. Now, something else you're going to see the same day on the 28th is Venus in Sagittarius. So we'll have moved into your 9th house, which is going to be about philosophy, travel, you know, the higher mind, kind of a more positive, optimistic house. Venus will square Saturn. So this is not a time to plan any travel. You may see some issues with in-laws. You can also have some challenges with relationship to a parent or a father. There can also be some delays with education, ceremonies, as well as like travel planning, right? And there's going to possibly be some scheduling issues or some storm stuff that can come up that can delay things. Then you'll see on the 30th of October, Mercury and Scorpio will oppose Uranus and Taurus. Shocking, surprising news revolving around money and resources. Could be good, could be bad. It could be that there was an investment that was made that ends up being really good, and it's like surprising and shocking how good it is. It could also be a time where there's some changes going on in your joint resources and with your partner's money, and that might be kind of, you know, making you have to pivot and kind of change the way that you're navigating how you're spending or utilizing your resources. The very next day, on the 31st of October, you will then see Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune. Good day for like a psychic reading or a mediumship reading. This could also be a time where you're feeling more connected to your ancestors, or maybe you're having dreams where people are coming to visit you, feeling a little bit more in touch emotionally and spiritually as well. And this can once again be similar themes to like, you know, releasing something. I'm finally healing issues of like ex-partners, or I'm finally forgiving that person, or I'm finally moving on from pain or trauma. So there's lots of opportunities for healing for you, Aries, throughout this next month. And a lot of it is just acceptance and also vulnerability. So that's the month ahead. I hope it's helpful. Definitely mind your P's and Q's with some of the squares that are going to be happening to Mars, because yes, you're going to feel a little provoked, but some people are just genuinely just trying to get you out of your shell, or they're trying to help you, or they're trying to help you get out of the past. So just be mindful of that. Busted out some fun cards for Halloween. I pulled out my Nightmare Before Christmas deck. Actually, one of my friends gifted this to me, I think like a year or so ago. So I thought I'd pull it out, and we will see what card Aries gets. Okay, I like this. You got the Queen of Potions. This is also the Queen of Cups. Queen of Potions. I like that. Queen of Cups. So it could be that there is a Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces that are involved this month when it comes to helping you with your emotions or connecting with you, or a relationship or a nurturer or like a healer that comes in. But this could also be you channeling the Queen of Cups energy. This could be about you being more compassionate, sensitive, transparent, vulnerable, emotional, focusing more on your intuition, listening to that inner voice and that inner guide. I think being a fire sign and having all of these water trines and water houses is definitely going to kind of activate some emotions that you don't generally tap into. So the Queen of Cups is so positive, I think, in that sense, because it's saying that you're really kind of working with that energy and you're accepting things and you're learning how to heal. But watch from help that can come from like a water sign female. Hope that's helpful for you, Aries. I will catch you guys back here next month in November. All right, so we now have Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, Taurus? I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about October. Hello, October of 2024. So right off the bat, I'm just going to kind of give you a heads up. We are going to see a lot of stuff going on with Venus. We're going to see a lot of Venus stuff happening this month, which is good for you because Venus, for the most part, aside from one transit, is going to be making some really good aspects. So I do see relationships improving for Taurus and Taurus risings. I do think that there can be more opportunities for deeper connection, intimacy, vulnerability. I also feel like those of you guys who are single, you could meet people. Those of you guys who are in relationships, there could be more depth, but it's also really activating your relationships with siblings, your relationships with your friends. So it's not limited just to romantic relationships and partnerships. The only real transit you want to be careful of, there's a couple, but I would say when Venus squares Saturn, that could be a little bit more of a challenging day for you because you're ruled by Venus. So that'll be on October 28th. And obviously the solar eclipse, which will be happening in the sign of Libra on the 2nd. So let me just talk to you first about the ingresses and planets going direct, retrograde, and the moons, and then we'll get into the rest of the transits for the month. So we're going to start first by talking about the first ingress, which will be on October 13th. You will see Mercury leave Libra and go into Scorpio. Okay, and Mercury rules money, personal spending, resources, as well as creativity, children, dating, romance, right? And it's going to go into your 7th house. So a lot more communication opportunities, meeting with people, doing business, making money, negotiating, going on dates, playing is the theme when Mercury goes into your 7th house. So you will start, communicating and connecting with more people. Venus is already there. So Venus being in the 7th house means that you're also attracting partners. There can be an opportunity to have more pleasurable experiences with existing relationships. And obviously Venus is not totally thrilled in Scorpio, but it does like going through the 7th house. So this does mean that there can be these intoxicating connections and really sexy people that you're meeting and, and then you're getting to know them more after that initial infatuation with Venus going through the 7th house. Great for clients and great for business. Now, the other ingress that we're looking at is then on the 17th, Venus will leave Scorpio and go into Sagittarius. So you'll feel this change because Venus rules your chart, so it rules you. And it's also connected to your health, habits, routines, and coworkers. So Venus going into the 8th house, anytime a planet goes through the 8th house, it's incredibly deep, right? We can deal with lots of change and stuff maybe comes up that we're afraid of. And also there's much more of an emphasis on joint relationships and money and investments and taxes and inheritance. So Venus going into that house means you're changing or transforming in some way. And Venus in Sag is a little bit more spicy. So it can mean that there's more opportunities for sex or intimacy. There is some kind of passionate kind of connection going on with someone. It can also be a really good time for, taking profit from investments. It can be a time where, things that you've invested in are paying off, or maybe you're dealing more with getting taxes in order. But remember, this is pleasure, right? Venus is pleasure. So it's much more sexual and kind of intimate than it is financial, at least in my opinion. And then we will see on the 22nd, the sun will enter into Scorpio. So the sun, as well as Mercury, will be in your 7th house. There's a lot of communication and back and forth with other people. If you're single, like I said, good time to meet people. If you're in a relationship, it's much more about your partner or your business partner or your one-on-one relationship, especially like therapists and that kind of stuff. That can be an emphasis, especially in Scorpio. Now, on the 11th of October, you're going to see Pluto go direct. So it will no longer be retrograde. It has been in an earth sign, so it's friendlier for Taurus and Taurus risings. However, it's really showing us where there is about to be a big transformation in your 9th house. So that is big changes revolving around your beliefs about your career, your beliefs about the world. Maybe if there's been some delays with a legal matter, maybe if there's been some delays with an education matter, maybe there's a big change that happens with a mentor or a teacher. And Pluto rules your 7th house. So it can be like big shifts revolving around the way that you look at relationships and how difficult relationships can be, but also how much you learn from relationships and how it's worth doing the work for the right partner and being able to maintain that together. So there can be big turning points happening around the time of Pluto going direct, and it'll only be there until the 3rd week of November. Now for retrogrades this month, you're only going to see one. Jupiter will be turning retrograde in Gemini in your money house. So this means if you have been a little bit more, I guess I would say like spend happy, Jupiter going retrograde means, okay, we're kind of cooling off a little bit. We're not going to spend as much money. We're not going to travel as much. We're not going to put as much on credit. Jupiter rules your 8th house of joint resources as well as your 11th house of friends and goals. So maybe you're like, okay, I'm needing to spend less, or I need to eat less, or maybe there is a reevaluation of money you have made, or maybe you have money coming in for a certain period of time and then it's going to be, shut off, or maybe you're changing direction in how you're spending. But yeah, having Jupiter in your 2nd house, something you experienced in August was there was a square to Saturn where you were like, okay, I can either make money now, or I can stay the course in something and stay committed to one goal or one friend or one community group, and I can make more money later. And for some of you guys, it's literally having to work with people, and you're kind of saying like, well, I want to make more money, but you're having to stay the course and stay committed to either your goals, a group, a network, or a friend, or a company before you can cash out or before you can bring more money in. And so you will see one more square, like I said, in December. My advice with Jupiter retrograde in the 2nd is just manage your spending, reel it in a little bit, be more mindful of like what you're eating, and also really do a lot of work revolving around having healthier, positive self-esteem. Jupiter will be retrograde there until the beginning of February, and it'll go from 21 to about 11 degrees of Gemini. Then on to the lunations. Obviously, big news is the 2nd eclipse, the eclipse that we will have in Libra. This will be taking place in your natal 6th house. Solar eclipse is new beginnings, right? It's a new moon. In the 6th house, health, habits, right? Libra's relationships. 6th house can be your relationship to people at work, your relationship to your schedule, your relationship to your partner, your health practitioners, right? Think like healers, therapists, trainers, dietitians, anybody who helps you kind of get your body in order. So Taurus, think back to what happened the last eclipse last fall. Touch wood. There can sometimes be crisis when we have eclipses. So it can mean that you find out, oh my gosh, my office is moving, or my job is changing, or, something's going on with my cat or my dog. Maybe it means that, there is a health scare that comes up, right? Obviously, things I know that we don't always want to hear, but this eclipse is going to have a Mercury Cazimi. So that basically means that there's going to be most likely an epiphany or a realization about how you should be eating, how you should be spending money, or somebody who comes in to kind of help you with your dietary or your financial habits. You could join a new gym, right? You could go to a new practitioner's office. You could be signing a lease for a new office. You could get a new job. I think for the most part, I'm not worried about the eclipse for you. It has a very wide trine to Jupiter. So I think that this eclipse might mean within the next 6 months, you move to a bigger office, you end up getting a new job, you're making more money, like there's going to be better health. But be mindful that in order to receive all those things, this is a South Node eclipse, so you got to let something go. Venus rules the eclipse. It's in the 7th. So it does mean partnerships with new people. And also the 6th house is where we air out some of our relationship issues. And so it looks like if you can work through it, then relationships can actually get better. They can get stronger, and we can kind of help build with our partners. On the 17th of the month, we're going to see a full moon in Aries on steroids. It will be in your 12th house around, around 24 degrees. So, 12th house is subconscious. It is behind the scenes, when you're sleeping, when you're in your private office, when you're away from the world, when people can't see you. I always say when we have full moons in the 12th house, we want to hang out, watch some Netflix, we want to meditate, we want to get some extra sleep, light some candles, have some snacks. You know, Aries is a little bit more active. So it might mean that this is actually about healing an injury or a wound. This might be about going to the spa and using hot saunas, infrared saunas, things like that. I think of Aries as being heat. So you might need heat. Watch for fevers. That can be something that we can see that can kind of come up here. 12th house is hospitals and private healing centers. So that can be prompting or promoting if there is an ailment that comes from this eclipse that you're having to go and tend to it, and then you have to rest and recuperate. When this full moon comes in, it's very close to Chiron. So it's about healing things on an emotional or on a soul level. And it will square Mars in your 3rd house. Mars rules your relationships, right? And it also rules tension. So it can mean that there is some heated exchanges you're having with a partner. It can mean that there's some heated exchanges you're having with a coworker. There may be a sudden need to travel or to sign a contract or to, you know, have a conversation with somebody, and it can feel a little tense, and part of you is like, I don't want to say anything, and the other part of you is like, no, I have to say something, or I'm not feeling up to traveling, but I'm going to go. I'm not really feeling like having this conversation, but I'm going to have it, you know? I would just say, looking at this, be mindful of accidents with vehicles because it is in your 3rd house. Be careful of things you say that you can't take back. Be mindful of issues with communications and there being some challenges in communicating and connecting. And it's like this pent up energy of all the things you don't say, and then they kind of come out in like word vomits, you know? And also the stress and the tension that can be on your body if there's been some pent up anger, hostility, or thoughts. Go for a walk, go for a jog, journal, write things down, you know, call a friend or a family member to kind of get some support this month. I think that can be really helpful. All right, so now we're going to look at the big transits. So we already talked about the eclipse on the 2nd. Be mindful there is a Cazimi that happens on the 1st, right before that. So you might get some news about a job or a change with your schedule or your health. Then the eclipse comes in on the 2nd. And then on the 4th, we're going to see Venus in your house of relationships trine Mars in Cancer. So your Venus, other people are Mars. This is good for traveling, meeting, dating people on apps, hanging out with siblings, meeting people locally in your neighborhood. Improving communications in relationships. So that's a good day for you guys. We are also going to see on the 6th of the month, Mercury in Libra will square Mars. So it does look like there's some scheduling issues. It could also mean that there could be some repairs that are kind of coming up for a broken, you know, tablet or a phone, or having to service a vehicle. That can be happening as well, or there being some pressure in a situation between communication and health and healing. Watch your lungs with Mars. Mars can be inflammation, and Mars in the 3rd house could be breathing and anything that's impacting your chest or like coughing. Then we're going to see on the 8th of the month, there will be a trine between Venus in Scorpio and Mars in Cancer. Okay. I think the last one was actually Venus trine Saturn. Sorry about that, guys. So on the 4th, it was Venus trine Saturn. So relationship with friends improving. Then we see on the 8th, Venus trine Mars. They're all kind of trining each other loosely all month long, to be honest with you. So the more that you communicate, the better you can change relationships, the more that you can kind of find common goals or socialize or connect with people, plan trips or travel with partners as well as with friends. They're doing it all month. Then you're going to see also on the 8th that Mercury in Libra will trine Jupiter. So yeah, for some of you guys, it might be like, oh my gosh, you know, I got the job and it's going to pay well, or we're moving to, you know, we're moving to a new office and it's going to be brand new and state of the art and bigger and nicer. You know, something like that can kind of come up where you get some positive news revolving around change. Jupiter is about change. Change revolving around a company you work for, or positive changes between you and a friend that can be manifesting. On the 13th, we'll see Mercury in Libra square Pluto. So you might be like, okay, well, you know, I'm in a bit of like a tricky situation in navigating, changing my schedule, changing my habits, and simultaneously, you know, being able to travel. Maybe you had a trip planned, but you do a job interview and the job interview comes through and they're like, can you start on Monday? And you were like, I'm actually supposed to be somewhere. You know, how do I do both? This can also be about legality and lawsuits. Trying to settle lawsuits can be more the sixth house, and actual decisions and things that can come from the ninth house. So if there's like a legal situation that's coming up, that's a difficult day for communication with legal things. However, even in spite of Mercury square Pluto, the 13th, the sun will trine Jupiter. So it means that you'll have somebody who will assist you with the lawsuit or the legal situation. You may have, you know, somebody who comes in and fills out the paperwork or the documents. You may have a positive turn of events where somebody's willing to help you deal with something. And they're like, hey, I've got a lawyer, call them, you know, or I've got somebody who can come over and clean that mess up here, you know. And so you'll see it's worth making the investment in talking to somebody to help you. And it doesn't matter if it's a financial issue, a legal issue, if it's a health issue, you'll be like, you know what, this is worth spending the money on it. Yes, help me, let's do it. So that's how you kind of work through that. Then on the 14th of the month, you'll see the sun in Libra square Mars. And with the sun square Mars, this is a day to watch out for conflict in communication, especially with coworkers. Be careful with traveling with animals around cars. Make sure your gates and everything are locked up so you don't have any animals that are getting out, because Mars can be vehicles, and the squares to the sixth house could be like, you know, animals getting hurt in the car, not being in a proper carrier, or if they're like have access to a street. I know I don't like saying this, but I would rather just tell you. It could also mean that there are some challenges revolving around getting something fixed. So, and like, you know, Mars here is like, it's moving too quick, and then boom, you know, the square to stuff in the sixth house could mean that there's something injured, something broken, something shattered, and something that's kind of like falling apart. Be very careful with your lower back. Libra is your lower back, and anything to do with like your kidneys and like waste in your system, especially through the urinary tract. You know, if there is some kind of weird fever, or if you're not feeling well, you know, be mindful that that can actually start to kind of kick up some issues relating to that part of your body. All right, so then we are going to see that same day with the squares, the sun will trine Jupiter, so we talked about that, and sun in Libra will square Mars, and on the 14th, Venus in Scorpio, okay, in your house of relationships, will oppose Uranus, which means there can be some stress, because Venus in your seventh house means that you want to be around other people. You want to help other people. You want to partner with them. You want to meet others. You want to connect with clients, or kind of like with your marketplace. And this is a stressful angle. This could mean that there is something coming up that's actually separating you and keeping you apart from another person. And there could be conflict. You know, you might be like, leave me alone, I need freedom. And they're, you know, contacting you, calling you, you know, trying to kind of work with you, partner with you. And you're like, leave me alone. And there can be a bit of a standoff with that opposition brewing. On the 15th of the month, you're going to see Venus trine Neptune. So Venus in the relationship house trining Neptune means that you may have some support coming from friends. There might be opportunities to socialize, bring your partner, and see your friends. Maybe you have friends that want to set you up with someone. Maybe you go to a gathering or a party, and then, you know, you meet someone. So there is supposed to be coming together and being able to connect and collaborate, both with romantic partners as well as friends. And it's a good time to socialize and kind of mix and mingle. Then you will be seeing on the, the 17th. This is when you have that full moon in Aries that I talked about. And you will also have Venus in your seventh house sextiling Pluto in your ninth. This is a good time if you're wanting to plan a trip, plan travel, if you're wanting to talk about, you know, evolving your relationship, where it's going, if you're wanting to establish better relationships with in-laws or family at a distance. And I think maybe planning a trip or planning like a celebration, or for some of you guys, it could be talking about, you know, planning some marital things with Venus sextile Pluto. So it could be talking about like parties or gatherings or weddings or engagement parties that can be coming up here as well. I like it for possibly planning some travel, though. I think that would be nice. All right, and we're going to see on the 22nd of October, then the sun in Libra in your sixth house of work and routine squares Pluto. A lot of scheduling issues this month. All right, so with the Sun square Pluto, you know, changes in habits, daily routine coming into conflict with your schedule or your travel plans, or, you know, your faith or your belief about work or about career or about a legal matter. And this is kind of Xing something out. That Sun ruling your fourth house, those of you guys who are seriously partnered or married, I think there could be a lot of stuff coming up about in-laws this month. It could be relationships with them or health related that I would watch for. And that could also be issues revolving around, you know, making changes in your schedule to better kind of suit your education plan or your travel plans, or anything revolving around a relationship with like a mentor or a teacher. On the same day, Mercury in Scorpio will trine Saturn in Pisces. So Mercury will be in your 7th house, trining Saturn. So when in doubt, reach out, call a friend in need. They'll give you some good advice and help you, you know, kind of talk about how to kind of move through some of the issues and the hangups that you're experiencing. And you can get a lot of good feedback during that transit as well. And then on the 24th, you'll see Mars in Cancer sextile Uranus in your sign. So for some of you guys, it might be like, you know what, I'm stressed out. I really just need a break. I need a road trip. I just need to get away. You know, or I just need to go for a drive, or I need to go for a walk or for a run. If you need to blow off some extra steam and Uranus has you feeling like a bit of a live wire, you know, you want to do 3rd house things, stationary bikes, journaling, walking, jogging. And I think emotional exercises would be good. You know, you guys might want to learn or kind of learn about the EFT tapping technique. That might be something good to learn, with 3rd house being your hands, you know. All right, and then we're going to see on the 28th of October, Mars will start coming into a trine with Neptune, where maybe you're traveling, connecting, communicating, mingling with people online or on social apps, and learning more about creativity, compassion, spirituality, healing, art, like that kind of stuff. So it'd be a good time if you wanted to like pick up a book on that, or if you wanted to join a club, or if you wanted to join an app, or if you wanted to do some learning to be able to enhance some of those abilities. And you might be traveling somewhere, being by water, or going and visiting friends by water, or you know, going to local places where there's ponds, water, pools, fountains. It's also possible that this is going to promote you to be learning some type of like communication technique, or maybe language, and you would be learning it through a group or an app. The very same day on the 28th, you're going to see Venus in Sagittarius or Saturn. So Venus will have moved into your 8th house, where it's kind of like sexy, passionate vibes, and it's squaring Saturn. So it means that there can be some challenges revolving around intimacy or togetherness, vulnerability, and friendships. There can be some financial challenges or hangups revolving around friends and money, whether that's borrowing or lending. You know, that can get a little sticky. And you may be feeling like you're going through some major changes because there has been some release of certain friends or some changes with certain friendships, and it has you kind of like in your feelings a little bit, because you're like, man, things are really changing for me, you know, and who can I rely on, or who do I have for support? Then you will see on the 30th, Mercury will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So you've got Mercury in your relationship zone, and it's going to oppose Uranus in your sign. To me, that spells out not getting along, not seeing eye to eye with another person. And that could be a client, that could be a romantic partner, a spouse, that could be, you know, a therapist, and like not agreeing. And it's going to be about a back and forth or a negotiation, I think, either involving money or children. Okay, it can be a back and forth with a communication that's like kind of flirty. And I could see this being like, okay, you know, I text you and then playing it cool, and then text him back, and then you wait a couple days, you know, and maybe that's the Mercury opposed Uranus. But Uranus makes you kind of impatient, a bit of like a live wire, and it doesn't want to be kind of held down. So with Mercury in your 7th house trying to talk to you, you might be reluctant to want to communicate, sit down and talk to another person. So it's not the best communication day for you. And on the 31st, they will then see Mercury trine Neptune. So it's like, if you're not getting along well with the partner, you know, they're going to be like, well, I'm going to call their best friend, or I'm going to call their sister or their mom. Like, they're going to try to call another person to try to see if they can kind of communicate and smooth things over. And that could also irritate you because Mercury is still in opposition to Uranus. The other way I could see this is that maybe there is a lot of attraction. I mean, Venus will be in the 7th house, Mercury will be in the 7th house, the sun will be in the 7th house. So it can be bringing in like a long distance relationship or a back and forth with someone. Maybe you've got a partner that you've just kind of getting serious with, and now they're meeting your friends, right? Or if you're single, you're telling your friends, I want to go out and do things, I want to meet people, or they set you up. So it doesn't have to be stressful, but there is some kind of connection between relationships and friends, and maybe either having to participate more in your partner's relationship socially or vice versa. And I think that it can be really complementary. And you're being asked to either travel this month or break out of your daily routine. And that's what's going to kind of make things, I think, a little bit more interesting. Okay. So with that being said, let's see what card you get, Taurus. Okay. Did I pull that right? Okay. Sorry, I pulled the wrong one. We have the sun. Okay. I have my Nightmare Before Christmas cards out. You have the sun. I love this card for you because, well, number one, the sun's going through an angular house this month. So it's really putting the spotlight on the 7th house, relationships, partners, other people. And this is like everything that glitters and is like alluring, and, you know, you get really excited and you can feel like you can play and you can have fun. And the sun card comes up generally after a period where we've had some challenges. So it can mean that you've been actually overcoming health challenges, work challenges, relationship challenges. And then this month you can actually feel like things are actually aligning and you can enjoy yourself a little bit more. So you're really allowing yourself to have some time in the sun and allowing yourself to be happy. I think this is about being happy, right? Even though there's going to be some changes. I don't know what changes it's going to be. I don't know if it's job or schedule or if it's things revolving around how you communicate, but roll with the punches this month and enjoy yourself and really try to be around other people. I think that's where you're going to do your best work. I'll catch you back here next month, Taurus. Enjoy the month of October. All right, we have got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's up, Gemini? Welcome back to my channel. We're going to be talking about the October horoscopes for 2024 for you. We are going to see Mercury change signs, and that is going to definitely make some things happen. We are also going to be seeing Jupiter turn retrograde in your sign. So I think those are the two bigger things that I would be watching for this month: Jupiter retrograde, as well as Mercury going into Scorpio. The other thing is we are going to be having a solar eclipse in Libra, and it is going to be right around the time of a Mercury Cazimi. So you'll see on like the 1st and the 2nd, there are some really interesting, creative, fortuitous things happening. So I do think that the solar eclipse being in a sister air sign is also positive for you, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So those are kind of like the highlights for you this month. Let's start with the ingresses first. So first things first, on the 13th of October, you're going to see that Mercury is going to enter into the sign of Scorpio. Okay, so it will go into your 6th house. Well, your Mercury, that is the planet of communication, travel, learning, you know, intellect, knowledge, exchange, business, all that stuff. And it also rules your 4th house of home. So when you have Mercury going into your 6th, you're going to be like focused on health, productivity, organizing, cleaning. Maybe it's going to be about taking care of animals. Maybe it's going to be about focusing on cleaning up your schedule a little bit. Maybe you're going to the gym more. Maybe you're going to the office more. You know, there's just a to-do list that's going to happen. And Scorpio is about depth. So this is a good time for like detoxing, decluttering, recycling things, selling things, giving it away, anything revolving around creating change, and embracing change at the same time. Scorpio is a sign that you don't really kind of resonate with because you guys quincunx each other. It means that it creates a little bit of like a funky angle. And the good news is that Mercury likes being in the 6th house. So it can really kind of problem solve as it goes through this house. So if there's a problem at work, if there's an issue with a pet, if there is a problem with your health, you know, you'll be able to problem solve some of these things. On the 17th of the month, Venus enters Sagittarius. It's going to move into your 7th house of relationships, where it does its best work. Very positive transit. If you're out there trying to meet people, if you are trying to bring in more customers, more clients, more people into your business, it is a transit for that. Venus can be about hidden things, hidden talents, things that you create behind the scenes, things you don't see coming. and romance. So there can be shocks and surprises and positive developments happening in your love life. I think about the eclipse in your 5th house and then Venus going into the 7th. So some of you guys will meet somebody perhaps over the next couple of months. Some of you guys also may be finding out you're pregnant. That can be happening with the eclipse. Now on the 22nd, you're going to see the sun enter Scorpio. So the sun will be there, Mercury will be there, where it's about health, routine, making change, embracing change, whether that's on the work front or just in your day-to-day routines and you're making changes with how you look at your habits. Because Scorpio is about detoxing, I feel like for you guys, it's a good month to detox and say, how can I stop eating processed food? Or how do I stop smoking? Or how do I stop drinking? And I think that that can be really beneficial for you, is like finding a routine and sticking to it and finding ways to stay busy, because so many trines are happening between your 6th house of your office space and Mars in the house of money and Saturn and Neptune in the house of career. Like, some of you guys might need to hire an assistant. Some of you guys might need to say, I'm getting up earlier, or I'm changing some of my habits to really make sure that I'm productive at work, or, you know, I'm looking for a job because I really want to work. So it's going to be some nitty gritty work that you're going to be doing, but I think it's going to be very productive. And also I think it's going to be rewarding. So you should get something on the back end. On the 11th of October, you are going to be seeing Pluto go direct in Capricorn. So Pluto has been retrograde in your 8th house, also a sign that quincunxes you. And this basically means that it's kind of the final last couple of weeks before we see Pluto go back into Aquarius. This is where we wrap something up. Pluto in the 8th house represents major changes and transformations psychologically in regards to our thoughts around joint resources, sex, intimacy, investments, changes revolving around your career, Pluto and Capricorn. And Pluto rules your 6th. So it's also kind of saying, like, what bad habits do I need to kick, and what do I need to stop doing, and like what's keeping me from finding the right job, and how can I find the best kind of position or place for me. So it's all kind of saying the same thing. I think with Pluto going direct, you know, there can be some big news revolving around banking, investments, joint resources, insurance, you know, also alimonies, child support, you know, that stuff can kind of come up too. On the 9th of October, this is one of the highlights for you, Jupiter will go retrograde in your sign. Jupiter rules relationships. It also rules career. Okay, so these are 2 houses that deal with visibility. And with Jupiter retrograde in your 1st house, you're now reevaluating, what have I been doing? Where have I been growing in relationships? Where have I been growing in my career? Jupiter saw a square to Saturn in August, and we're going to see one more in December. So it does tell me that, you know, you can only be so optimistic, or you can only be, you know, growing or developing so quickly in your relationships or in your career, that it's not like all butterflies and rainbows. Like, I know some of you guys are getting married, some of you guys are launching businesses, some of you guys are moving ahead and you're seeing lots of positive things, but that comes with a lot of hard work, right? Relationships and your career endeavors, like, it's not easy. You know, you might make it look easy, but it's not easy. So I think Jupiter retrograde is kind of reevaluating, like, okay, you know, rather than being focused on what other people think, or, you know, like making other people believe that all of this stuff is easy, I'm going to be more focused on actually getting down to business and, like, you know, making sure that the actions that I'm taking are aligning with my beliefs and my philosophy. I'm not just talking about it, I'm doing something about it. It can be a time where you're reflecting on the changes that you've made personally and also to your appearance as well. And I know Jupiter in the 1st house can be a little bit of like an annoying transit, because sometimes we gain weight with that transit. So I could see like Jupiter retrograde in the 1st house, where you're starting to see the results that are showing if you are making changes in your eating habits, and it will square Saturn. So if you are more diligent, more on top of things, you know, and if you're more kind of responsible, you'll see some of those changes that you want to see, if that's something that you're trying to do. And finally, that retrograde will last until the beginning of February of 2025. And if you have any personal planets from 21 to 11 degrees of Gemini, Jupiter will be retrograding over that. So if it's your sun, moon, rising, or another planet, it'll be hanging out there clear until like spring of next year. So you're going to have Jupiter go direct in February. So while it's retrograde, we don't want to lose the faith. right? We don't want to not be optimistic. We don't want to delay learning or, you know, shifting something around our beliefs. You'll see the results that are going to come through closer to the spring of next year. Then on to the lunations this month. So on October 2nd, you have a very interesting solar eclipse in your 5th house. So the day before, there will be a Cazimi. So Mercury, your chart ruler, will pull ahead of the sun, which means there's about to be an epiphany, a realization, or an announcement. Now, the sun rules your 3rd house of communications and media or siblings or things you're learning. So if you have your own business, you might be like, hey, look at what I've been creating, or I'm having a sale, or look at what I'm, you know, kind of putting out there. It could mean that on an app you meet somebody, and it could be an opportunity for free love, for true love, free love, true love, whatever. And there's like a really significant connection because the 5th house is about romance. It can mean that you get a phone call or a text message, email, something from somebody that you didn't see coming, and you're like, whoa. But it can be that there's an announcement of a pregnancy. Jupiter retrograde in your 1st house, you've got health transits in your 6th, you've got a solar eclipse in your 5th. If you have children, it could be big changes in their life. So you might find out, like, you know, they're graduating, or they have some announcement themselves, or they're having kids, or there's some birthday party, like, you know, something like that can happen. And then the solar eclipse will be around 10 degrees. So if you have around 9, 10, 11 degrees Gemini placements, it's going to trine you. So it's in harmony with your placements. And this is honestly where we just say, you know what? I would like to have more fun. I'd like to focus on hobbies. Some of you guys might be going back to old hobbies, reconnecting with old romantic people. You might go back to old creative projects you haven't launched. You might be hearing back from your kids about something. And this eclipse will unfold over the better part of the next 6 months. The ruler will be in the 6th. So that tells me that it could be also romance found at work or through work. Maybe you meet somebody at a bar after work. Maybe it's that you're trying to find ways to be healthy and also have fun. So you're like, I don't want to just like not, you know, eat. Like, I want to go to a dance class. I want to, you know, learn new hobbies that can be creative and artistic, or something I can do with another person. But remember, this is something that we're releasing. So it's a new moon that's about releasing. And it's in opposition to the North Node in the 11th. So you can create things, hobbies, you know, have fun with your kids, or, you know, maybe even meet somebody, but it's trying to say, well, we also want to connect with other people. So whatever you create, you have to go and connect with other people. So if you're an artist and you create something, you want to find a gallery, right? If you are hoping to find love, then you're, you know, 11th house, you're going to go to a party, or you're going to go online. So there is some kind of bringing forth that 11th house in the process of making that happen. So you want to be a part of a collective. All right, and then we're going to see on the 17th of October a full moon in Aries, which is in your 11th house of network, socializing, parties, gatherings, and get-togethers. I think this is going to be a little bit easier for you guys to navigate because you're going to have sextiles to your ascendant in Gemini, and you're also going to have trines to the sun in Libra. But this is a full moon that'll be in the 11th. So gatherings, parties, celebrations, meetings with friends, things like that. And I think this is positive because even though there's hard aspects to Mars, which rules a full moon in Aries, it's like you're joining a union, or you're joining a network, or you're joining like a private kind of group or something that's actually helping you make more money. Maybe you have to spend your dues, you know, or you have to apply to get into something and then it costs you money. Maybe you get invited to a wedding or a party and you're like, I have to bring food, or I have to buy a gift. You know, that could be Mars in the 2nd house. You have to spend money in order to be a part of this group. But it may be a group that's worth joining. And so if it's something that costs money, I could see it being worth making the investment, honestly, especially because it is going to make a sextile to Jupiter in your sign. So I do think that it's going to enhance the opportunity for you to be seen and also bring in clients or other people. All right, so let's get into the transits now. So the first is when you're going to see the Cazimi. The second is when you see the eclipse. The 4th of October is when Venus will trine Saturn. So Venus will be in your daily routine, health, habits, and work, and it'll trine Saturn. So you might have help from someone that you least expect. Okay, so it can be an assistant, it could be an employee, there could be some new job that comes in. and it's helping you solidify and feel more, I think, stable and kind of committed to a job or a career or a boss in some way. So that's a positive aspect. Then you're going to see on the 6th of the month, Mercury will square Mars. Okay, so you've got Mercury in your 5th house of creativity, children, and playtime, squaring Mars. So it's like, in order to play or go to the bar or date or whatever, create, you got to spend money. And you might be like, well, is it worth it? You might feel more incentivized to just say, I don't care. I just want to have fun. This is worth the investment. And I would say, okay, you could do that. Then you're going to see the very same day that Mercury will trine Jupiter. And you might be like, you know what, it's worth the investment. It's, it's for my kid, or it's going to impress my date, and you're like, let's just do it. But this is another sign. Mercury can be about conversations. It can also be about tests. And with Mercury trine Jupiter, it could be that you're telling somebody else, guess what? I'm in love with you, or, I'm pregnant. Like, that could be happening. So that's exciting. You guys will have to let me know what happens with that. Then we're going to see on the 13th, am I on the right one? Yeah, then we're going to see on the 13th, we are going to see Mercury in Libra square Pluto and Capricorn. So Mercury square Pluto. So where changes or conversations involving children, creativity, gambling, self-employment brings up, okay, I have this great idea, but how is this going to work? How is it going to make money? Or, what am I going to end up having to pay for? Or what is this going to cost me? Or what are the taxes going to be? And also just overcoming fear, right? So this is a Mercury transit. So overcoming fear in regards to change in joint resources. And the very same day, we then see the Sun in Libra trine Jupiter. Okay, so the Sun in Libra trine Jupiter, where you're like, this is exciting, but it's scary. Like, whatever is happening, you're like, this is exciting, but it's scary. And you're like maybe a little overwhelmed, but focus on the Sun trine Jupiter, because I feel like that's just shining a light, showing you that like it's going to be okay. It's a good change. And then you're going to see on the, 14th, Sun in Libra squares Mars in Cancer. Sun in Libra square Mars in Cancer, bringing up more of an effect of having to have expenses, maybe relating to children's education or relating to travel or relating to cars. And then you're going to see Venus in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. Venus in your work and health and routine house, making an opposition to Uranus. So it could be that there's unexpected changes with work, health, and travel taking place this day. Watch your health here, because there could be some kind of stress that can kind of come up that can kind of put you down or make you feel like you need to kind of rest or recuperate. Unexpected changes with workspace and work relationships, that can be coming up here too, and like where you're having to adjust to schedules or new kind of health habits. Then you're going to see on the 15th of the month, Venus will trine Neptune. So Venus in your 6th house, trining Neptune, where you have the health and the support, the help, the assistance that's coming in from, a care team or a healer or an employee. And they understand, and they're being sympathetic and understanding if something's going on with your health, or something's kind of changed with your family, or if you're pregnant and you need to rest or take time off. This can also be a time where you're feeling like your visions and what you've been manifesting for your career is like now starting to come to fruition. Then on the 17th, we have that full moon in Aries we talked about. That'll go hand in hand also with Venus sextile Pluto. So Venus in the the work house sextile Pluto means that there can be positive changes and transformations of health and habits. And a lot of it's about releasing and letting things go, and not trying to feel like we have to control things. I think it's a big theme with Scorpio and also with Capricorn. Then on the 22nd of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Libra square Pluto and Capricorn. So the Sun in your 5th house squaring Pluto. This is where we're also overcoming fears, but I think it's more kind of like, am I taking too many risks? Am I taking risks dating somebody? Am I being too vulnerable? Am I having too much fun? And what is it costing me? What's going to be the exchange? And there can also be a little bit of drama that can come up with dating, and we can see some jealousy that can kind of come up here, and some conflicts in romantic relationships. So watch out for that. Then on the 22nd as well, we will see Venus in Scorpio sextile Pluto. So that's happening. All right. And then we see on the 22nd, Mercury trine Saturn. All right. So Mercury will be in your 6th. It's trining Saturn. Good conversations with bosses, commitments and responsibility to work and career, getting on track with maybe your schedule and your productivity. So that's a good transit for you. Also maybe for changing jobs, getting a job, improving your health. On the 24th, we will see Mars in Cancer, sextile Uranus. This one might send you for a bit of a loop where you're like, there was an unexpected expense that came up and I had to pay for something. There was unexpectedly, needing to pay for a medication, needing to pay for a bill. You might be shocked and surprised by like an energy bill, an electric bill, an internet bill, and you might be kind of like agitated about what you're having to pay for, or if you're doing any healing or any behind the scenes healthcare or treatments, it can be costly. This is also the impact of spending money and finances that's having on your stress levels, right? Sextile to Uranus in your 12th. On the 28th of the month, Mars will trine Neptune and Pisces. So we see something aligning, revolving around the direction you're going when it comes to your work and your spending habits and also your career. So you can feel very incentivized emotionally and that you're going towards a goal because you're trying to kind of go for your dream job or, make your dreams a reality. But by the same token, there can also be this sense, because at this point Mars is in shadow, we're going to start feeling the effects of eventually Mars going retrograde in your money house, where you're like, if I am going to be changing jobs, taking time off, retiring, if I am going to go and take a hiatus, do I need to cool it and like spend less? Because Mars in the second house, we will spend during that transit. We will consume more, collect more. We will socialize more, especially for you. I think there's going to be like this sense of you being like, I'm already working really hard and I have goals for my finances, but if I'm constantly going to parties, if I'm going out, if I'm spending money, maybe if I'm spending a lot of money on health or things like that, you might feel like, okay, I'm never going to be able to make a job change. Or maybe because of your expenses, it's incentivizing you to visualize a new, kind of career or a new job. But you will start feeling money stress. As much as I don't like to say that, Mars will oppose Pluto in your financial houses several times. And it means that there's going to be a back and forth over how you're spending, consuming, or what you have versus other people. So it could mean that you have a partner that's like, no, we're not getting a credit card. No, we're not getting a loan, or I'm not paying for that stuff. And you're like, I'm having to pay for it. And you feel like you're on this like never ending kind of, cycle of never being able to kind of get off of the credit go round, or you're never really getting ahead. You are one of the signs, you and Cancer are the two signs that I would say you need to watch your finances the most right now. It needs to start now. You don't want to wait until Mars gets into shadow and then you start seeing like, well, there's some job issues, or I'm not working now, and like now I have all these, like expenses. Like I would say start cutting back on stuff now. And as much as I hate to say it, it means that you're not going to be able to accept every invitation to go and socialize and go to parties and travel and get-togethers with friends. That's the square to your 11th house. And also, you're managing how you're having fun. Part of the South Node eclipse in your 5th is about learning how to be creative with another person and not feeling like you need to break the bank. So it can mean that you're like, yeah, we don't have to go to concerts and shows and this and that. Like, we're going to kind of take money and set it aside. And you'll be a lot better off, I think, financially come the new year if you heed my advice and be mindful of just kind of overdoing it. Anyway, then we're going to see on the 28th, after Mars trines Saturn, where we see some stability with money and career, we start seeing some forward motion and some positive change. You're also going to see Venus in Sagittarius square Saturn. So Venus in your relationship house will come into a square with Saturn, which means you're like, okay, well, there's this job that's coming in and I'm going to take it, and, it's going to provide, and this is my goal, and this is what I'm trying to do, and this is what I'm changing. And you might have to put work before a relationship. You might have to say to your partner, I know that you don't like these hours, or I'm sorry that I'm working so much, but this is what I'm trying to do. I'm really trying to get ahead or really forward my career. And you may have somebody who's disappointed that you have to work on a Friday night, or, somebody who is wanting to connect with you and you're like, I just have so much going on work-wise, I can't. And it can cause a little bit of frustration with a romantic relationship or somebody that you're seeing, but it's temporary. On the 30th, Mercury will oppose Uranus and Taurus. So this is important for you because Mercury is going through Scorpio. So it's about work, healing, organization, productivity. And you might be feeling like a little kind of discombobulated because you're making some health changes or you're making some shifts to your routine or maybe how you're working, maybe even your schedule. And then on the 31st, Mercury will trine Neptune. Okay, so trine to Neptune in opposition to Uranus, watch your health. Because if your health and your habits aren't solid at the end of the month, or if you're one of those people who's like, I'm going to a Halloween party on the 30th or the 31st, I'd be like, if you're drinking and partying, you know, you're going to have some issues being able to kind of show up, go to work, be productive. It's not going to go so well. You think it will, but it's not. You can end up, you know, having a couple of off days or finding it difficult to kind of cope and being in the office, you know. But Mercury trine Neptune is where we're feeling inspired, but I could see like that could also be like telling little white lies. That's like, no, I'm not hungover or have food poisoning or, you know, something like that, which I'm not condoning. I could just see that could be what's happening. And you may not be firing on all cylinders at the end of the month with that opposition and that trine. So just really take care of your health, watch reproductive health, watch detoxing and letting go of old habits. I really think that's what Pluto back at 29 of Capricorn is all about for you. Okay. All right, so with that being said, let's look at the card that I get for you for this month. I get the Two of Potions, also known as the Two of Cups. This is my my Nightmare Before Christmas deck. So Two of Cups is a relationship card. For you to be having Venus go into your 7th house, you could meet someone. For you to be having an eclipse in your 5th house, you could totally like have a love at first sight moment or fall in love with your current partner all over again or be experiencing some kind of amazing joy or in some kind of something you're sharing with another person. So I think this is more about relationships for Geminis and Gemini risings, togetherness, partnership, working together, trying to kind of see how you can bring some light to each other's lives, movie nights, date nights, going out, dinner, drinks, you know, exchanges with other people, where there can be more emotions. And all of these water trines are happening for you guys in earth houses. So it's going to be about how do you feel about the way you're spending money? How do you feel about your health? How do you feel about your career? You know, and you have to feel your way into these things, which can actually manifest and create some kind of change. Okay. So I hope that's helpful for you. Gemini and Gemini rising. I will catch you guys back here soon. We've got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's going on, Cancer? I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. These are your October 2024 horoscopes. We are going to be touching on all of the transits this month, but I'm just going to tell you things are pretty lit for the cardinal signs. And we are going to see a ton of aspects happening to Mars, and Mars happens to be in your sign. So this is a combination of squares to Mars in your 1st house where you can feel a little provoked. You feel like the pressure is on. This is also a combination of planets moving through your 4th house where you will also have a solar eclipse, which is going to shake things up on the home front with your family, with your emotions, and also relationship to people from the past. And we've got Pluto that's going to go direct in your 7th house of relationships. And they're all ping-ponging off of each other, plus a very big full moon in Aries, which will be in your career house. So Godspeed for you guys. I feel it too as a cardinal rising, so I already know that it's coming. Let's first talk about what's going on with the moon this month, obviously, because you're ruled by the moon. So we've got 2 very big lunations this month. On the 2nd of October, we will have a solar eclipse in Libra. This will be happening in your 4th house of home and family. Libra is about diplomacy, balance, fairness, relationships. So it can be relationships from the past, your relationships to family, your relationship to home, the foundation of your home, one of your parents' relationships, you know, your relationship to roommates, or maybe if you live with a spouse. That is the theme. Go back and think about the solar eclipse we had last fall in 2023. This one is going to be happening around 10 degrees. So if you have Cancer rising 9, 10, 11, you're going to be feeling the squeeze. Now, A solar eclipse brings action. And this is also going to be connected to the South Node. So there's action revolving around dealing with the past, evaluating the past, could be going back to the past or hearing from the past. That's the themes that I think about. And right before the eclipse on the 1st, we're going to have a Cazimi. So we'll have Mercury conjunct the sun. So you could have a dream about an ancestor or a family member that's passed. You could have a dream that something changed in your home or something, or someone from the past kind of came back up. Or that you were moving, right? Or maybe you have an important conversation with a sibling or with a neighbor that can happen around the time of the eclipse. This will take time to unfold. So we'll see over the next 6 months that things revolving around your home, where you're living, your emotions, your family are changing. So some of you guys will be like selling our old house, moving to a new house, changing my relationship, moving to my own apartment. Having issues revolving around my roommates, right? Any of that stuff can kind of come up. But when the eclipse happens, it's ruled by Venus, and Venus is in your 5th. So it can be saying that there can be some changes with your home or your living situation that's brought on by children, romantic relationships, changes to your home creatively. Some of you guys are like, well, I'm going to be furnishing my home or painting walls, or I'm designing my own space, or we're knocking down and renovating and rebuilding. And maybe that's part of the creative process, right? So give it about 6 months for that stuff to unfold, and be mindful of what you're getting rid of. Like if you have kids, I would say clear out your kids' closets and get rid of all the extra stuff also in your kitchen. Anything that's broken or not working, get rid of it or donate it, recycle it. And if you have anything in your home belonging to ex-boyfriends, girlfriends, ex-partners, get it out of your house, because Venus is not in a sign that it likes. So you're blocking yourself from being able to move forward in new relationships if you have stuff that reminds you of the past. All right, so then number 2 is on the 17th, we're going to have a full moon in Aries, and that's going to be taking place in your natal 10th house. This is all about career, reputation, what you've been setting your sights on basically since spring of 2004. So go back and think about what intentions you were setting with the new moon in Aries. Full moons are completions. Big things happen under full moons. And the 10th house might be that you launch a business, that you have to present something, that you are getting some recognition for your work, but it could also mean there's drama at work, or there's something going on with a parent, or there is some situation that comes to a point where it feels like it's going to pop. And what's challenging about this full moon is that it's going to be conjunct Chiron, so it can be bringing up wounding, where you're feeling like you're being isolated, or you're the odd man out at work, or that you are being kind of called out for stuff, or maybe you're getting to a point where you're like, this job is not good for me, it's creating emotional wounds. Maybe it means that you're feeling the pain of having to, work independently and run your own business. And this is ruled by Mars, and Mars is in your sign. So we will see mutual reception between the moon and Mars, but they're both not in signs that they do well in my opinion. So what this is going to mean is that you're going to be feeling heated. You're going to be feeling like if somebody challenges you at work, you're going to go toe to toe with them, because Mars in your 1st house is going to make you feel like you want to stand up for yourself. Trust me when I tell you, any conflict that you want to deal with, you should deal with it in September going into October, because after like the 5th of October, Mars is in shadow, and anything you don't deal with, any conflicts you don't deal with, or if you don't step up or kind of stand up for yourself, it's gonna keep coming back up, especially with oppositions to Pluto and so many squares you're gonna see this month to planets in your 4th house. So, you're going to feel like you're getting it basically from all angles. And I just tell you this so you're prepared. And so you know that really the lesson is North Node in Aries in the 10th. Do I need to run my own business? Do I need to, tell my boss, like, what's up? Do I need to stand up for myself with a roommate that's being bossy? Do I need to confront a partner about some power struggles? All of these things you can be kind of feeling. And Mars in Cancer means that if we let our emotions control us, then we are going to be an emotional basket case, and we're just constantly responding to things. But when we lean into some of the trines to Saturn, and then also the sextiles to Uranus, or the trines to Venus, we can neutralize some of that energy. Like, you guys are going to benefit from having a lot of energy, like work out, be assertive. You don't have to be aggressive. Get out and get things done. Meditate, follow a
program even, or like a mentor or some kind of spiritual teaching or training. Maybe put that energy into being like, I want to be creative. I'm starting my own thing. I'm making lemonade if the situation feels really intense and heated. Obviously, that eclipse will be around 24 degrees. So if you have any Cancer placements, sun, moon, or rising around 22 to 26 degrees, you're going to be feeling that the most. All right. So with that being said, other things that are happening. October 13th, Mercury enters Scorpio. So you're feeling like communicating, sharing, being sexy, flirting, meeting people, and maybe this could be more interest in hobbies or dating apps because it's going to activate your third house, or traveling and then you meet somebody. Then on the 17th of the month, Venus enters Sagittarius. So Venus goes into your 6th house where you're finding pleasure through organizing health, busy work basically. Can love be found at a gym or at the grocery store, the laundromat, the doctor's office? Yes, it can. And also this can be a good time for pets, for spending time with animals, focusing on our health, maybe trying to kind of blend like pleasure and also health or wellness. And Venus is the connection to your 4th house and your 11th house. So it can mean that you're clearing out issues that you have with friends or family maybe, or friends or roommates or partners, and it is challenging to kind of feel the love when Venus goes through the 6th house, but I would recommend organizing, cleaning, and clearing out things in your home because that's what is the connection to the 4th house, and trying to make the home feel like less cluttered or kind of like more clear. And then on the 22nd of the month, you'll see Sun in Scorpio, and that's going to be the start of Scorpio season. So good for you because it's a water sign, so it'll be, trining your sun, moon, or rising. And obviously we see a lot of water trines between Venus, Mars, and Saturn all month long. That's activating your passions, your actions, your emotions with creativity, romance, dating, children, having fun, taking chances, traveling, and learning, right? So these trines for you are really good all month long. It means that you can do a lot more of these things. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Now on the 11th of October, Pluto will go direct. It will no longer be retrograde, and you guys are in the final stretch of Pluto in Capricorn. So if you're a late degree Cancer rising or sun or moon, you're almost done with the Pluto transit. It is going to kind of go off with a bang though, because at the end of the month, you're going to start feeling Mars coming into opposition with Pluto, where there's some tension building between you and another person. And I don't know if it's somebody at work because Mars rules career, or if it's like a business partner, a manager, if it's a spouse or a romantic partner. But this Mars transit is about learning not to let somebody else have power over you. It's like, no, you're not going to control me. You're not going to dictate me. And I'm not going to learn to react to things, just because you're unwilling to change. Cancer and Cancer rising. Focus on yourself. Don't focus on trying to change other people. Other people will be resistant to change, or they're going to be kind of nasty with Pluto at 29 degrees. But when Pluto goes direct, whatever challenges in relationships or with clients or with business partnerships has been kind of happening, it's going to become more obvious to you. And I think the Mars shadow is about you realizing, I have to be the one that changes. If they don't want to change, so be it, then I'm changing. And yeah, we will see some separations, breakups, divorces that can happen as a result of that. And if it's not with romantic partners, Pluto rules your 5th house, so it could be with one of your children. So it could be a back and forth that you're having with one of your children, and you're trying to figure out, why are they acting like this? What's the problem? Why are they being so combative? And you'll kind of work through that into the spring as Mars and Pluto oppose each other. So when it goes direct, it means that there can be something that's revealed to you about somebody's true motives and whether or not it really is a good relationship, and if it is time to make a change. On the 9th of the month, we will see Jupiter turn retrograde in Gemini. And it will turn retrograde until the beginning of February of 2025. And it will go from 21 to 11 degrees. So it's going to hang out in your 12th house, where there's more of an emphasis on your health and your habits behind the scenes. And it wants you to stay on top of work, your to-do list, your health, and not fall into old patterns. Sometimes Jupiter, we overdo it. So we can find that we're oversleeping, over drinking, binging on TV, stuff like that in Gemini. And there's been several squares to Saturn throughout this transit, which means there's been some delays with traveling, education, with relationships, and maybe there's been some shifts revolving around your philosophy. I've observed when Jupiter's in the 12th house, it can feel like there are certain things coming to an end and it just doesn't make sense why. And you'll find out when Jupiter goes into your sign next year that some of the things that ended had to end. So maybe, you've stopped talking to somebody. Maybe you've decided that, it's easier to kind of ice someone or something out, or maybe you're reflecting on your belief system, or maybe you've gone back to school. Just know that with Jupiter retrograde, you have to stay on top of your health and your habits. And even the next incoming square in December to Saturn says that you need a teacher, guru, or program, maybe even a coach, somebody who can help you through this process of actually creating change. So you're not going to see a lot of that happening when it's in the 12th house or when it's retrograde. It's going to be kind of like on the mind, and it's also going to be subconscious patterns. So I would really recommend some Cancers and Cancer risings to be like going to church, going to temple, doing ritual work or sacred work. Meditation and hypnosis can be so helpful for you guys, and it can really help you overcome some of these mental limitations or fears. And I think Saturn in the 9th house could be a teacher, or it could be somebody who can kind of teach you about these modalities and help you overcome that. And that's pretty much it for the ingresses, the retrogrades, and the lunations. So let's now look at the rest of the month. So watch on the 1st for the Cazimi, where there could be some unexpected conversation or news that comes in leading up to the eclipse that can impact your family, your home, or your living situation on the 2nd of October. On the 4th of the month, Venus will be in your 5th house of creativity and romance, and it's going to trine Mars in your sign. So this is like feeling enthusiastic, optimistic, romantic, creative, wanting to have fun, wanting to go out and go to the bars or go to the clubs or go to the shows, go to the casinos, blowing off steam. I could see that with Mars trine Venus. But this could be a nice harmonizing that could be taking place between your drive and your actions and your romance or your creative endeavors. This also might have you feeling incentivized to kind of work on your own business or something that could be a little bit like risky, but it might feel like it's worth taking a risk. Then on the 6th of the month, Mercury in Libra in your 4th house starts coming into a square with Mars. So, if you're going out and having fun, you come back home and your partner's like, where have you been? What have you been doing? That could be very much be the Mercury square Mars. Somebody is talking to you and asking questions about where you've been, what your plans are with the home or the living situation, and it can kind of ruffle your feathers a little bit, and it can make you feel like you're not the boss of me, and you can feel like a little bit more assertive with your family, your partner, your roommates, people that you live with. Then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Venus in Scorpio will trine Mars in Cancer. I did the same thing again. Sorry, guys. So on the 4th, let me go back. Venus will trine Saturn. So I was looking at Saturn, I was looking at Mars, not Saturn. So Venus trine Saturn means opportunities on the 4th for long distance relationships with teachers, mentors, gurus, planning trips, or maybe meeting somebody from far away. Okay, let me go back. So then on the 8th, Venus will trine Mars. So this is where you're feeling like taking chances, blowing off some steam, having some fun, feeling creative and romantic. Same day that Mercury will then come into a trine with Jupiter. Mercury trine Jupiter. So you're like, okay, if there is some tension going on the home front, do I potentially go somewhere else? Do I travel? Am I kind of finding a room or a place that I can kind of hide away and keep to myself? Maybe. Yeah, I could see that. You're just looking for some privacy, but still feeling really tapped in, intuitive with these trines in the 4th and the 12th house. Really significant communication, intuition, dreams can kind of come through there. And where there is some opportunity to kind of get some help from friends or family that can be at a distance if you need a little bit of a break. Then on the 13th of the month, you will see Mercury square Pluto in Capricorn. So Mercury then starts coming into a square with Pluto, where there's a lot of back and forth with a partner. And, maybe it's not you. Maybe it's you trying to take action and talk to someone you live with, or maybe with your family about a family situation or a home dynamic, and they're not receptive. And then you get to the Mercury in the 4th house square Pluto, and then it starts really causing some problems. So there is some conflict that you're having with another person in your life, and it can be a romantic partner. If there's some family disputes or issues with roommates, you know, you may need like a mediator, or you might need like a therapist to kind of come in and help you work through some of the squabbles. Be mindful that it can be other family getting involved in what could already be some tension that you're having with another person. And with Mercury square Pluto, there's definitely some heated words and exchanges. And Mercury ruling your 12th and your 3rd makes me feel like it can be some intense situations involving neighbors or siblings, and them going through some stressful stuff and maybe talking to them about it or other family about it. And the same day, you'll see the Sun trine Jupiter. So the Sun in the 4th house trine Jupiter, which makes me feel like it could be about family that's further away. It could be about aunts, uncles, or cousins, or in-laws. But there does seem to be like, well, there was this tension, or, you know, did you hear so-and-so died? And they were like, yeah, but it was peaceful. You know, I know you don't want to hear that, but you are dealing with water houses. So 4th and 12th can be about ends of situations and completion of life. Or, oh, their relationship is over. Or, oh, they sold their home. Isn't that great? You know, it's like, well, this thing ended, but it ended up being for a good reason. Then we're going to see on the 14th, Sun in Libra squares Mars in Cancer. So this is another day where you're going to get triggered, where a man in the home, could be brother, could be husband, could be father, could be landlord. Somebody comes in and they start pressuring you, Mars. And you're like agitated, you know, like, why are you trying to inspect my apartment? Or why are you showing up at my house? Or why are you telling me, you know, how to manage my home? And there is some conflict about who's in charge on the home front. Or you're having a little bit of tension maybe with like a parent or a partner. Very same day, you're going to see Venus in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. Okay, Venus in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. So that means that there is a little bit of like tension between, you know, a romantic partner and you, or between you and a friend, or there can be some kind of friendship squabble that can be happening, especially if you have like a friend come to stay with you, or if you're having like a situationship that's not defined and you're like, well, what are we doing here? Like, why are you at my house all the time? You know, and trying to kind of figure out like, where do we stand with things? That could definitely be a time where you can have some upsides. Be careful with changes with dating. Be careful with gambling and investments. You don't know which way things are going to go that day. Then we're going to see on the 15th, Venus in Scorpio will trine Neptune in Pisces. So Venus in Scorpio trines Neptune. So this does feel dreamy, magical, great for being by water, traveling, going on a date, good music, good vibes, and maybe even like, maybe if it's not traveling, then it could be going and doing something where you're learning something together. You take like an art class or a dance class. That could be fun with that trine as well. Okay, so then we're going to see on the 17th, that big full moon in Aries that I told you about, that's going to kind of ping pong all over the chart. And it's going to be about whether or not you're standing up for something. And if you're feeling pushed to say, okay, I'm going to start my own business, or I'm going to, you know, kind of make a big statement, or now is the time. So there could be a lot of courage involved. There could be a lot of momentum involved also in kind of moving forward with this stuff that you're hopefully going to be launching, or this new job that you're going to be getting, or this new promotion that you're going to be getting, which is going to make you be seen as a leader and kind of jumping into this opportunity. Then that day on the 17th, we'll see Venus sextile Pluto. So Venus sextile Pluto. So where passion and creativity is aligning with relationships and partnerships. So that's good, especially if you have something more independent or something your own, or some kind of creative business. It could be really drawing in a lot of like clients and customers. And the 22nd, where the Sun in Libra in your 4th house starts squaring Pluto. So it may mean that, you know, you are making changes in your 4th house, and it is impacting something about a relationship, and maybe it was brought on through work or a status change. Sun square Pluto means that it's hard for two things to exist together simultaneously, right? It's like the past and the future. And if you really want to move into some big changes with relationships, you have to let go of the past. You can't hold on to things from exes. You can't talk to exes. You can't let them over. You know, you can't be reminiscing and thinking about them, because it's not really allowing you to kind of evolve into the future. Or it can mean that if you've been going back and forth with somebody for a long time and they've been in and out of your life or in and out of your home, you know, you're going to finally be like, no, I don't want to do this. Or there can be ultimatums with squares, and I'm not advising it, but I could see that there's going to be a lot of tension for Cancer and Cancer risings, especially at the end of the month as Mars starts opposing Pluto, where you are going to be like, I need somebody to change. And you can get so angry and frustrated about the fact that they won't. And they're not affectionate, or that they're not making changes in their life, or that, you know, they are resistant to what it is that you want, and you want to focus more on yourself. Don't focus on the other person. We will see Mercury trine Saturn on the 22nd. So Mercury will be in the 5th house and it will trine Saturn. So that means that maybe there's much more focus on, well, what makes me happy? What's going to make me the happiest? If you're in a difficult situation where you're getting hit from all these corners that you're like, what's best for me? Or what's best for my kid? Or what's best for my relationship, you know? And when you have trines to Saturn, you could get some really good advice from a therapist or a teacher, mentor, or a guru, or you can have a heart-to-heart conversation with like a kid or with a romantic partner. On the 24th of the month, we will see Mars in your sign sextile Uranus, where you're feeling like you're willing to take action, create change, socialize, connect with people, or there's some support that's coming from a friendship or somebody who is like encouraging you to finally make a way or break a change. Or maybe you're a part of an online community or network that's incentivizing you to be brave, work out, be strong, be independent. And that support system can be everything in helping you start to see the results that you want. Then on the 28th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Cancer come into a trine with Neptune. So through your actions, your drive, you know, your ambition, you're able to really focus on what you believe in, and you trust that everything's happening for a reason, and you believe that you're on the right path and you're following, you know, some kind of spiritual practice or some kind of like routine. Same day, Venus in Sagittarius, which will be in your 6th house, is going to come into a square with Saturn, which means that this can be some challenges with health and travel. There can be some setbacks. There can be some challenges with law and legality and legal matters that involve family or property or relationship separations can come up. This can also be an indication that, you know, something's not aligning with what your day-to-day job is and what you're hoping and desiring, you know, your life to be. So that can indicate that there is some changes that are coming, and you're starting to tap more into, well, do I go back to school and change jobs? You know, do I learn a new trade? Do I, you know, shift something about my belief? So that can be happening there. Also watch for health of pets or issues with coworkers with Venus in the 6th or Saturn. Then we're going to see on the 30th, Mercury in Scorpio in your 5th. It will have moved to your 5th house, will oppose Uranus. Shocking, surprising news from romantic partners, lovers, children, or friends. And this can be a little bit of like a flip-flop, because Uranus represents kind of what's hidden or taboo. So friends can become lovers, lovers can become friends. There can be big shakeups involving like friends and children or romantic partners. And then on the 31st, Mercury will trine Neptune. And this is more about feeling kind of tapped in intuitively. Great day for divination, focusing on feeling inspired, doing some kind of creative work, maybe letting your, you know, kind of creativity run wild. Learning about creative writing maybe, or maybe applying to your dream college, or applying, you know, to be able to get a visa or a passport, or maybe you're creating a collage of a place that you wanted to travel to. That would be good as well. But you're definitely feeling inspired and very tapped in. And I think that even in spite of the god-awful amount of cardinal energy in the skies, the best thing you have is the trines to the 5th and also the 9th house. So it's kind of like being like, I'm going with the flow. Change is going to happen. Like, this is what life is about. Like, I'm going to make it. I'm strong, you know, and you're going to have to keep reminding yourself that. But I'm curious to hear how the moons go for you, Cancer and Cancer rising. Let me know. I hope that was kind of helpful in giving you the crash course this month. I know there's a lot going on. So let's see what card I have for you. I have the Page of Presents, which is like the Page of Pentacles. Okay, so this can be about an earth sign. So it can be about a Virgo, Capricorn, or a Taurus. I think that this can be talking about opportunities that are coming in that can be financial. Obviously, you know, the sun going through Scorpio is activating your second house lord. So it can be, I do feel like taking risks. I will make an investment. I will, you know, have a new creative hobby. I will participate in that. And it can be really good for you. I do think that this can also mean that you're starting to invest in yourself and you're thinking about, you know, where is your money going? There can be news coming up involving money and resources. This can also be an indication that you are learning a new skill or a new trade or something that can kind of help you when it comes to making money in the future. Maybe you're learning about investing. Maybe you're learning about saving. Maybe you're learning about stocks and bonds and other things, right? And look for help that can be coming from some of these earth signs. I hope that's helpful for you. My Cancer and Cancer risings. Let me know how it's going in the comments below, and I'll catch you guys back here in November. All right, so we've got Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? I hope you're well. Welcome to October of 2024. We are going to get right into it. Obviously, you know I'm going to start with the solar eclipse for you. And that's an important one because you're ruled by the sun. So you're going to see on the 2nd of October, there will be a solar eclipse in Libra. All right, so it's going to be in your 3rd house, but it's your 1st house lord in your 3rd. Think back to what happened in fall of 23. That was the last time you had a solar eclipse here. Solar eclipses can bring some sudden situation. It can feel like crisis. It can be out of the blue, but it's a new opportunity. And it's going to be in a sign that sextiles Leo, so that's good. And right before the eclipse, actually on the 1st, we're going to see a Cazimi. So you're going to have Mercury, your 2nd house lord, conjunct the sun. I think you might get a contract. I think you might receive some kind of financial news or letter. I think you might talk about buying a car, or you might trade a car, or there can be some kind of like, contract or negotiation that kind of comes in, and some kind of goal revolving around finances and money, or you're making some kind of announcement, you know, I just bought this, or I just launched my website, or here's my YouTube channel, you know, so it's something about like messages and connections. I like a solar eclipse in the 3rd house to learn something new, to maybe change vehicles, to learn languages, to plan trips or road trips, to buy a new gadget. So you might be like, oh, here's my new iPhone, you know, or here's my new laptop or my new car. That could happen. This will take about 6 months to unfold. So you'll see more of this in the spring of next year. That's going to unfold. And know that the 3rd house is also your siblings, your cousins, and your neighbors. So there can be more action revolving around these people. This is a south node eclipse, so you're releasing something. So maybe you're hearing from the past, thinking about the past, speaking about the past, reflecting on old journals, notebooks, you know, entries, things that you've kind of made, that you've written or typed up, or you're reviewing something that you've learned. You're doing some kind of like refresher course, maybe that could be happening here as well. Watch out with traveling and driving, okay? Be careful. I'm not saying something's going to happen. I'm just telling you that eclipses in the 3rd house, we see more issues with people getting rear-ended. We see more issues also with people texting and driving and all that stuff. So just be very alert when you're on the road. That's important. All right. Now, other than that, I guess I'll tell you about the other moon. So the other full moon that we're going to have is going to be in Aries. So the first one was a new moon. Next one's going to be a full moon. This is on the 17th. You will see a full moon in Aries in your 9th house in a fellow sister fire sign. So that'll be around 24 degrees. So if you have any Leo in your chart, 22 to 26 degrees, it'll trine you. I do think you will like that. And it's putting all of the emphasis in 9th house themes. Traveling, education, foreign travel especially, airports, ceremonies, weddings, in-laws, graduations. And Aries is the self. So it's like, where am I going? What am I learning? What do I believe in? And this is an eclipse that's conjunct Chiron, so you could be healing wounds revolving around your beliefs or travel, or maybe you're graduating from some kind of healing modality. And it's ruled by Mars, and it will square Mars in your 12th. So it can mean that there are some unexpected disruptive things that come up that impact your ability to travel or impact your ability to sleep. You know, if you are traveling, in between different like time zones or different countries, it can mean that your sleep schedule is thrown off, or that there can be some stress or anxiety about getting married, traveling, graduating. That stuff can be kind of coming up here as well. But I'm hoping for some of you guys, it's more about traveling and being in a foreign land, or that there is some kind of teaching or education or continuing education that's going down with this particular moon. All right, so outside of that, the other big themes for this month involving the other transits. So we'll look at planets ingressing. So this is when planets change signs. So on October 13th, Mercury is going to enter into Scorpio in your 4th house, where your mind and your money is going to be on home, family. Right? What am I spending at home? How am I communicating with family? What do I need from home? What do I need to be packing, saving, storing? And you're looking at what you're investing into your space as well. If you need to make any changes or transformations at home, that's going to be Scorpio. Then you'll see on the 17th of the month, Venus will enter Sagittarius, moving into a fellow sister fire sign. So it'll be trining you or your rising sun or moon. Venus in the 5th, great for romance, dating, finding pleasure. Yes, some of you guys might have some, kind of casual connections, but this can be saying if you're going out and you're going to 5th house places like bars, casinos, clubs, or if you're going to places where there's lots of culturally diverse people, or maybe even like dance halls or things that are more Sagittarian in nature, you might meet someone. So if you're a single Leo, it's a good time for romance and connection. Somebody can just kind of pop in. And Venus rules your 3rd house. So it might be you meet them through traveling, or you meet them on a local kind of like art gallery or bar, or maybe you meet them at a house party, or through like a sibling or like a neighbor, or an app. So it's definitely a good time. And it can also be really pleasurable for creative endeavors, for if you're self-employed. It can be also a time where there's like a lot of like love and togetherness with children, especially if you have kids, and spending time around like younger people. And then on the 22nd, we see the sun enter into Scorpio. So where Mercury already went there and your mind was on what was changing with home or family dynamics, now the sun shows up. So then it is like, okay, I am home more, or I am visiting my parents, or I am focusing on transforming my home, or maybe you go back to your hometown. Some connection can kind of be there, and you are the sun, but it could also mean that there's a man that comes to stay with you and stays in your space maybe. So we'll see what happens with that. On the 11th of October, Pluto will go direct, and it has been retrograde for some time. Now it's completing its retrograde. It's going direct at 29 degrees of Capricorn in your 6th house, where you're making some big changes to your health habits and routine. It'll only be here until the 3rd week of November. And at a 29 degree, it means that it really wants you to complete something. So it wants you to radically change your office, where you work out, what your habits are, what you do in regards to your home habits, right? Like I think of Pluto and Capricorn relating to your 4th house is like, man, it's a lot of work to clean up my house, maintain things, maintain my office space, like take care of family, or if you're working from home, it's hard to have that division between work and office, or work and home if you have an office at home. This can also mean that there is some critical stuff that can come up with your coworkers or your schedule, and also with pets. So pay attention, especially to older pets. But it's going to go direct, which means it's going to start to show you where you can transform your health, your habits, and routine if you're willing to not just do the physical labor, but also the emotional labor. So there is something that it can have a positive effect on you, not just physically, but emotionally, if you're taking care of some of this stuff, right? All right, on the 9th of October, Jupiter will turn retrograde in Gemini. and it will be retrograde until the beginning of February of 2025. It's turning retrograde in your 11th house of friends, allies, networks, and your goals. And this rules your 8th house of joint resources and your 5th house of romance and creativity. So if you have been wanting to reconnect with friends from the past, if you have been wanting to review or revise some of your financial goals or some of your investments or anything revolving around your joint resources, if you are reevaluating a romantic relationship, if you are reevaluating, a situation revolving around kids and expenses, you could do that now. Jupiter is still a positive planet. I think about when Jupiter turns retrograde, it will come back into a square with Saturn. So it does look like there can be a sense of feeling kind of separate from some of your friends and feeling kind of isolated from some of them. And you could be kind of reflecting on being like, well, is it good for me to kind of break away from certain people? Did that need to happen? Is it providing me with more opportunity for dating or with my kids or any kind of creative work? And I would just say reevaluate your goals, and don't be surprised if you hear from friends from the past with this particular aspect. But you're also probably like gauging this and being like, well, who's checking in with me? The square to Saturn can mean that you're like, I don't really feel like everybody is as much of a good friend as me, or that, I'm not hearing back from people the way that I reach out to them. And that can be having an impact in the way that you look at some of your friendships. All right, so that's all of that. Let's get into now the sequential order. So watch on the 1st when you have a Cazimi in Libra, where I think there could be some announcement, or you're hearing something, or you get a sudden phone call from a sibling, or conversation with a neighbor, or maybe you sign a contract or a lease, or you decide that you're gonna spend some money on travel. Then you have the solar eclipse in the 3rd house. On the 4th of the month, Venus in your 4th house in Scorpio will trine Saturn in Pisces. So this is where a woman or a family member is harmonizing and helping with money or resources, or maybe giving you some resources, or helping you or a partner with home or finances in some way. Maybe it means that, there's a sister who's going through a pretty significant or dramatic change within her relationships or her personal life. It's another interpretation I have. On the 6th, Mercury in Libra will square Mars in Cancer. So you've got Mercury in your 3rd house squaring Mars. So there could be some tension in communication happening where you're kind of like just trying to stay out of some kind of squabble, either with a sibling or with a neighbor, or you're trying to hold back in being short-tempered in how you're communicating with people, and you're kind of just trying to keep to yourself a little bit. Then you're going to see on the 8th of October, Venus in Scorpio will trine Mars. So then Venus trines Mars, and there's big transformations of home and career that's happening behind the scenes, where you are either working from home more, creating from home more, traveling away from home. Something is being set up here that you're having to talk to your partner about, or they're involved in. And it's about either making a change at home or far away, or there's some discussion about moving or traveling that's kind of coming up. On the 8th, after Venus and Mars trine, you're also going to see Mercury trine Jupiter. So Mercury is lighting up your communication zone, where you're wanting to talk about partnerships and relationships and neighbors or siblings, and it's trining Jupiter. So this is a wonderful time to be like, I'm going on a road trip with a friend, or I got invited to this party, or my friend just called me with some great news, so that's really good. 13th of the month, Mercury in Libra square Pluto. Okay, so where there is some challenges with scheduling and socializing and connecting with people. This could be where you're having to work through a contractual matter. You're having a difficult time maybe seeing eye to eye with coworkers. There could be a need to fix or work on a car or a gadget that kind of broke down. And the same day, you'll see the Sun in Libra trine Jupiter in Gemini. So then the Sun in the 3rd house trines Jupiter. It's like if you're having issues at work or with health or with pets, or with your habits or routine, call a friend. Jupiter in the 11th house is you're going to have a friend who's going to be like, I've got your back. What do you need? You know, or let me give you advice, or let me help you through this, or let me give you a reading, you know. Somebody will be there to kind of give you some support this month if you're feeling like you're hitting some roadblocks with communication and issues with either work or health. All right, on the 14th, the sun in Libra squares Mars in Cancer. So this is challenging because this means that you're going to be like, either you are going to want to speak up and you're going to want to say something, and you're going to get some pushback that you don't see coming. And the pushback could be from family. The pushback can be, you know, something going on with in-laws where you're having some trouble. I don't like saying that, but it happened. 12th house is secret and unseen hidden enemies. So Mars in Cancer is bringing up family from afar, where they could be stirring the pot a little bit, and you're trying to make a statement, or you're trying to communicate, or you're trying to share some news, or maybe you're talking about moving, or you're, you know, putting out some information on the internet, or talking to your siblings, and then somebody comes out swinging and they're saying some stuff, and you're like, whoa, 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 why are you coming for me? You know, and you're not going to see it coming. So keep your eyes out around the 14th. The very same day that the sun square Mars happens, you're also going to be seeing that Venus will oppose Uranus. Venus oppose Uranus. So Venus in the 4th house of home, family, in opposition to Uranus of work. I wonder if some of you guys are experiencing like feeling rushed or under the gun to get something done with Mars in your 12th house, trying to travel somewhere, trying to complete something, trying to work on something, and it's just very mentally tiring. And it looks like it has a big impact on your home and your work routine as well. So you might be kind of burning the candle at both ends. And by the time you get into Venus in your 4th house opposed Uranus, this could materialize on the 14th as like, you know, there being a bit of like a frustration because you're not having that work-life balance that you're hoping that you could have, or you're trying to make sense of why there is some shocking and surprising changes going on with work or with family. Then you're going to see on the 15th, Venus in Scorpio trines Neptune in Pisces. Okay, passionate, sexy, intuitive, connected, good change and transformations that are happening with the home, family, and resources. And the same day, not the same day, the next couple days, so on October 17th is when we had that big old full moon that I talked about in Aries. And we will see Venus come into a sextile with Pluto. So Venus will be in Scorpio in your 4th, sextiling Pluto. And this is like where you want to feel like you've made the major home, emotional, family, you know, changes, the changes within your relationship with employees, the changes with your daily routine, or even with your office space. All right, let's see. Then on the 22nd of the month, the sun will square Pluto. Okay, so sun square Mars on the 14th and sun square Pluto on the 22nd are going to be 2 days where you're going to get kind of checked a little bit, Leo. Sun square Pluto, where you are dealing with a power struggle and a communication issue revolving around workspace, pets, habits, routines. I wonder, are some of you guys trying to quit smoking? You know, South Node eclipse in the 3rd, breathing air. Are you trying to quit smoking? Are you trying to quit a nervous habit? Are you trying to quit biting your nails? Especially with Mars getting ready to go retrograde in your 12th. I could see that being the case, you know. Breath work could be good, walking or jogging, biking. But sun in the 3rd house square Pluto means that you're going to be asserting yourself through communication and trying to like deal with somebody who's a subordinate, you know, to you. They work for you somehow, or they're servicing you, and you're like, this isn't working, or this isn't good enough, or, you know, like this isn't clean enough. Like you could be getting into it with like the babysitter, the dog walker, you know, the personal assistant, and just be mindful that your communication is going to pack a little bit of a punch here. All right, same day, Mercury will trine Saturn though. So with Mercury in Scorpio trine Saturn, it's like, you know, if you do make that change, you're making that change for the good and you're committed to it. You're like, yeah, this isn't working. And then on the 24th, Mars will sextile Uranus, where the work that you're doing behind the scenes, something you're setting up, you know, it might be private, but it's going to cause some major shifts and transformations of your career and your professional life, and it can be good, even if that's just being done in the background. Even if you don't see it yet, You will start to see it more, after the Mars retrograde, or maybe when Mars is in a sextile to Uranus or Saturn again. All right, then we're going to see on the 28th of the month, Mars will trine Neptune. This is a day where you need rest and you need probably a little bit healing, or you need to be mindful of like issues with sobriety. Mars in the 12th house, you can be feeling like run down, especially as it's coming into shadow. And the trine to Neptune is basically saying like, okay, I can kind of put an end to some of the stuff I've been working on. I can spend more time in bed or with family, or now I can start to kind of see some of my travel or educational plans coming to fruition. And I'm able to, spend the resources, invest the time, and you'll be feeling a little bit more emotionally kind of in tune with Mars and Neptune. This can be some big changes with home and family as well. Maybe you're considering relocating, moving, and the impact that has on your relationships with family. And the same day, Venus in Sag squares Saturn. Okay, so love, romance, creativity, taking chances, gambling, coming into some challenges with Saturn. So it's almost like might be expenses revolving around creative projects that are costly, expenses revolving around children that are costly, insurance, or having to pay things down together with a partner, like that could be coming up here as well. Not so good in the love department. I do feel like it could be like meeting somebody, but you're like, yeah, but they're not ready, And now Pluto is awake and it's getting ready to come back into your 7th house. So there's definitely some big relationship changes that are going to happen, but that's not a day to be gambling, investing, or taking any chances in love with that square. Then we're going to see on the 30th, Mercury in your 4th house in Scorpio will come into an opposition with Uranus. So there can be like a sense of having or feeling it like it's difficult to communicate, what you need in terms of work and also home. Or maybe there's some mental stress trying to kind of balance the responsibilities of home with what's going on at work. And Uranus rules relationships. So it can mean that you're kind of back and forth with clients, and you're back and forth with your partner, and you're trying to kind of figure out like, okay, I got to be at work, but you also need help with something, or you need me to be here, or I need to be home for something, and there's some stress with kind of going back and forth. So try not to make any like serious decisions, I think, about home or work during that opposition on the 30th. And then Mercury will start coming into a trine with Neptune. And that's going to be like, okay, you're going to find out this month there are some things worth investing money into, like the trines to the 4th to the 8th is like, if it's going to give you more emotional peace, if it's going to help you transform something about your home, if it's going to help you make some changes to your joint resources or spending, if it's a spa day, like whatever, especially Mars in the 12th, a lot of Leos and Leo risings, you guys are going to benefit like saunas, spas, soaking, pools, like these kinds of things to really help you overcome some stress that I think that may be playing out throughout the Mars retrograde. Mars will go into your sign before it retrogrades, but Mars will spend most of the time in Cancer in your 12th house of foreign lands, hidden places, self-undoing, psychological things and things revolving around your mental health in opposition to Pluto. And that's why I was like, are you guys going to quit smoking? Or is this just about like where maybe you get so stressed out that has an impact on your stomach, your digestion, your health, right? So just keep that in the back of your mind, guys. That's my food for thought. And I hope that this is a good one. I hope that solar eclipse brings you some kind of new financial opportunity, or maybe travel or a new car, because that's what I'm kind of thinking. Card that I get for you is the Devil. Okay, Oogie Boogie Man, you got Boogie. This is, I think, more about Capricorn. That's what I think. Because you're going to see lots of trines to Saturn, which means with support, both financially, emotionally, and also through sensitivity, you'll be able to navigate some of these changes. But you got water trines and water houses, which means home things changes, family things changes. There is endings, there's beginnings. We're wrapping things up, and you're feeling some of this stuff kind of coming. But I think this is more about Pluto, because I feel like Pluto right now in Capricorn, that is the devil, and it is at that final degree. And it's like, are you going to let some of these bad habits get the best of you? Are you going to feel stuck in this old office space, this old pattern, these old health issues? Are you going to allow yourself to feel like that's just going to continue, or are you going to work through it? That is really the question that I have for you. With the devil, we always have to be aware of what has control over us so we can break free out of the chains. And so I kind of feel like for you, this is about you finally mentally acknowledging and recognizing, you know, I am having a difficult time confronting situations involving health or the office. I am having a difficult time communicating and getting this, you know, kind of message across. I am feeling a little stressed in that regard with all of the action between your 3rd and your 6th. So this is how we can change the way that we communicate through the solar eclipse to finally overcome some of these long-standing issues and hopefully put the boogie in the tissue and throw it away. So I hope that's helpful for you, Leo and Leo risings. I will catch you guys back here in November. Enjoy the rest of your month.
What's up, Virgo and Virgo rising? Welcome to October of 2024. These are your horoscopes for the month ahead. As always, you want to know what's going on with Mercury and where Mercury is, as that's your chart ruler. So we are going to see a Mercury ingress this month. We will be seeing Mercury entering into the sign of Scorpio. So it will be leaving Libra and going into Scorpio. This is going to be putting an emphasis on 3rd house things for you for the next month. This is going to be about learning, short distance trips, communication with siblings, relatives, as well as writing, speaking, social media, blogs, all of that stuff. So there's going to be much more of an uptick and an emphasis on communication, and Mercury does very well in this house. We are also going to be seeing right before the solar eclipse in Libra on the 2nd of October. On the 1st, there will be a Mercury Cazimi that's kind of setting up and taking place. So this is likely going to be some really important information that you're either becoming aware of, or maybe it's going to be about you kind of dealing more with money stuff, because that's going to be happening in your 2nd house. So it's kind of a part of the eclipse, but likely there's going to be something that's going to come in. And I think it could be about making decisions about changes in your spending habits. It can be also this awareness of where money's been going, or what's, you know, getting ready to leave your life, what you're getting rid of. And this doesn't have to be money. This can be valuable. So it can mean that something that was missing now becomes found, or maybe you're realizing what you're ready to kind of release or let go of when it comes to old relationships. So definitely pay attention to those 2 particular periods, because they're going to be a little bit more prominent, obviously, in your chart. Throughout the month, we're also going to see some other Mercury aspects. They're sweet and they're salty. So just pay attention to when you hear Mercury. That means that's going to be a more important transit for you. So let's go ahead and start first with the ingresses that are taking place this month. We're going to see on the 13th of October, Mercury will leave Libra, and it's going to be going into the sign of Scorpio. So this is putting more of an emphasis on, like I said, communication, short distance travel, cars, you know, blogs, YouTube, if you have social media, and maybe even something that you're learning. But what you need to know is that Scorpio deals with change and transformation. So you're changing your mind, you're changing the way that you look at your kind of daily environment, or there's some kind of shift that's happening revolving around vehicles and transportation. On the 17th of the month, Venus will be entering into the sign of Sagittarius. So it will be transiting through your 4th house. This can mean that there is like a woman coming to stay and visit with you, or family coming to stay and visit with you. It could be in-laws, it could be family from far away. If not, it might be about updating your decor or bringing more beauty or elegance to your personal home space or within your family. Then on the 22nd of October, the sun will enter into the sign of Scorpio. So it's going to spend the first half of the month in your money house, where there was a solar eclipse. There's also a ton of squares to this point this particular month. And there's lots of shifts revolving around your finances. For some of you guys, you're feeling more incentivized to make more money. You're trying to figure out how to bring more in. It could be a really positive, fortuitous period, actually, with some trines happening between your 2nd house and your 10th house. So it can mean that you're getting a boost in your income, you're getting a new job, you're getting a raise.
and you're feeling a little bit more optimistic about your resources. So the sun going through Libra the first part of the month, I think, is going to be really about money. And then when it goes into Scorpio, it's going to be more about learning, traveling, and communication. On the 11th of October, we will see Pluto go direct in the sign of Capricorn. So it has been retrograde for a couple months now. It's at that critical 29 degrees. So when Pluto wakes up from its retrograde, it means that there is going to be some kind of more external awareness maybe of Plutonian topics. So Pluto rules your third house of the mind. For it to go direct in the fifth house means maybe you've been trying to figure out how to finish some kind of creative writing endeavor. Maybe you decide that you want to launch a website for a personal business. Maybe you meet somebody on a dating website or app. It can also really expand the way that you look at creativity and anything revolving around self-expression, as well as happiness and joy. For a lot of you guys with Pluto, going direct after being retrograde in the fifth house, it could also materialize as some big changes revolving around dating as well as children. It will only be here until about the third week of November. So it's trying to kind of wrap something up connected to your heart space. And this could be romantic matters, but it could also be involving children or your inner child and things that you're kind of healing and working through and how that's impacting your mind. On the 9th of October, we will see Jupiter retrograde in Gemini. Jupiter will be retrograde until the beginning of February of 2025. So this basically means this is a review period, a reevaluation period of your 10th house topics. Career, success, reputation, professional life, relationship to bosses, parents, or superiors. And Jupiter rules your fourth house of home and family, as well as relationships. So when planets slow down and they retrograde and they're internal, it basically means that we see less stuff kind of going on out in the 10th house, more about, okay, well, how do I grow my career? How can I gain more recognition? Who can I partner with? And you're reflecting on some of the changes you've been making within your professional life as well as your relationships because of the connection to the 7th as well as the 4th. So this can also be about a relationship that you have with a boss, maybe with a superior at work. And I want you guys to think about the fact that, when Jupiter retrogrades, we don't see as much kind of external growth. And throughout the Jupiter transit, it squares Saturn 2 times. We had it once in August of 24. We're going to have it again in December. So, Jupiter wants expansion, Saturn wants contraction. So you're like, career is expanding at the cost of, relationships or needing to partner with people or connecting or collaborating with people. But simultaneously, it can mean that, it's trying to get you to find balance between partnerships and relationships or with clients or with your marketplace to be able to have more success when it comes to growth within your career. That will be taking place from 21 through 11 degrees of Gemini. Obviously, this is happening in a sign that does square you. And I really feel like even though Jupiter will be retrograde, it's still going to continue between now and next spring to bring you lots of growth and opportunities within your personal status and your career. So I'm not really too worried about it. You're actually going to see a beautiful number of transits between your money house and your 10th house, where I feel like for some of you guys, it could be about getting more money because you've made some of these job changes. On the 2nd of the month, we are going to see a solar eclipse in Libra. And this is where I said on the 1st, the day before, something that's missing might kind of turn up, or there could be an unexpected expense, or, money that kind of comes up out of nowhere, or, something revolving around your relationship to your resources. So watch for that just before the eclipse. Eclipses are about change. We've had one, so you might want to look at what happened for you last fall when we had a solar eclipse in Libra. This is the last one, so all you need to know is that we are planting new seeds of intention, right? New moon solar eclipse, about taking action when it comes to your self-esteem, your security, your resources, your spending power. So this is when you do your money manifestation work. This is when you write down the intentions of what you're trying to bring in. This is when you
really focus on growth and abundance of your financial kind of situation. And then within 6 months, you see this start to manifest. So, it's a South Node eclipse. So it does kind of say in order to kind of set new intentions with where we want to go, we have to reflect on what we're letting go of, what we're releasing, what we're giving away, what we're selling. So one thing I'll tell you is with this eclipse, it's kind of like give and take. I've had eclipses here with similar planets actually, and for me it was like a period where I was suddenly moving and I was excited about moving, and I was like, you know what, I have a bunch of stuff I want to get rid of. I sold stuff and made money off of it. I was also able to go through collections of things that I had and get rid of it. I was able to also lighten the load with the South Node there and then move, and I was able to buy, new furniture, new things, and it like made the process nice because I was like, I can kind of start over. So don't fear this. And yeah, do your money manifestational work. And I would also say that this particular eclipse is going to unfold over time. So you'll see like March, April of 2025, when we have retrogrades and more eclipses, it's going to bring some of these themes up. But it might also be about things you've been holding on to or people you've been holding on to that it's time for you to kind of let go of physical objects or things connected with them. Yes, you can see changes in income here. That can happen because the second house is about money. All right, and then on the 17th, we have a full moon in Aries, which will be in your 8th house at 24 degrees. It's a pretty colorful eclipse. It's a pretty colorful full moon. Obviously, full moon in Aries can pack a little bit more of a punch, and this one is also in a financial house, where the first one is about money being spent, the second one is about money coming due. Taxes, paying off bills, debts, loans, anything revolving around insurance, joint assets and resources, that becomes more of an area of focus for you. And we can see like having to pay stuff or complete things here. And it's ruled by Mars, and you'll see that the full moon is going to square Mars. So I want you guys to watch out for money stuff involving friends. Borrowing and loaning money can be a challenge. There can also be some conflicts over money or squabbles with friends. And this can also be about some of your goals and where you're hoping to kind of grow when it comes to your financial resources, and that you have to take some kind of action. This full moon is a little bit more challenging for some people. It's not as challenging for you. I think it's incentivizing you to focus more on what your goals are. But still, keep an eye on expenses and how much money is kind of coming and going around the time of this full moon. All right, so with that being said, let's get into the eclipses throughout the rest of the month. We have got like I said, solar eclipse on October 2nd, right after the Cazimi on the 1st. That'll be here in your second house. And then on the 4th of October, you will see Venus in your third house, where it's bringing pleasure, beauty, money, spending, and it's aligning with Saturn in your 7th. So this could be good communication, sweet communication with clients, romantic partners, or spouses. This could also be planning travel, phone calls and discussions with female relatives, and maybe planning to visit or go somewhere. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Libra, so it's in your money house. It's going to square Mars. So this is where there is a sense of you being like, well, this is what I'm hoping to purchase. This is my goal, right? And it's squaring Mars in the 11th house, which means, could there be a tiff over money with friends? Yeah, but it could also mean that some of your goals are going to be about home-related things. The home you want to buy, loan you want to get, new furniture you want to get. Because the second house deals with style. So there can also be this sense of feeling really incentivized to, want to spend something. And you're like, these are my goals. And then you're like, wait, I'm spending money on stuff maybe that could be allocated into like a savings account, which could help me actually get what I want in the long term. So I think you're readjusting the way that you're looking at money if you want to meet some of your long-term goals. Then you're going to get to October the 8th. Where Venus in Scorpio in your third house is going to be trining Mars. So it does look like there is some resources that can be spent on gathering, socializing, short distance trips, cars. It is possible that, you are hanging out with neighbors, you're going over to friends' houses and kind of like socializing and hanging out, and that can go really well.
The very same day, we also see Mercury in Libra in your money house trining Jupiter. So it almost looks like you're celebrating something. There could be like a family gathering, or there can be birthday parties, engagement parties, baby showers, you know, like you're celebrating something and there is some good news, or maybe that you've had some kind of positive shift at work. Maybe you got a raise, maybe you got a status change, maybe you got a new job. And Mercury, when it's in a trine with Jupiter, is very fortuitous when it comes to who you're partnering with out in the world. So this could also be like engagement parties, wedding celebrations, and it's including your home. So making big announcements or good news coming involving money. So that's going to be on the 8th. On the 13th, Mercury then comes into a square with Pluto, where you're like, okay, it's been good things, but like how much money have I been spending on fifth house topics? Dating, creative projects, having fun, children. You know, there's a lot of money in and money out this month. So there can be some pressure revolving around how much money you're spending on fifth house activities. And you will also see the same day with that square that then the sun in Libra comes into a trine with Jupiter in Gemini. So still good news revolving around work. Maybe you're like, well, thank God I've got a job, or, you know, that I got this raise or whatever, because, you know, you have either been spending money on extracurriculars, or you've been taking up hobbies that might have been expensive, or there's some kind of expense relating to children, and you're like, okay, you know, I'm going to be able to make it work. So both of those trines are incredibly fortuitous for you on the 8th and the 13th, even in spite of the square that you're going to see on the 13th. On the 14th of October, then the sun in Libra comes into a square with Mars in Cancer, right? So it's pushing on, you know, connection, collective, things revolving around friends. I kind of feel like this is yet another day where there can be some tension revolving around resources, money, and friendship. And, you know, second house is what's mine and what I'm spending. Now, granted, you may have to be buying gifts and things to, you know, host parties and gatherings and celebrations. Watch for some tension that you can kind of have with some of your social groups and communities around that time. Then you're going to see the same day on the 14th, Venus in Scorpio will come into an opposition with Uranus and Taurus. So Venus is in the house of short distance trips. This can be about aunt, uncles, cousins, siblings, your neighbors, and the opposition to Uranus. So there can be some disruptions with family relationships. There can be some changes in the way that we relate to other people. It is possible that there is some shocks and surprises that can be kind of coming up revolving around travel plans or education that we didn't see coming. On the 15th of the month, Venus in Scorpio will trine Neptune in Pisces. So romantic words, kind letters, texts, love notes, exchanges, feeling more emotionally in tune and spiritually connected to a relationship or a partner, or maybe meeting somebody that you're just kind of like infatuated with. And there's a lot of generosity, I think, on your part towards another person. Then we're going to see on the 17th of the month is when we have that big old full moon in Aries in your 8th house, and that can be promoting some kind of significant shift revolving around endings and beginnings, as well as joint resources. And being that it's ruled by Mars, you know, and the square to Mars means that there could be a big change going on with a friendship. And it can have an impact on you where you're like, I'm done with this, or this person kind of iced me out, or, you know, I feel like so disconnected from them, or you have a conflict that makes you feel like you have to end the friendship. That could happen. But endings or beginnings are connected to the 8th house, and it can be emotional with a square to Mars. The very same day, Venus in Scorpio sextiles Pluto in Capricorn. So it does look like there is an opportunity to at least communicate and connect with somebody from afar and kind of express your emotions and your feelings, even if it means that it's time to kind of release and let something go. You will then see on the 22nd of October, the sun in Libra in your money house coming into a square with Pluto. Watch for self-sabotaging behavior, because the sun rules your 12th house, where you're just like spending money like it's going out of style, or that you're recklessly spending or gambling or taking chances on things. Be very careful with like investments involving the stock market or Even creative hobbies. There can be a tendency to kind of go excess and go ham with all these planets in the second house where you're like, I want more. And if we fall back into that tendency of like trying to have more, we might recognize that not only is it not worth the risk, but also like it may not necessarily make you happy. So Sun Square Pluto can definitely bring up some issues in love and relationships with jealousy and possession as well at this angle. The very same day, Mercury in Scorpio will trine Saturn in Pisces though. So Mercury in your third house, you know, trining Saturn, so Mercury is in the third, means that there's a way to kind of settle the squabble or like the disagreement or the conflict, and it doesn't have to kind of get blown out of proportion. Or if there's been some power struggles over children, you know, in a relationship, there's a way to communicate and kind of talk about like parenting and how to handle a situation involving a relationship, kids, or, you know, a moving situation. Then you're going to see on the 24th of the month, Mars in Cancer will sextile Uranus in Taurus. So there can be opportunities for visiting with friends, family, and networks that can also prompt spontaneous travel. So it might mean that you're visiting your hometown and, you know, you're like, I want to see my friends, you know, I'm only in town for so long. So there's this kind of quick scrambling to kind of connect and see people, and vice versa. People can be kind of coming into town and seeing you as well. But it does look like fun, spontaneous socializing opportunities, celebrations, parties, things that can be really exciting and can kind of bring the right people together. And on the 28th, Mars in Cancer will trine Neptune in Pisces. So this is a time where maybe you're being a little bit more vulnerable in talking about your feelings, your resources, intimacy related matters, and you're really feeling like sensitive and in tune with a romantic partner or a committed partner, or maybe you're opening yourself up to meeting somebody new. The very same day, Venus in Sagittarius in your home zone will come into a square with Saturn. So there can be this sense of being like, okay, you know, I am reaching out and telling a partner how much I miss them because I can't be with them. Saturn in Pisces, square Venus in the fourth, means you might be home, or maybe you're entertaining a parent, or you know, maybe you're traveling out of town and you can only text or kind of call them or FaceTime them, but you're able to tell them how much you appreciate them and how you feel about them. And it might be because there's like a little bit of like distance there in some capacity. Venus trine Saturn also is like, it's not the easiest. Like it can be a time where there's something going on where like a female parent or family member is visiting your home, and like there can be some like issues revolving around a female family member and a romantic partner, that they may not get on well or get to see each other, or there's some delays with them actually meeting each other. And then on the 30th, Mercury, your ruler, will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury's in the third house of sisters, brothers, siblings, cousins, and it's opposing Uranus. So there's some shocking, surprising news about somebody traveling or somebody at a distance, maybe trying to connect with like a coworker at a distance, trying to do some like remote work, I could see. But Mercury opposed Uranus does bring some challenges, some shocking conversation, and honestly, it brings like a little bit of like a little bit of stress or anxiety. So if you're kind of like, what's going on around Halloween, you know, you're kind of anticipating something, it's because of the opposition. And then on the 31st, Mercury will trine Neptune in Pisces, where it can be about romantic communications, connections, mixing, mingling, you know, and socializing, especially like in your local environment. So like your community, your neighborhood, getting out and meeting people, or even meeting somebody on an app, that can be happening here as well. So that's kind of the month at a glance for you. I hope that that is helpful. Virgo, you definitely have a lot of socializing stuff, a lot of money stuff coming up, and a lot of opportunities to really communicate on a much deeper level with some of the people that are in your lives. The card that I get for you is the 10 of Presents, and this is the Nightmare Before Christmas deck. So it's the 10 of Coins. Money. This is money stuff. So this is about resources, abundance, long-term planning, bringing things in. Don't assume that the eclipse is going to happen and like money's going to fall out of the sky. But I would say setting intentions with the eclipse and then seeing what happens closer to like the spring of next year could bring in some of those long-term goals, some of that investment that pays off. It could bring an inheritance. It could bring something that could really set you up and provide for you for a long period of time. This is also about long-term financial planning and making sure that you have what you need to be able to provide for you and your future, whether that's just you and what you hope to do, or you and kids, or you and a partner. Lots of back and forth revolving around changes with money is happening this month, and you're learning how to receive. So I like that you got the 10 of coins and you have the full moon in your 8th house, because I feel like this is about you now starting to receive more benefits, more support coming from other people, and you're really going to see this play out over the next 6 months. Okay? Good luck, Virgo. I will catch you guys back here in November. All right, we've got Libra and Libra rising. Welcome to your October 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well, Libra. I hope you're ready for the eclipse in your sign. So I will start with that and then let you know a little bit about what's going on with Venus, because we are going to see some sweet and salty aspects with Venus this month. So for starters, we are going to see a solar eclipse in Libra at 10 degrees of Libra. So if you are 9, 10, 11 degrees of Libra, sun, moon, or rising, you guys are really going to be feeling this particular eclipse. You might want to think back to what was happening for you last fall in 2023 when we had a solar eclipse around 21 degrees. Solar eclipses are action. Yes, it can feel like crisis, or it's the catalyst for change, right? And the south node for me is about like what we're releasing, like what we're excreting and like letting go. So think of it as like peeling, you're kind of shedding skin, basically. You're kind of peeling back old layers of yourself that you may not resonate with, and you're making changes to your body, your health, your appearance, your demeanor, your goals. And a south node eclipse is about what we release and what we give up. And what we have to gain is coming from the north node. So for some of you guys, it's in a positive way, because the ruler is Venus in the 2nd house. You're investing in yourself. So you're saying, okay, to change something about me and my appearance, I'm changing my style, right? Venus in the 2nd house is style. Or I'm investing money into my health routine, my beauty routine. I'm focusing on self-esteem. I'm building myself up and really reminding myself that I am worthy, that I am good enough. And making some change there. And it can also be really positive for changes revolving around your diet, and also changes revolving around your finances, because Venus is strong in the 2nd house. There is a need, though, with south node eclipses to be mindful that you can have less energy. You can also be prone to getting sick or having injuries. So you guys recently had an eclipse in your 6th house. How did that go? I've talked to a lot of Libra risings, touch wood. I'm one of them, but a lot of them have been like, I injured my knee, I broke my foot, I sprained my ankle, I need leg surgery. It's quite literal with Saturn in the 6th house. Or I'm sick, so I'm having to delay traveling or school. So if that's the case, if you had some of those experiences, then this is about kind of going, okay, now I'm healing, right? And I'm releasing everything I needed to release. And this is not an eclipse that's in friendly aspect to Saturn. So you still need to watch your health, around the next couple of weeks, but this will be an eclipse that'll play out for about 6 months' time. You'll see more of it manifest actually in the spring when we see retrogrades that are going to oppose this, which for some Libra risings, I think all Libra risings, it's pouring back into your own cup, refilling your own cup, and recognizing and realizing how that has such an important kind of effect on you, where you feel better, you look better, you carry yourself better, and that's also going to open you up to more relationships, meeting people in the spring, significant karmic relationships, like people you were destined to meet. So when we have eclipses in the 1st and the 7th house, relationships and partners can come in, but the change is coming from you. What else? That's pretty much it. I don't know. Let me know how you guys are feeling with these eclipses. I've definitely seen a lot of that stuff kind of going on, and in the back of my mind, I know intuitively that whatever new seeds are being planted for Libra and Libra risings, the more that you're investing in yourself, it's going to have ridiculous, crazy repercussions, good or bad, in the spring. When we have Venus go retrograde in opposition to this eclipse, and we have Mercury go retrograde in opposition to this eclipse, When you change and you embrace something new, it's either going to bring in a new type of person into your life, or it's going to create some, not problems, but there's a sense of like needing to reevaluate, like, am I still the same person? So if you're in a relationship and then you're changing, you're evolving, you're bettering yourself, you might be feeling like you've grown into a completely different person, and that can be having a huge impact on your relationships. If you're single, it's easier to navigate these relationships because the opposition to the 7th does bring in, new partners and people. So if you're wanting a whole new glow up and you want to look differently and you want to make big changes to your appearance, then you will be seeing that in a very big way within 6 months. And you can definitely bring in a lot of attention, and like new relationships, clients, partners can come from that. So that will be on the 2nd of October. On the 17th of October, we will have a full moon in Aries. So the full moon is in your 7th house, opposed to where you were with the solar eclipse in your 1st. In my mind, I think about this 7th house eclipse, and it's like there's big happenings that happen with relationships, where we meet others. It can be big decisions in existing relationships, like do we continue forward or do we end? It can mean it's a time where you meet somebody very significant. Maybe you're getting married. Maybe there's some big kind of union, business partnership coming together. This is going to be a tricky eclipse because the eclipse, it's going to be a tricky full moon. Sorry, I keep calling it an eclipse. A tricky full moon in Aries because it's going to be, number one, in an angular house, right? So it's going to be quite active. Number two, it is the house of others. So it's a lot of how other people are responding and reacting to you, which is good. It can bring in a lot of people who want to buy what you have, or they're interested in your resources, and it can make you like incredibly busy because it's going to square Mars in your 10th house. People who want to work with you or want to collaborate with you. But it's conjunct Chiron, so it brings up relationship wounding, or people who can come in to help us heal, ruled by Mars, and Mars is going to square. So Mars becomes the focal point basically of this full moon. So there's big completions and conclusions with relationships brought on by the action that you're taking out in the world. So if you're being very competitive, if you're being confrontational, if you're being too aggressive at work or out in the world with Mars in your 10th house, it's going to cause some relational issues. Which is not typically your style, but I think with Mars going through your 10th house, you're a little bit more dedicated, and I think you're a little bit more eager to want to get more work done. And yeah, it can be positive for bringing a lot of people in, but it could also create some conflict maybe with relationships and people at work. So watch for big conclusions and completions that are kind of happening in that part of your chart. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And it is kind of in opposition to an eclipse we had in Libra last fall. So there wasn't an eclipse in Libra last fall around 21 degrees, and this is around 24. So you might want to look at what was going on last fall, what intentions you set in the solar eclipse in Aries earlier this spring, and now this is the completion. This is the fulfillment of that. So fingers crossed. Libra risings, let me know how this one goes for you guys. And keep in mind that the 7th and the 10th house is about publicity, exposure, your status in the world. Like there's a lot of eyes on you, so just be mindful of how you're interacting with other people. All right, outside of those full moons, new and full moons, we've got some ingresses here. So on October 13th, Mercury will move into Scorpio, where it goes into your money house. So good for business, strong for money, focusing on resources, bringing in more, and being able to really think of how to expand and optimize maybe the way that you're doing business. And this is also like getting down to details and being kind of more so critical about how you're doing business and spending money. On the 17th of the month, Venus, your chart ruler, goes into Sagittarius. So it's going to be moving into your 3rd house, where you're on the move. You're either traveling, you're going on a road trip, maybe you are spending a little bit more money on books, learning, education, spending a little bit more money on luxury and things pertaining to cars and travel and transportation, or phones and gadgets. That could definitely be something that's happening. And then on the 22nd, the sun will be entering into Scorpio, which is shining a light on your financial goals, your spending power, your self-esteem. You're going to see a lot of planets go through Scorpio, so it's going to be definitely like a very financial and kind of like money focused month. On the 11th of October, Pluto will finally go direct in Capricorn. It's right at the tail end of its transit. Pluto will stay at 29 degrees until about the third week of November, and then it will fully move into Aquarius. So it's wrapping up what has been a really long chapter since I think 2008 of major transformation, purge, drama, muck, involving your ancestors, where you come from, your relationship to your parents, your home, like long processes that you've been going through revolving around your home or your living situation that you just want to wrap up. So it's almost done, but when Pluto goes direct, it can expose and start to show you where there's some kind of drama that's brewing on the home front. And that could be a problem with the house, that could be an issue with a relative, that can be a major transformation of your personal resources and wealth and how it connects to real estate and property, okay? And then on the 9th of October, Jupiter in Gemini in your 9th house will turn retrograde. It will go retrograde until the beginning of February of 2025. Jupiter is a planet of wealth, abundance, resources, philosophy, travel. So it rules your 3rd house of communication and your 6th house of health and daily routine. And as it retrogrades in the 9th, you may notice that there's some change or some slowing down of something you've been studying or changing direction with your studies, maybe revision of travel. This can also mean that there are some changes revolving around your relationship with your in-laws, and reconnecting or traveling back to places that you've been before. Now, with Jupiter going retrograde, something to think about is it will eventually come back into a square with Saturn. So you will see that aspect. You saw that aspect in August, and you're going to see it again in December. So to me, that's like, how are you able to handle or better take care of your day-to-day routines, your pets, your health, your habits, your job, right? And also juggle traveling or going to school or writing a book, right? So there's something that you're learning or that you're wanting to do and explore, but you kind of hit you hit a delay, you hit a snag. So it's possible that you could see this come back up in December. Not right now, but I would say be very careful with trying to overbook yourself in a couple of months with traveling, with school. That can get a little sticky in December. We're reevaluating some of what we've learned or where we've been or what we believe in while Jupiter is retrograde here. All right, so now we're gonna get on to the transit. So you guys already know that there is a solar eclipse in your sign on the 2nd, but right before that, actually on the 1st of October, we're gonna see a Sun-Mercury Cazimi. This is where Mercury is in the superior position. It is conjunct the Sun. Mercury rules your 12th house, so it might mean that you have a secret or there's something you want to say or something you want to tell someone, or maybe you have like an epiphany or like a dream or something that's really symbolic, and that's connected to the eclipse. And so remember, like I said, the eclipse can play out over time. It doesn't mean that you have to see something immediately like this week when the eclipse happens, but it does tell me that your intuition is getting stronger. It does tell me that there is some focus on divinatory practices, traveling, learning languages, kind of tapping into your intuition more. So really pay attention to that eclipse, because it's like your body is going to tell you something, or your intuition is going to tell you something, and it's going to be about something that is important for directing you in the direction you need to go. And that can also be helping navigate, preventing getting sick or having accidents or injuries, because you have that eclipse that is going to be in your 1st house, quincunx Saturn in your 6th. So listen to your intuition. On the 4th of the month, your chart ruler, Venus, in the 2nd house of money and income, will trine Saturn in the 6th. So it looks like you're going, okay, I'm willing to buy or invest, or I'm willing to participate in something that's going to better my finances, my health, or my habits. It could be a luxury expense that you could be spending on, like maybe it's health food, maybe you get like a nice gym membership, Maybe you decide that you're wanting to go to a med spa, or you're wanting to spend on something that's going to like increase your health, right? And it can be about liquids, so like soaking or IVs or any kind of serums or fluids, like things like that you're like either ingesting, buying, or using on your skin might be really beneficial. And support coming in, you might have to pay for it, but support coming in to help you with your daily routines. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in your sign come into a square with Mars. Okay, so time out for a second. There's a ton of planets that are going to go through your sign this month, all right? And all of these planets are kind of ricocheting off of Mars, which means there's going to be conflict going on either in the workplace, or you're going to be feeling combative, or you're feeling like more assertive. And it's also going to be ricocheting off of Pluto. So it'll make Libra the focal point of the squares between Mars and also Pluto, which means, can you be diplomatic? The South Node eclipse is like, can you find diplomacy in situations where you're being pressed? And it might mean that you're getting pressed by your family and your work. It might mean that there is some kind of conflict going on between your home and your spouse's home, or your spouse's family. You know, that could happen, and you're kind of like, I'm stuck in the middle. So be mindful that people are going to try to get your goat this month. And the key here is to know what it means to be assertive versus being like an asshole. You can be assertive and speak your piece, but you don't have to kind of stir the pot and have drama with people, you know? And also part of this, I think, is going to be about embracing that North Node in the 7th, where it can be that other people are stepping up to bat for you. You know, if you have an in-law that is like a pain, you may find that your partner is stepping up and saying things and not making you handle it. If you have conflicts that are going on with clients, you know, you may be passing this off to somebody who's going to handle it at a superior level, and you may kind of not get involved. Anyway, I had to put that out there because you're going to see a lot of squares. So the first one is Mercury in your sign, where you're trying to communicate and speak your piece, squaring Mars, where there could be some conflict in the office space with a parent or a superior. That'll be on the 6th. On the 8th, Venus in Scorpio in your money house will trine Mars. There you go. That's good because, you know, this can bring in resources, money, and, you know, that's because of hard work and action. It can be a really good productive day where you could see some really great sales or increase in your spending power. And on the 8th, you will see Mercury in your sign trine Jupiter. So it's a positive day for spending money, working, traveling, learning. Like, I think you're going to like this day. Really great time to be getting ready for like a road trip, or to be taking a course or a class of some kind. On the 13th of October, Mercury in your sign squares Pluto. So you're trying to communicate, be diplomatic, and assist and help when it comes to a home or a family matter, but there can be some challenging power dynamics and difficult time communicating with family, roommates, or relatives. The very same day when Mercury squares Pluto and you experience this power struggle, thankfully the sun in your sign will trine Jupiter, where you're able to talk to a mentor, a priest, a pastor, a teacher, you know, a guru, somebody who can kind of give you some insight. Maybe you get a reading as to like how to navigate a situation. And maybe the key is for you to pray or have faith or have some kind of spiritual practice that you're tuning into while you're kind of in the midst of feeling the pressure between you and your home and family. Then on the 14th of the month, you will see the sun in Libra square Mars, where your ego can get the best of you, Libra. There can be a sense of you choosing to be a little bit more overly cocky or confident, and, you know, maybe checking or, you know, getting into some heated kind of encounter with somebody at work professionally, or with an authority figure or a parent. There could be some drama also going on with a business partner, a client, or even a romantic partner, and it can become very blown out of proportion. So just be careful with that being in your 10th house. The very same day, Venus, which rules your chart, will be in Scorpio, but it'll oppose Uranus. So there could be some disruption going on in regards to money. Money that's owed to you is what it looks like with Venus in your 2nd house, and Uranus in your 8th house is about the unpredictability and destabilizing going on with other people. So I kind of look at that with also like the squares happening between the sun and Mars, and I feel like Some blow up that you can have with somebody professionally could materialize as some kind of financial kind of, severance or change. Maybe it's that, somebody was not respecting your time and you're like, I'm still charging you, or maybe somebody was supposed to pay you back, or you were owed some kind of benefit, or you were supposed to get some kind of bonus or refund on something, and you have to stand up for it. And then the opposition is about kind of being like, no, I need to get what is owed to me. So watch for that. Definitely challenging when it comes to finances and back and forth in the workplace over your pay. Then we're going to see on the 15th of the month, Venus in Scorpio, still in your money house, will trine Neptune in Pisces. So that could be you being like, you know what? I'm going to focus on what's going to bring me peace, or I'm going to focus on what's going to give me stability. I don't want to be in a situation that is unclear, or work that is maybe not best for me emotionally or for my daily habits or my routine. And maybe you had to make a change, with your spending habits or with your finances if you did have to kind of cut back from work or walk away from something. But Venus trine Neptune is spiritual. It is, we feel very, I think, like influenced, where we want to dance and write and create. But in your case, this is about easing into transformation with food, resources, and money, and letting something go. So you might let the job go, you might let the old habit go, you might want to use hypnosis if you're trying to overcome bad habits, drinking, eating habits, things like that. That can be really helpful, especially because Scorpio in the second house is very fixated in how it eats or how it spends money. Let's see, what else here? So then we're going to see, that can also be like an investment into like pets, or some kind of donation or sacrifice where you're giving to like a charity or something in need. Let's see. All right, so now we're at the 17th of the month. This is when you're going to have that big old full moon in your 7th house, where you've been forewarned that there's going to be a lot of action going on with relationships to other people. If you're single, like I said, you could meet somebody, and you could meet somebody at work, actually, because Mars is in the 10th, or there is some new business partnership brewing or some opportunity or offer for you to work with another person, and they may be wanting to kind of connect and collaborate with you. But love can be found on the kind of career house. And Mars will eventually retrograde through your 10th house. So a lot of you guys are going to make changes in your career or your status. So you might go from being single to being in a relationship, from being in a relationship to being married, from being married to being divorced. There's going to be something that's going to get reworked about the direction where you're going with your relationship to your career or committed relationships at the end of the year into the beginning of 2025. 17th of the month, Venus in Scorpio in your money house, sex house, Pluto. So positive money and resource things manifesting and developing for you, which in turn is connected to family, property, real estate, transformations with home and family. So if there is like a sense of changing your home, or money coming in from other family members, or selling your home, it could end up being like a lucrative thing. Or maybe you have something lucrative, or I guess I should say valuable, that you're willing to part with that you could sell, or an expensive or a lavish purchase for your home. That could happen there too. Around October 22nd, you will then have the Sun in Libra coming into a square with Pluto. And this is where you can have yet another standoff, where before the Sun square Mars was like either with a partner or somebody at work. Now this is going to be with somebody on the home front. It could be a older relative, it could be a parent, it could be a partner. And there could be some challenges or some dynamics coming up revolving around power struggles with money and possessions and the home. So there could be a back and forth about, well, we do buy this, we don't buy that. We do spend this much, we don't spend that much, and like kind of having a little bit of friction. And you may find it harder to really work through some of these long-standing issues. The positive is, look, Libra, this is like the final act. All of the squares to Pluto is kind of like, are you going to put it into it? And Libra can take action and try to be diplomatic. But if that roommate, that relative, that family member, that parent, like whoever it is, if they're nasty, then this could be you being like, yeah, I'm not playing that game anymore, or I don't want to live in a house with you anymore, or I don't want to visit your home, or, I don't want this to be a part of my home or my family or my living environment. So Think of it as finally putting a fork in something and calling it a day. And watch for power struggles, I think, between you and parents, because that can definitely get a little heated. While the Sun square Pluto is happening, Mercury in your second house trines Saturn, which is really great for being like, I'm done here. I'm not investing in this any longer, or I'm letting this go. This isn't important to me anymore, And so there can be some sense of making peace with whatever is changing. It can be beneficial for your health as well as your finances, actually parting ways with some of these power struggles. On the 24th of the month, Mars in Cancer will sextile Uranus, where forward momentum, growth within your career, being assertive, taking action. There's a lot of energy for work. Can have some really amazing, electrifying results when it sextiles Uranus, and you can make more money. So it can mean that there's like suddenly money coming in and job opportunities and growth, and there's just a lot of, you're working for it. Obviously, you got these trines all month long between your money house, your routine house, and your 10th house. You just don't want to burn up or burn out overly fast. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll get really good results this month, but I think that there can be a sense of like, if Libras don't pace themselves, they can actually get a little burnt out. So, listen, Mars making a trine to Saturn, Venus making a trine to Saturn, I think there's going to be a lot of stability, but the sextile to Uranus means that change can come very quick, and that can impact your joint resources, where, if God forbid Mars in the 10th house has a job cut, or suddenly there is something that's keeping you from working, or they have layoffs at work, or you do quit your job, then this is activating Uranus in your 8th, where you're like, now I have to rely on savings, or I'm putting money on a credit card, or I'm having to rely on my partner's savings. So just kind of keep that in mind. This is a day you're going to want to watch when we get to the 28th. Venus in Sagittarius in your 3rd house will square Saturn. Libra. Be careful driving on the 28th. Okay, give or take a day, but this is when it happens. Be mindful of issues with female relatives, communication with them, as well as neighbors. There can be an issue with a car that needs to get fixed, okay? Or there can be an issue with scheduling travel, and there's like delays, and you've got scheduling stuff going on, and it's like not going to be easy for you to kind of come and go somewhere. Try to avoid that day. Be mindful also of your health, because Venus square Saturn can bring up some health stuff. 3rd house is lungs, all right? And the Venus is sugar. So if you're having any issues with your lungs or coughing or any issues with your digestion, honey, hot liquids, right? Sagittarius, and honey. Spice, that's what you want to be taking. In the same day, Mars in Cancer in your 10th house will trine Neptune. And by the way, Mars goes into shadow on October 5th. So by the time we get to the end of the month and you're seeing Mars trine Neptune, where you're like, I'm working, I'm chugging along, I'm kind of like, I'm in the zone. I feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Mars is also opposing Pluto, where, it's going to be like, you're doing it, but at what expense? Is it keeping you from your family? Is it keeping you from having more emotional fulfillment? Is it keeping you from being home or feeling like you're able to focus on your private life? So you could be working to the point where you're not really realizing or recognizing that you're making a lot of sacrifices. More eclipses in Pisces next year, retrogrades in Pisces next year. A lot of Libra and Libra risings are going to have to change either where they're working, how they're working, or their schedule. And if that can be good for good because they recognize they need to make a change, or for the better, I guess I would say. But the 6th house is health and healing. So some Libras and Libra risings are going to have health ailments, or they're going to have problems with their coworkers, or they're going to have injuries, obviously touch wood, and things that are going to force you to work differently. So you don't want the universe to do that. You want to actually probably play the Mars retrograde later in the year in a matter of being like, how can I refocus and reimagine, what my career looks like and what I'm doing and how much energy I'm spending in doing things. Yeah, the work will be fine this month. You'll make money, things will go well, but you're going to have to ask yourself, at what cost? What are you giving up in order to have all of that, right? And also, is it worth some of the drama that you're going to be having with family or with relationships over this over focus with work? All right, on the 30th of October, Mercury in your money house opposes Uranus. I mean, honestly, I have Mercury in my second house. I've been going through the Uranus opposition. It's been more positive than negative. I think it's been more me changing the way that I look at what I value in money and how I spend money. Becoming aware that, thoughts influence money, right? Mercury rules the second. And shocks and surprise revolving around financial things changing. And it might mean that it's connected to your banks, your interest rates, your loans, shocks and surprises in what your partner is spending money on. Mercury rules your ninth house. So when I had my Mercury Uranus opposition the last couple of years, it was like a lot of like surprise trips here, we're going here, So that can happen for you, and it can be foreign lands or, road trips, and there can be good surprises, but usually tension revolving around money comes up. And then on the 31st, then you're going to have Mercury in Scorpio trine Neptune. So that can be a day where, I think there's a lot of checking in on your consumption, like what you're eating, what you're drinking, what you're spending money on, and like, are you doing this in a healthy way? Trines to Saturn and Neptune. Are you spending, time really focused on things that are going to be improving your self-esteem, right? Or are you just aimlessly like spending money because you're anxious and you're just trying to focus on security, and it's not really going to get you where you want to go. So be mindful of that, because trines to the sixth house is not just about work and health and routine. It can be about, I'm more sick, or now there's more work, or now there's more animals to take care of. So it can make things feel bigger. And obviously, come the end of the month, Mars is starting to oppose Pluto. So you're going to feel that tension, especially if you're like a late degree Libra rising. Okay. With that being said, obviously if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. I know that this is a lot, and a lot of you guys are going to have some kind of T-square action going on around your birthday. Remember, you're the focal point of the square. You have to decide, am I being a pushover? Am I being indecisive? Like, am I not being diplomatic enough? Like, it's going to be one side of the scales or the other. So let's see what cards you get. I pulled out my Nightmare Before Christmas deck for you guys for Halloween. All right. The card that I get is the Hierophant. How funny. Okay. The Hierophant. I think about the trines that you'll see from the Sun and Mercury in your sign to Jupiter. And the Jupiter transit in the ninth is teachers, mentors, gurus, people who show up that can kind of show you the way, and they can give you some kind of feedback, or they can give you a reading, or they can kind of like tell you where you need to go. That's the Hierophant. The Hierophant is somebody who is able to advise us in some way. So it could be a preacher, it could be a priest, it could be a therapist, it could be a lawyer, it could be a doctor. It doesn't have to just be somebody who's like religious or spiritual. The Hierophant is, but it's a professional. And if you need somebody to help you with writing a book, communicating, learning, traveling, right? Reach out to a professional. Sun, Mercury, trine Jupiter in the ninth. Contact a person who can help you expand the way that you want to expand. And whether that's travel places, learn things, if that's to help edit a book, if that is to help you plan a trip, whatever, like you really are in a position where if you feel like you need guidance right now, if you need somebody who's going to show you the way, you want to lean on that transit, because likely you're going to be able to get some support and somebody who can really help you see your way through some of the situations taking place this month. With that being said, good luck, happy birthday, and I will catch you guys back here next month in November. Take care. What's up? We got Scorpios and Scorpio risings. Welcome to October 2024. Some of you guys are having birthdays, so happy birthday to my October Scorpios. I hope it's a good one for you guys. We're going to start off by talking a little bit about what's going on with your rulers, because they are all over the place this month, you guys. First things first, Pluto's going direct. So on October 11th, you will see that your chart ruler, your modern day ruler, Pluto, is waking up, which means he's coming out of his slumber where he's been retrograde in your third house, where there's been this slow transformation of the mind and how you communicate, and some critical situation involving vehicles or siblings or learning, has been happening. And when Pluto wakes up, you suddenly have a little bit more power and swag. But it can also really highlight and show you where there's about to be a major transformation of the mind, how you communicate. Also, big things involving gadgets and vehicles and siblings. That's what you want to watch out for. Pluto will only be here until about the third week of November. And then Pluto will go into Aquarius, where it's going to be for the better part of the next 20 years, where it's radically changing and transforming something about your private life, your home, your family. So some of you guys feel like you have to have conversations before you do that. You have to move before you get there. You have to change something about the way that you connect with the world. And big emphasis on writing, websites, podcasts, anything revolving around what you're learning seems to be a little bit more critical in the next couple of weeks. Your other chart ruler, which is Mars, will be all over the damn place. The good news is that Mars is going through a sign that is friendly with Scorpio. It's going through a water sign. So you'll see several trines actually between Mars and, Venus and also Saturn. So you're going to kind of reap the benefits of some of these water trines, which can feel very whimsical, magical, romantic. There can be lots of inspiration and things that are kind of going on, but Mars does not like being in Cancer. And Mars also is coming into shadow. Now, Mars rules your body, and it also has connections to your health. So Scorpio and Scorpio risings, just listen to me. On the 4th or the 5th of October, it's going to start to go into shadow. And it doesn't mean something's going to happen, but I really feel like in September going into October, we want to deal with problems head on. Whether this is health problems, scheduling issues revolving around your day-to-day habits, your eating habits, your health habits, coworkers, legal matters, right? As well as your own personal style, your own personal goals. And when Mars is in the 9th house, your passion, your energy, your vitality is in traveling, learning, flying, right? My husband's Scorpio rising, he's going through flight training right now. And it's funny to watch Mars go through his 9th house, and he's constantly being like, okay, I'm battling with the weather and trying to figure out when I can schedule my classes or my training. And it quite literally is like the epitome of that transit. I think that for you guys, scheduling, traveling, or trying to initiate lawsuits, or trying to go back to school, or anything after the first week of October, it's going to feel challenging, right? Now, you have some time. We're going to see some trines between Mars and Venus. Great, you'll have support. You're going to have some trines between Mars and Saturn. Great, you can make commitments. Do it now so you don't have to make these changes in February where you're feeling like you're kind of dragging through the mud, right? So all month, Mars is in your 9th house, and that's going to feel you incentivized to want to learn, travel, possibly be learning more about health, possibly be learning more or some new kind of skills in some regard. And by the end of the month, Mars is going to start coming into an opposition with Pluto, both your chart rulers. So that means that you're going to be feeling pressure when it comes to your 9th house, foreign travel, education, airplanes, and also short distance travel and learning. I could definitely see some squabbles with some teachers. I could see some squabbles with some siblings. I could see some legal matters that can be coming up. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. When you start feeling those oppositions at the end of the month, you're going to be like, oh, okay. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about all of the ingresses. So on October 13th, you're going to see Mercury enter your sign. And this is when Scorpio risings can run around with their megaphone. Wanting to share good news, feeling maybe a little bit more optimistic, maybe a little bit more communicative, chatty, changing and transforming the way that you communicate and connect with people, and really with a lot of depth, right? Mercury in the 1st house, we have a tendency to kind of shoot off what we're thinking, but in Scorpio, it can be very, very soulful and very passionate, and it's great for research. Also, organizing health, and changes revolving around your body, that can be good. Psychology, because it rules your 8th. On the 17th of the month, Venus enters Sag. Venus goes into your money house. So this is going to be a good transit where luxury purchases, spending, expenses, things like that are going to be. Obviously, Venus rules your 7th house of relationships. So some Scorpios and Scorpio risings are going to be receiving really nice gifts from your partners for your birthday. Or maybe there is going to be a sense of really spending a little bit more money on your personal style or how you're kind of dressing and looking. That could happen as well. And it'll be there for a couple weeks. And then on the 22nd of October, the sun enters Scorpio and we begin Scorpio season. We talked about Pluto going direct on the 11th. Just take note of like the 10th, 11th, and 12th and what's kind of coming up for you. You might feel inclined to jot a couple notes down, or there's some stuff that comes up for you intuitively here. And we are going to see on the 9th of October, Jupiter will retrograde. So Jupiter will turn retrograde until the beginning of February for several months. It will go from 21 back to 11 degrees, and it's retrograding in your 8th house in a sign that in conjuncts or quincunxes you. So the 8th house is joint resources, money, your partner's spending power. It is about insurance. It is about inheritances, taxes, that kind of stuff. And Jupiter rules your 5th house of children, creativity, dating, self-expression, and money. So you're reevaluating, okay, you know, how much in debt do I want to go for a creative hobby? How much money do I want to spend on a creative hobby? What expenses are coming up for me and a partner revolving around children? Or expenses that are revolving around like dating or artistic, creative endeavors, self-employment. So if you've been seeing like taxes going up or, you know, maybe insurance going up or other things, it may actually either come a little bit back down or be a little bit more reasonable with Jupiter retrograde. It can also mean that there's less support maybe coming in or like lower interest rates. You might be able to like refinance things. But Jupiter will eventually square Saturn, and you will see that in December. So there's 2 squares, one in August and one in December. So you'll see one more, but not quite yet. So we're just reevaluating basically some of these 8th house topics until we get to next year. And then we're really going to start to see some forward motion and some growth in this area. Remember, Jupiter enhances things in the 8th house is stuff that can be intense. It can be about death and loss and grief and letting things go. So you might be more interested in learning about healing childhood trauma or intimacy issues or therapy. It's very introspective when it's retrograde, so it can be a good time to do that kind of stuff. Then on the 2nd of October, we will have a solar eclipse in Libra in your 12th house. All right, so what can I say about this? Solar eclipses are new beginnings. They sometimes bring crisis or some kind of catalyst for change. This is obviously happening in your 12th house, which is your subconscious and your sleep, behind the scenes, things that you did not know were kind of taking up space in your head, right? And this is typically like an eclipse that makes people want to isolate and kind of keep to themselves and, you know, be in hidden places or foreign lands or treatment centers, hospitals, you know, like prisons, mental wards. That comes up with the 12th house as well. So this is where something is kind of hidden or trapped. And it's about past life karma because the South Node is there, and it can be about undoing or releasing old relationships, fears of intimacy, relationships, commitment. There can be some shocks and surprises that can be happening with relationships because it's in Libra that can seem like it's just coming out of nowhere, like you didn't see it coming. And disruptions in your sleep, right? I know, fun stuff. It is a solar eclipse and it's conjunct the South Node. So it's saying we're setting intentions to move away from where we've been in order to bring in more of the North Node. So this is health, habits, and routines. So you actually have to have this kind of like emotional, psychological clearing so you can get a hold on what's going on with your productivity. So you can get a hold on your work, your health, your habits. And this is more kind of spiritual releasing that's going on. Spiritual healing, sound healing, right? Chakra clearing, anything like that that you want to do that's going to kind of better improve your overall productivity and your health is recommended. I would say with the Cazimi there, the Sun conjunct Mercury, it does seem like there can be some communication that you're having with a friend where they're letting you know or letting you in on the fact that they're having relationship problems, or there's a secret involving another person. So some Scorpio and Scorpio risings may find out someone's had a crush on them and they didn't know, or they can be finding out that there's something going on with like somebody they're seeing casually, that they're seeing another person, because the 11th house is others of other people. What else? Friendship breakups can happen here, as much as I hate to say it, that's possible. And I would just say watch for self-undoing tendencies and know that there is going to be some kind of dream or feeling or vision or epiphany that is about releasing or letting someone go. And you might see that around the beginning of the month. At the time of the eclipse, though, Venus is on your ascendant. So it's almost like you're letting go of someone or something, or the idea of what someone could have been, to more so realign with yourself and your own health. And I see you being protected with Venus being in your first house when that happens. Then we have on the 17th of the month, we're going to have a full moon in Aries at 24 degrees. And if you've heard any of the other signs, this is kind of like a hell on wheels full moon. Full moon in Aries, where we are more emotionally reactionary, right? It's fire. It is in your 6th house of health, habits, routines, and coworkers, in opposition to the sun in Libra in the 12th. And it is ruled by Mars, which also rules your chart. And this full moon is going to square Mars in the 9th. Watch out for conflicts that can materialize in some kind of like legal dilemma, right? Especially from work or something relating to like medical malpractice, right? Because 6th house can be health. I would say be careful with scheduling and education or travel. There's some kind of conflict there in being able to balance everything. I also would say 6th house is pets. It's your office space. It's things revolving around your digestion, your habits. So go back and look at the spring of 2024 when we had a new moon in Aries. We had a solar eclipse. What were you manifesting there? Was it more work? Was it a bigger office? Was it a new pet? You know, what were you asking for? Were you trying to make time for something also? Now, if you're wanting to learn new skills, habits, or focus on health, you might bring in teachers, instructors, you know, other people with that square to Mars. But any which way you slice it, that looks a little intense. And I think that there may be a sudden need for you to travel and go somewhere far away with that particular eclipse, or there can be a conflict with a teacher, or there might be a need to kind of meet with a lawyer. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. All right, let's get into the rest of the transits for the month. We have got on October 2nd, obviously the solar eclipse. October 4th, Venus in your 1st house, trining Saturn, really aligning with beauty, harmony, love, and pleasure, and loving yourself and loving yourself some more. It can be a good day for a relationship with romantic partners as well as children. On the 6th, Mercury in your 12th house will come into a square with Mars in Cancer. So there can be some stress and anxiety that's going on, or lack of sleep that's making you irritable or difficult for you to participate in courses or lessons, or you're feeling like anxious about where you're traveling or somewhere that you're going. Mercury is also premonitions, okay? Premonitions of accidents or delays or setbacks. Pay attention if anything like that comes up for you on the 6th. On the 8th, Venus in your sign trines Mars in Cancer, okay? So this is good for love and relationships at a distance, you know, showing affection and appreciation for someone far away, visiting or meeting somebody at a distance. You could be going to them, they could be going to you. And the same day, Mercury in your sign, Mercury in Libra in your 12 will trine Jupiter. Okay, so it's like wanting to connect with you, and then it's I can't wait to fill you in on everything that's changed, everything that's happened, you know, and somebody letting you in on a secret, or a friend sharing some information with you about stuff that's been happening, and like you have like a really good catch up. So lots of change through relationships, but I think it's good. And on the 13th, we'll see Mercury in Libra in your 12 square Pluto. This is a little tricky because, you know, Mercury in Libra generally deals with like relationship and partnership. So this could be undoing. You may feel like there is a sense of someone or something trying to check in or check up on you from the past. And they could be invading your space energetically in your dreams, or you can be feeling like somebody's watching some of your stuff on social media that has not seen it in quite a while. And there can be some difficult communication, but to me, it doesn't seem like it's direct. It seems like it's indirect. So you could be feeling like somebody's going to reach out, or maybe kind of feel like you're getting like a fish email or like, message, and like something seems off about it, or like somebody, is kind of invading some of your personal space online. So watch out for that. Same day though that the sun in Libra will trine Jupiter. So you're like a little like detective. So you'll be like, I'll figure out and get to the bottom of this. What are they looking at and how are they seeing it? And like, who is it? So if you're feeling that there is some difficult conversations with people, some of you guys might be like, I'm going to go and, do some research, or I'm going to get a PI, or I'm going to get somebody on this to kind of see like who is this person who's bothering me or reaching out to me. But that can also be a good ending completion day, right? Sun is about career, and, obviously the trine to Jupiter is your second house lord. So you might be giving up one status for something better. You're giving up one job for something more, kind of lucrative or more productive. Then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, Sun in Libra in your 12th is going to come into a square with Pluto. So you're getting checked again, where it's like, man, do I really want to be dealing with this drama with a parent or with a boss or someone, pressing on me to communicate? And it could be some really difficult communication, both with Sun and Mercury square Pluto, between you and a father figure, you and a parent, you and a boss. And I think it's going to be, like I said, less direct. Like it'll be through text message or email. And it could be like a blow up where you're just like, I'm sick of talking to this person, and I don't want to continue to just like gloss over it and act like it's fine. And you can find that communication can be really difficult those days. Then we're going to see on the 14th, the sun will square Mars. And that can also be some challenges revolving around relationship with a in-law, mentor, or a teacher. And there is some friction there as well. Remember, Scorpio, lots of planets are going through Libra. That's your 12th house if you're a Scorpio rising. So this is like that natural completion, conclusion, ending that you have right before your birthday. So I see it as a lot of you guys like clearing out old anxieties or fears from relationships of the past. And that's just kind of how it's going to go. So you might feel a little squirrely. We will also see on that same day when the sun squares Mars that Venus in your first house opposes Uranus. And so that can mean that you're trying to be loving, lovable, friendly with a partner, with another person. You're trying to connect with them, and they just seem like they're fit to be tied, or they're extremely impatient, or they're not understanding, or they're not, they're not very friendly. But at the same time, sometimes Venus in opposition to Uranus means like it's like love at first sight. Somebody ends up seeing you because Venus rules your 7th, and they're super interested in you, and you're like, I'm not so sure. They're like really into me, and they're like very different than what I would usually date. But opposites can attract with Venus in opposition to Uranus. So you could bring somebody in who's very quirky and unique and different, but they may be really interested in you. Then you're going to see on the 15th, Venus in your sign trines Neptune. Great, dreamy, creative, romantic day, vibing out and like feeling like a goddess. I love that transit. 17th, you're going to see that full moon in Aries, where you want to watch health and what's going on with your schedule and also your pets and your work. There can be some kind of critical situation involving these things that are important. And on the 22nd of October, the sun then goes through the 12th house and squares Pluto. So who is this power struggle you're having this month? Is it with a partner? Is it with a business, like a manager or a boss? Is it with a parent? Something's going on where it's like something's really irritating you, the way that somebody is communicating and connecting, and you're like, I don't want to do it anymore. Like, I can't just like look it over and just act like everything's fine. Like, I'm not putting up with it. And Pluto gets really activated and triggered, and it's going to be about how you change and transform the way that you communicate and connect with other people, how you respond to other people. So hopefully you're responding differently and you're not, not reacting to people. Like if people want to be crazy, like let them be crazy. Like there's no need for you to like, kind of spit venom back at them. Then we're going to see on the same day, Mercury will trine Saturn. So now Mercury is in Scorpio and it's trining Saturn, which means you're creating a boundary with a romantic partner, with a kid, with a creative project. I will transform my relationship to my romantic partner. I will transform my relationship to my kids, to my, goals, to my hobbies. And you're committing to something much more serious here, matters of the heart. 24th of October, Mars in Cancer in your 9th house, sextiles Uranus, which means spontaneous opportunities for travel, going places, doing things where you could either meet people or make some, kind of last minute trips. Like, Mars in the 9th house can be quick trips anyway. Usually they're further away, but with the sextile to Uranus, it's like, oh, you want to get away for the weekend, or maybe you meet somebody while you're traveling and then like a relationship begins. So I like that because it can really kind of invigorate the relationship aspect of your chart and it can bring more spontaneity and fun. On the 28th of the month, then we see Mars trine Neptune. So through action, learning, traveling, you're able to kind of get in touch with spirituality, the divine, romance. I really like this for traveling and being by water. I also really like this for learning something new, like learning how to paint, learning how to dance, learning how to draw, learning how to take photos, sculpting, anything that you would fire. Think of like Mars in Cancer is kind of like clay. You have to kind of take something that's like wet and you have to fire it. So what is it that you want to learn that's about like fire and heat and art or moving your body? Would be a great time to go and take some kind of professional lesson with that trine. Both to Saturn as well as Neptune, honestly, both of those would work. Same day though, on the 28th, Venus in Sagittarius in your money house squares Saturn. So there may be a sense of being like, I really want to indulge more in this thing, and thinking, oh, if I buy the shiny object, it's going to make me happy. And I'm going to tell you, it won't. You may be wanting to really invest in, something that you think is going to be good in the long run. So 5th house can be speculative, but you need to be cautious with spending money with that transit. Be cautious with love. Remember, Venus rules the 12th house, so there can be some self-undoing tendencies to just want to give to a romantic partner, to your children. It's wanting you to fall out of that. And I feel like Venus in the 2nd house, you can have pleasure and you can invest in stuff or buy stuff, but within reason, right? You don't want to be spending too much. Venus in the 2nd house is for yourself. So it's like, what are you doing for yourself outside of romantic partners, kids, and other people? And Venus is relationships too. So Venus in the 2nd house means that you may be receiving a lot of abundance and resources and support or gifts from people, but the square to Saturn is like, oh, it's not the color I wanted, it's not as nice as the one I wanted. So be nice, like don't, I understand because I'm a Scorpio, I get it, but I really feel like be appreciative and you still have plenty of transits when planets go through Sagittarius to spend some money on yourself, especially with oppositions to Jupiter. So hopefully you guys enjoy your birthday gifts and you don't have to spend a lot of money to have fun. And you don't have to feel like with Saturn in the 5th house in Pisces, you don't have to be in a relationship to feel valuable. You don't have to spend a lot of money to, have fun. You don't have to have certain things to bring you joy. So you're learning to kind of reinvest in yourself. All right, October 30th, Mercury in your sign opposes Uranus. You could have some conflict, some kind of squabble, some back and forth discussion with another person where there is some intensity and perhaps even some questioning. It's like, what are you doing? Where have you been? What's going on? Mercury in Scorpio wants the details, and it's likely got the receipts with Mercury connected to the 8th and the 11th house. So that opposition to Uranus might drive somebody crazy that you're asking them questions or that you kind of know things that you shouldn't know or that you intuitively pick up. Uranus is also family, so it could mean there's a back and forth with a family member or a partner or a roommate that you live with, and it can create some tension between the two of you. The next day, then Mercury starts to trine Neptune, right? So it doesn't have to be like drama or a standoff. It could mean that you're just bringing things up that they don't really expect you to ask. And then the trine to Neptune is, you know, like, let's just have the conversation and settle it out. It can be peaceful. It doesn't have to be dramatic, right? But conversations with children about creativity, about dating, you know, and you may catch people off guard. Like, are you single? You know, are you interested? Are we doing this? There can be a lot of that stuff that's kind of coming up for you this month. And I would say catch yourself, because bad habits can come up where it's connected to how you've always responded to relationships or old relationship patterns in the past, like it's coming back up again. So we don't want to repeat some of those same patterns, right? All right. So that's the month at a glance for you guys. Let's see what card you got for the month. I got the King of Needles, which I believe is the King of Swords in this deck. King of Needles. Just want to double check just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the King of Swords, which kind of, honestly, it kind of makes sense to me because, you know, I think about like the trines between what's going on with Jupiter and Mercury and the Sun. And so these are air trines that are going to be happening. Here we go. King of Needles. King of Needles has brains, logic, and determination. He's deeply respected, sometimes for his determination. He's feared for his cold, shrewd tendencies. When the card comes forward, it's a sign to let reason and sensibility guide you instead of letting your emotions get in the way. Okay, so it is the King of Swords. So one thing I want to say is that, you know, you have this solar eclipse in your 12th, which means you're getting rid of any like chaos in regards to relationships, any karma. Like, you're learning to be more kind of like cut off, matter of fact, that's done, that's not going anywhere. You know, we're not repeating that pattern. And I think that's very King of Swords. I also think about the trines to Jupiter, where through healing, transformation, regeneration, letting things go, like you can heal. You can heal the way you communicate, the way that you connect. And Mars cuts and severs. So you're going to have lots of Mars squares, where it is possible that traveling, learning, and working with a teacher, a mentor, or a guru is really helping you break away from some of these old patterns, and like getting some space or being far away can really help you process some things if you've been feeling kind of caged. Okay? Watch for support that can come through Geminis, Libras, or Aquariuses. Lots of communication with them, or maybe you're just embodying more of that energy to be able to make changes in the way that you think and perceive things. And I love like the 12th house and the 8th house, because it's very much like psychology, healing, journaling, releasing things, you know? So letting go of old outdated ways of thinking about how relationships are supposed to be, and embracing changes in relationships. 7th house ruler going through your first, you're going to have a lot of opportunity for togetherness with a partner this year, this month, but you're going to also see some really nice aspects between Mars and Venus. So that means that you are aligning with relationships or meeting people if that's what you want to do. Anyway, hope that's helpful for you. I will catch you guys back here next month in November. You take care, and I'll see you soon. All right, we've got Sagittarius and Sagittarius rising. What's going on, Sag? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to October of 2024. You know that I'm going to start with talking to you about Jupiter. And, well, Jupiter is actually getting ready to go retrograde. So that's really important because Jupiter rules your chart. So Jupiter will be turning retrograde on October 9th. And that will be taking place between now and February of 2025. So we've got several months of a retrograde. This means that when it comes to you and your relationship in relationship to others, you're reviewing, reflecting, or thinking about, like, who am I in partnership to other people? Do I see myself settling down or committing? Am I ever going to find somebody? Am I with the right person? You know, you might feel like there is some slowdown of relationship progress. And you've probably already felt that because Jupiter wasn't a square to Saturn in August. So there was something going on where, like, your home, your emotions, your family, maybe one of your parents, where you were living was kind of thwarting being able to date or meeting someone. Now with Jupiter retrograde, you can reevaluate what's going on in the relationship department if you want one, or who you're with, and how that's impacting your home, your emotions. And that'll be in December. But Jupiter, I think, being your chart ruler means that you could change your mind about someone you're dating. You could change your mind about your therapist. You could change your mind about, somebody you're wanting to work with. You could rework something about your clients or your marketplace, and you could see some of these things take a little bit more time. Now, the other big transits that are going to be happening this month involving Jupiter is you're going to see Sun trine Jupiter and Mercury trine Jupiter. And that is going to be bringing lots of opportunities through friends, parties, social gatherings, connections, networks, to bring in clients, to make statements about things you're celebrating in relationship. It could be, hey, we're getting engaged, we're getting married, we're having a baby, we're starting a company, like anything like that where you can celebrate with other people. You're going to really like some of those trines between the 11th and the 7th house. So get out there, socialize, have a good time, enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Other than that, for ingresses for the month, we're going to see on October 13th, you're going to have Mercury in Scorpio. Okay, so it's going to enter into your 12th house. So it's going to leave your social zone. It's going to go into the 12th house where there is much more of an emphasis when it comes to relationships or work, where you're like, I need some downtime. 12th house can be about healing. It can mean that you need to spend more time in bed, or you're going to some kind of healing center, or maybe you're needing to focus on meditation or rest or reflection. You might be feeling a little in your head too with Mercury in the 12th house, because there can be this sense of questioning, or wondering what direction a relationship is going in, and you could feel a little unsure, but it's a very temporary transit. Now, on the 17th of the month, Venus enters Sag. So around that time with Venus in your first house, if you're a Sagittarius rising, is really good for changes to your appearance, new clothes, makeup, updating your style, anything that's going to be about bringing more beauty and luxury to you. Obviously, Venus is connected to your health habits and routines, so you could be very busy working with a number of people, receiving support from coworkers, and also making some positive health changes. Equally, you will find that you are attracting a lot of other people or invitations or offers to go and join groups or clubs or some kind of get-togethers or gatherings because of Venus in your first house. The only thing you want to be mindful of is there will be a Venus square Saturn transit, and it looks like that's going to be happening right around October 28th. So Sag, I don't want you doing any cosmetic procedures. I don't want you buying property. I don't want you redecorating your home. I don't want you having any tips with your mom or your siblings, because that can come up under that transit, okay? And then we're going to see on the 22nd, the Sun enters Scorpio. So, Sun's going to be in Scorpio, Mercury's going to be in Scorpio. This is the period of time, Sag, where we have planets go through Scorpio right before your birthday. So you're clearing out, reevaluating, reflecting on where you've been for the last year and what you want to let go of and what you're no longer afraid of, and where you're embracing something brand new when it comes to the future of your life. And you have to kind of do this yearly review, and it's always a little bit intense with Scorpio because I think you guys see some of the most change right before your birthday. Then we see on the 11th, Pluto will go direct in Capricorn. So Pluto's been retrograde and it's been back in Capricorn in your money house. So there's probably been this feeling of some critical turning points with money and financial situations. Yes, maybe there's been some stress revolving around money, or maybe you've been worried about when you feel the next thing is going to fall, or the next unexpected expense, or maybe there has been a lot of having to work through subconscious issues revolving around resources and money and wealth and self-esteem. So when Pluto goes direct, some financial situation is going to present itself that is going to be the grand finale of the Pluto and Capricorn transit. If you've been avoiding making positive financial changes, it can be a reckoning. If you are aware of your spending habits and self-esteem issues and, the power that money has over you, and you got everything in charge, you should be fine. Shouldn't be an issue. However, Pluto goes direct, right? And you're going to see a bunch of planets square Pluto. You're going to see Sun square Pluto, Mercury square Pluto. You're going to see Mars start opposing Pluto at the end of the month. So I would be very cautious about home buying. I'd be cautious about home loans. I would be careful about loans from family. Buying and selling of homes, like that's where things get kind of tricky here with some of those oppositions. And that's going to kind of go on clear till about December with the Mars retrograde. But for right now, just know that big money stuff is happening. And if it's something that you haven't been aware of or an expense you don't see coming, that can be manifesting over the next couple of months. Just be very careful with how you're spending money and how you're managing it until Pluto goes back into Aquarius the third week of November. Then we have obviously Jupiter retrograde. We talked about October 2nd. We have a solar eclipse in Libra, where this can mean that there is some sort of sudden, like offering to go and connect and collaborate with a group or a network or a group online. This can also mean that there is a party or there is a gathering that you are being invited to. And when we have the eclipse on the 2nd, right before that, there's going to be a Cazimi. So I'm wondering, like, is there an engagement party? Is there some kind of celebration going on? Are you introducing your partner to your friends? Do you go to a party and meet someone if you're single? Something like that's happening, and it can be that there is some kind of like surprise party or get together maybe that's happening or being planned. Your friends might be planning something for your birthday, you just don't know it. But I would pay attention to what you're invited to go and participate in. The problem is that this is a south node eclipse, which means we're eclipsing something out. We're letting something go. It's time to take a break or have a friendship breakup or like let somebody go because it turns out they're not exactly as good of a friend as you thought they were. Venus is debilitated in Scorpio and it's going to be in your 12th house. So I feel like these are eclipses that are going to play out over time. We might see this play out more so closer to spring of 2025 when you see Venus retrograde oppose this degree and also connect with Saturn. So in my mind, I'm kind of like, be careful who you're meeting, who's new friends, who you're connecting with. Like, not everybody's going to be your friend. And at some point over the next 6 months, you may have to kind of like let go of someone and have a friendship breakup. Or it could be that there is somebody from the past, a partner or a romantic kind of person from the past who kind of comes back in some capacity online. They try to add you, they try to, friend you, or they're trying to kind of like follow you what you're doing online. And maybe that's because, they have some kind of interest and they're like, let's just be friends, but it could potentially be more complicated than that. So be mindful of that. Then we're going to have October 17th, a full moon in Aries in your natal 5th house. So this is going to be a full moon. It's not an eclipse, but this is a full moon that was based off of a solar eclipse in Aries earlier this year. So 5th house is creativity, joy, self-expression, dating, children. This is taking chances. It's in a fellow sister fire sign. So it's really great for creative project fulfillment. It's great for dating, for pregnancy. It's great for falling in love. Go into bars, like parties and events and being a little bit more independent and kind of wild or entrepreneurial, right, Aries? This is going to be interesting because this is where we see the polarity between the Sun and Libra, where you have a group of people who are coming together to see what you've created. So if you have an online store, if you have an online presence, this can be a time where you're showing people what you've been working on and creating. And this is going to square Mars in your 8th house. I feel like the creative stuff that's coming up in the 5th is saying it's going to cost money to make money. You're selling stuff, you have to buy products to make it. Or maybe your plan is that you're going to creatively transform your home, right? Mars in Cancer. Maybe it means that you've been having a lot of fun and you're putting a lot of money on the credit cards, or there's been a lot of dipping into savings or expenses. Be careful, Sag. Be very careful, because with Pluto waking up in your 29 degrees, and there could be a critical financial turning point, with Mars coming into that opposition where too much fun can get you into some trouble, or too much expenses can get you into some trouble, or gambling. And then also having that square the moon. Be mindful. I think that for a lot of you guys, the Mars retrograde is going to be about refinancing. It's going to be possibly about, debt consolidation. It could be about You know, having to have your kids pay you back, having to pay back your boyfriend or your girlfriend. It can be about trying to get some of your debt forgiven. And the opposition to Pluto it's going to be a little tricky to do that. So just mind your spending. But full moon in the 5th, you know, meeting somebody, falling in love, having a kid, big news revolving around your children, that can definitely happen. But it looks like it has an impact on your finances, whatever it is. All right, with that being said, we now will go to, so we talked about the solar eclipse on the 2nd, the Cazimi on the 1st. On the 4th, Venus in your 12th house in Scorpio will trine Saturn. Health pertaining to a pet or a older female relative needs to be watched. And it's possible that they may have some health issues or may have to see a doctor. It could also be a coworker that's sick and it's out and it's having an impact on you and you're concerned or you're worried about their health and how that kind of affects, you know, the flow of work. Obviously Venus trine Saturn is good, but you've got Venus kind of debilitated and Saturn in the 4th. So I do feel like this may materialize as you know, changes for home, family, and older women, not so much like money in your pocket type of stuff, maybe. But if it is, it's something that you're receiving. You know, part of the Mars retrograde for some of you guys will be about inheritance or money that you're getting from joint, you know, finances between you and a partner. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Libra, okay, square Pluto. So just as a heads up, you're going to see a ton of planets go through Libra, where you're going to have friends who have opinions, people online, connections and collaborations with other people, and it's all going to start squaring Pluto in your 2nd house, which challenges your money or your personal values, and also Mars in your 8th house, which is bringing up issues revolving around joint finances and debt. You know, lots of socializing, going out, dinner, drinks, shows, birthday parties, celebrations, having to buy gifts. It's applying pressure to your 2nd house where you're like, okay, there is a financial situation here where like I can only spend so much money, you know? So I think that's what a lot of this stuff is going to be about. But Mercury is your relationship with a friend and there being some kind of tiff over money or resources. Then we're going to see Mercury come into, oh, that's not even yet, excuse me, Mercury squaring Mars. So it's going to be squaring unexpected drama that can be coming in regards to a female at work or a female friend, maybe even a younger person where there's a little bit of intensity. But this is more joint resources. And so I actually feel like let's say you're wanting to throw a birthday party or a celebration or something, a wedding, whatever, you know, people being like, we want to help pay for the cost of it, right? This doesn't have to be a bad one. Like this is letting other people kind of lead the way with Mercury square Mars in Cancer. That one's not terribly too bad. On the 8th, Venus in Scorpio in your 12th is going to trine Mars in Cancer. Okay. So this may mean that, you know, you've got friends showing up for you in your time of need if you're grieving or if you're going through a huge change or a change with one of your children or a change with a romantic partner. But this is things changing emotionally. It's water and behind the scenes. Same day, Mercury in Libra trines Jupiter in Gemini. Mercury in your friend house, trining Jupiter in your 7th house. I kind of feel like friends might be checking in with a partner and asking a partner like, hey, we want to plan something, you know, how can we help? Or, you know, what does your partner need? Or how can we, you know, kind of be involved? So it is a little sneaky, but it is good for socializing and mixing relationships with your social life. Then on the 13th, Mercury in Libra squares Pluto. So this is what I was talking about, where there is some tension revolving around groups of people and money and resources and maybe not seeing eye to eye about things. Some difficult conversations about money within a group. And the same day, the sun will trine Jupiter. So thank goddess. It's like, man, you've got either a partner or a business partner or a sibling or a friend that's really looking out for you all month. And they're like kind of checking in and maybe they're excited and they're celebrating something with you or for you. That can be really helpful in kind of expanding some of your relationships or things that you want to celebrate. So friends want to participate in that. Then we're going to see on the 14th, the sun will then come into a square with Mars. Sun square Mars. So other people, friends, community, getting together and being like, hey, you know, we want to help you pay for something. It could be crowdfunding. It could be, you know, paying off a debt or some kind of an expense revolving around children, creativity. People saying, hey, go and buy my friend's products. Go and, you know, schedule with her, see what she's doing. And that can actually help incentivize and kind of bring more money to you. Then we're going to see the same day on the 14th, Venus in Scorpio opposes Uranus in Taurus. See, this is where there could be some unexpected health stuff or some unexpected friendship stuff coming up. Venus in the 12th house is going to be about enemies and people who surprise you, who you thought had your back, but you're like, whoa, obviously not. And it can come up where it can create some conflict with money, obviously, Taurus, but also with your daily routine, your habits, or your work. So there can be someone who you worked with who you thought was cool, and then you realize, like, no, they're not so cool, you know, or we're not as close as I thought we were. On the 15th, Venus will trine Neptune. So Venus in your 12th house, trining Neptune, where care, support, love, sacrifice for home, family, mother, parents kind of comes through. It could be an older female relative. And then you're going to see the full moon in Aries on the 17th that we talked about, which can be about fulfillment, creativity, you know, dating, romance, pregnancy. And we are also going to see Venus sextile Pluto. So through changes, endings, transformation of, you know, money, assets, it's bringing you some kind of gift. It's bringing you something that you didn't see coming, or some kind of unexpected gift, piece of jewelry, you know, something that's going to be valuable that is being kind of, yeah, like it's like secret. So I think somebody's going to give you something, or they're planning something that maybe they're going to give you at the end of the month or for your birthday. Then we have on the 22nd, then the sun in Libra squares Pluto. So this is also more changes revolving around other people. And, you know, I feel like this is going to be about a lot of other people like being generous with you and giving to you and not making you feel bad about receiving, right? Pluto in the second house can be about things. So people saying, hey, we want to help pay for your birthday, or we want to plan a trip, you know, we're covering it, or we want to help you pay for the wedding. Like there's going to be a lot of community stuff coming up where people want to help support you, and it's helping ease some of the stress that you have about finances. Let other people help you. That's my advice. On the 22nd, Mercury trine Saturn. Okay, so Mercury in the 12th trine Saturn. Serious conversations with partners about home, family, or living situations. Discussing with family or relatives, like siblings, about what's going on with a parent or what's going on with a living situation, and talking to them about it. And it can be relating to old age or health-related stuff as well. Then we're going to see on the 24th of the month, Mars will sextile Uranus. So we've got Mars in Cancer, sextiling Uranus. So where there is more of an uptick with joint resources, reevaluating, you know, kind of investments, paying off debt, you know, you're feeling incentivized to work. So maybe you're like, I'm going to work as much as I can because I have bills to pay off, or I have to, you know, take care of like medical bills, or I have vet bills, and you're feeling incentivized. But also Mars in the 8th house could be loans. So if you're like, I need to get surgery, or, you know, I need to, you know, deal with a health ailment, you might be looking at health insurance. You might be looking at different kinds of insurances to cover some of your expenses, or you might be looking at loans if for whatever reason you have to take some time away from work to deal with some health related things. That can definitely come up there. On the 28th, Mars in Cancer will trine Neptune in Pisces. And that's more about endings, completions, transformations within home and family. And, you know, by the time Mars is trining Neptune, where unfortunately, touch wood, for some of you guys, it can be dealing with the death in the family. It can also be dealing with inheritance and those kind of things. Mars trine Neptune could be a release point for a home and, you know, maybe selling it and buying something new, or it can give you some release from some pressure from like a mortgage if you refinance, but it's in opposition to Pluto. So it's clear to me that there's going to be like all this stress revolving around money, and then there's going to be a change where either your partner's going to have a change with their resources, or you might get a lump sum or a windfall of something, or you might get an inheritance, and it's going to change. It's going to change your living situation or your home situation. Now, granted, it could mean that you end up, you know, moving in with somebody or building a house with somebody, and then all of a sudden you have joint resources and it's taking some of the pressure off of what you've been spending, right? It could be that as well. But Mars is starting to come into an opposition with Pluto by the end of the month, and it will make that opposition several times throughout the Mars retrograde starting in December. So a lot of back and forth between what's yours and what's others people, and what's supposed to be given to you and what's owed to you, and you could be dealing with insurance matters and tax matters and spousal support, child support stuff, especially child support because of the connection to the 5th house. Be very careful taking risks, gambling, or with the market, because it's going to be really hard to time with some of these oppositions. So don't take any risks that you're not willing to potentially lose. On the 28th, we also see Venus square Saturn. So this is where, you know, you're trying to focus on what's best for you, but maybe, you know, you're like, I don't like the way the furniture looks, or I want to change the wallpaper. Or like, you know, there's something that feels like dissatisfied about your home, and you're like, I want to change it. I want to make it better. Or you're not feeling like you're getting the love or the support that you need, maybe from a partner or from a family member, from like a roommate. So that's a day to just don't make any moves with real estate or property. I wouldn't buy anything, and I wouldn't do any beauty stuff then either. Then on the 30th, Mercury in Scorpio will oppose Uranus. So some shocking, surprising communications happening with a partner out of the blue, which kind of throws you off a little bit and can change your schedule. And then Mercury will trine Neptune. So that could be them about a partner or a sibling or a work-related colleague, you know, trying to be there for you if you're feeling more sensitive, emotional, vulnerable. It's hard to say this, but like I could see a lot of family stuff happening for Sag and Sag risings. I don't know if it's that, you know, you guys are finally making peace with parental issues. Some of you guys are having to move away from home. Some of you guys are saying goodbye to older relatives. And a lot of that's the eclipse. It's the trines. It's Mars getting ready to go retrograde. Big changes happening. And, you know, I'm hoping that's not the case for you. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but something's changing. And it feels to me like you guys really need a lot of support from other people. You need friends and partners to kind of rally around you right now to be able to kind of navigate this the best that you can. Okay. It's the darkest before the dawn. This happens every year right before our birthday. It's pretty common. And the card that I got for you, which I think is interesting, is you're the only one that got the Justice card. There's Jack. And obviously, Libra is justice, right? So it's funny that, well, I mean, the eclipse is in your 11th house of balancing out things with other people and who's going to be your people, who's got your back. Cause and effect, karma, right? And so South Node eclipses is like, okay, Venus is there. If you were supposed to bring in people who are going to be not judgmental and sacrificial, and they're going to be there and they're going to support you, and if you've done that in the past for other people and picked them up while they were down, then you're going to see that people are going to come and do that for you. But there can also be the sense of if you haven't been as balanced of a friend, or maybe you haven't made as much of an effort, or maybe there's been more of an emphasis on you and your happiness, but not really checking in with other people, if and when you go through things, there can be this feeling of like, where's my friends? Where are my people? Right? So I think you're going to see some polar situations depending on everybody because, you know, the South Node is karmic. But I think this is about balancing out relationships, social connections, and things like that. All things considered, you know, the trines between your chart ruler and the 11th house, I think is quite wonderful. I think the eclipse can make things very social, and you can see a pretty broad change of some of your social groups really over like the next 6 months throughout these transits. Okay. Hope that's helpful, Sag. I'll catch you guys back here next month in November. You enjoy and take care. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn rising? Welcome to October of 2024. These are your horoscopes for the month ahead. Pretty much the big news is that Pluto is going to be going direct in your sign. And this is the final stretch of Pluto in Capricorn. So
Pluto will be staying in this particular placement in your chart in the first house until the third week of November. But now Pluto is waking up. So you're waking up to some profound shift, change, transformation when it comes to your goals and your personal power. This should be making you feel empowered, right? That's the whole name of the game, is empowerment with Pluto. You know, truth be told, there's a lot of cardinal stuff that's going to be going on this month. You're going to be seeing a solar eclipse in your career house where you're either making changes with your professional status, your career, or with bosses. And you're also going to see a full moon that is going to be taking place in Aries in your home zone. And these are both kind of making aspects to Pluto. More so, you're seeing aspects with the full moon in Aries challenging your personal transformation, and a Mars transit that is also going to be starting to, in shadow, come into opposition with Pluto. So it's going to be about where action, others, relationships are making you feel like you have to change or evolve in some way. Some of these things will play out over time. It's not just going to be limited to October, but just be mindful with so many planets in cardinal signs this month. There is definitely pressure, and you will see a ton of pressure being applied from your career zone, your relationship with other people, to change, to evolve. And some of you guys might be feeling uncomfortable, like you don't want to change, you don't want to make a shift to your work, you don't want to make a change to your home. You're feeling encouraged or maybe even incentivized through relationships to do some of this stuff. Now, throughout the month, you will see a few trines happening to Saturn, which is supportive for you. Saturn is still retrograde, but you will see through the actions in relationships, therapists, counselors, your astrologer, even your relationship with partners or spouses, harmonizing and encouraging you to communicate better. And you will also see this be about family relationships, particularly siblings or people in your community. And you'll see some support from Venus and your friend sector trining Saturn as well. So trines to Saturn, good, right? You know, opposition starting to form to Pluto, eclipses that are squaring you, full moons in your fourth house. You're going to feel like there's a lot of things that are kind of moving at one time. So take that for what it's worth. We'll go through all of the transits throughout the month. I like to start first with the ingresses. So on the 13th of October, we will see Mercury leave your career zone and go into your 11th house in the sign of Scorpio. Scorpio transits are friendly for Capricorn. You're going to see sextiles to your sun, moon, or rising, and also at some point to Pluto. So it's empowering you through the people that you connect with. Venus can be about work colleagues, friends, gatherings, social events, and things that are going to promote more opportunity to have fun, be creative, and also find love. So you want to socialize this month. This is something you want to do. You might be hearing from friends, connecting with friends, or receiving invitations with this transit. On the 17th of the month, Venus will be entering into Sagittarius. So Venus, planet of love, goes through the 12th house where there can be some taboo things going on in relationships. There can be changes in relationships, changes with relationship to your career because of Venus's connection to your 10th. And there can also be some secret romantic kind of like rendezvous things that are going on. Lots of opportunities for bed pleasures and maybe even some private romantic opportunities. Then on the 22nd of the month, we see the sun enter into Scorpio, where there's going to be even more of an emphasis on socializing and connecting with people, and big changes happening revolving around your goals and also your friends. Now, like I said, Pluto goes direct on October 11th, so watch for some really significant events right around that time where you're being inspired to kind of go towards your goals, overcome fears, and kind of break through, especially when it comes to connections with other people, socializing, or your status in the world. On the 9th of October, we will see Jupiter turn retrograde. And Jupiter is in Gemini in your natal 6th house. It is going to be there really through like next spring. But Jupiter will be retrograde from the 9th of October until the beginning of February of 2025. So Jupiter rules kind of like your mental health, your spiritual health, behind the scenes, things revolving around foreign travel, education, as well as learning and communication. So when Jupiter retrogrades in the 6th house, you're reviewing and reflecting on, am I working too much?
Is it causing mental stress? Am I getting enough rest? How is my health doing? Am I, needing to work more than one job? Am I juggling too many things? Am I caring for animals? Am I needing to make more time for travel? So keep in mind that Jupiter, while it's retrograde, is more internal. And you may feel like you want to serve or help people more with Jupiter in the 6th house. And with Jupiter retrograde, you're trying to figure out how you can make a difference and help other people in a better way. We saw Jupiter and Saturn square in August of 24, just in this last month. And we're going to see Jupiter retrograde and square Saturn again, which is going to make you feel like you're dealing with scheduling issues, making time for travel, fixing cars, dealing with issues with siblings. It can also be about legal matters and lawsuits that are needing to get settled. So we'll deal with that in December, but I just want you to know that like you have to really reevaluate, do you have enough time to handle this stuff? And do you need more assistance? Do you need a bigger office? Do you need to be hiring people to help you kind of complete the tasks and the jobs that you have done? And that will be something that you will eventually kind of reevaluate. Now, on the 2nd of October, we will have a solar eclipse in Libra. And this will be at 10 degrees. So if you're a Capricorn, sun, moon, rising around 9, 10, 11 degrees, you're going to feel this because it will square these placements. But here's the good news. Solar eclipses are catalysts for change, new opportunities. So it can mean that you get a new job. Maybe you retire. It can mean there's a change with a boss at work, or there's some significant change with your business partnerships, or even with one of your parents. 10th house can deal with authority figures. So keep in mind that you're going to be kind of being seen a little bit more. There is a little bit more of you being kind of under the microscope or the magnifying glass when it comes to your relationships with people in the office space. This eclipse, which will come in on the 2nd, is right after there is a Cazimi, and this will be Mercury and the Sun aligning, which is why I think some of you guys are going to take on a new schedule, a new job, a new office. You might be traveling for work. There can also be legal decisions that are made right around the time of the eclipse that can be radically changing something about your status or even your romantic relationships. This is a South Node eclipse, so we have to let go or release things, or we have to make room for something new. So some of you guys are getting job offers, leaving one job for another. Some of you guys are ready to kind of leave your field. Maybe you're deciding, I'm going to travel, I'm going to go back to school. I'm going to apply for a job in another city. That can be coming up for you also. But big changes revolving around work and career are likely to take place with this solar eclipse. The eclipse will be reactivated quite a bit, actually, at the end of March, beginning of April of next year. So even though we have a solar eclipse, it doesn't mean something has to happen right away. You won't see the effects of it for several months. And it's possible next year when Saturn and Neptune go into your 4th house and we have eclipses in your 4th house and retrogrades in your 4th house, you may be living somewhere new and working somewhere new, or working a different schedule, or maybe you're working remotely. I don't know. Some of you guys will move back home. Some of you guys will move to another country. So you may see a lot more of the effects of like the change with your career happening in the beginning of 2025. But just be mindful that, right now, if you're wanting to manifest new work, or if you're wanting to get more recognition for what you're doing, this solar eclipse is setting the stage for that. Venus is the ruler of this, and it will be in your 11th. So that means that you have to socialize, network, throw your hat in the ring, maybe put your resume online where there's going to be other people who can see it, where you can get a little bit more exposure or recognition from other groups if you're wanting to make a job change. And also support from friends can come in as well when it comes to your professional life. Now, on October 17th, mark your calendars for a Hellraiser full moon in Aries. Obviously, a full moon in Aries is bringing up the dynamic between our emotions, which can be intense and passionate, in opposition to other people. And this full moon will be in your 4th house. So actually, the moon's comfortable in the 4th house. It's about going home, dealing with family, closing on deals, selling houses, signing leases, big themes revolving around our emotional makeup and our private life. That full moon is going to be really close to Chiron, so it can bring up some wounding issues or some issues revolving around housing. And it's ruled by Mars, which will be in your 7th house. And so we will see Mars square the full moon And this is prepped and primed for, okay, separating in a relationship, I'm moving, I'm getting my own space, or I'm divorcing and I want the house, or I got to go and be home and help take care of family. And that can cause a little bit of, strife sometimes with our relationships or with some of our family members. It might be about confronting issues revolving around relationship to mother or mother's family, because Mars is in the sign of Cancer. And while Mars goes through the 7th house, we are confronting family or home-related issues head on because it looks like you're really determined to have your own space or your own kind of, your own setup basically at home. So yeah, that full moon is going to be a lot, especially if you have any personal placements in Capricorn, like around 23, 24, 25 degrees, you're going to be feeling the crunch. Just know that after the 5th of October, Mars is also going into shadow. So we will see at the end of the year, Mars turn retrograde from Leo into the 7th house, where some of you guys are having to go and deal with inheritance matters, insurance matters, partnership changes, hearing from the past, trying to figure out what direction you're going in relationships. That will all oppose Pluto. So you're going to feel like you're at odds with somebody in your family, or you're at odds with a relationship, and it can be bringing up some tension. My advice is be open to change, Pluto in your sign. Realize and recognize that some people are just going to be on a bit of like a war path, and you don't necessarily have to go toe to toe with them, okay? Try to work with like when Mars trine Saturn or Neptune, or when Mars and Venus trine, to try to negotiate and work with people, because it's going to be really hard to be diplomatic with people once we get to the end of the year and Mars starts getting ready to go retrograde in opposition to Pluto. Likely it could represent a financial power struggle that's going on between you and another person over property, home, or family. All right, so with that being said, let's get into the rest of the transits that'll be happening for the month ahead. We've got obviously October 2nd, solar eclipse in Libra. Watch for that news, that announcement, some kind of change that's coming up, or needing to travel, or needing to file something legally, or talk to an attorney. That can come up right before the eclipse. On the 4th of October, we will see Venus in Scorpio in your friendship zone trining Saturn. So a friend might reach out to you and say, hey, I can offer you some support. What do you need? I'm here for you. How can I help you? Do you want to spend time together? Do you need some support? Do you need me to watch your kids? Right? Saturn is connected to you. This could be about traveling or communication, and this could be children or romantic partners. But you have allies, basically. So this is a time to kind of call in on some of those people who can better support you. October 6th, Mercury in Libra in your career house is starting to come into a square with Mars in Cancer. So there's something at odds between your work, your responsibility, and your ability to maintain relationships or diplomacy. People are going to start being really passive aggressive. They're going to be impatient. They're going to be kind of combative. And this might be a time where you just have to be a little bit more patient when dealing with clients or one-on-one relationships, because to me, it seems like, somebody may be fighting for your attention or fighting for your support or your connection and collaboration. And you have to be careful whenever you start seeing these squares between Libra and Cancer, that, it's not becoming like an all-out brawl or like misunderstanding. So watch your words, basically, and how you're communicating and connecting with parents, superiors, and clients around the time of the 6th. On the 8th, we will see Venus still in your friend zone, where you have support and allies and networks, coming into a trine with Mars. So it looks like a friend or another female, or maybe if you have a daughter, is willing to kind of talk to a partner, a romantic partner, a client, a business partner, to kind of smooth things over. The same day, Mercury in Libra in your work zone is also coming into a trine with Jupiter. So, good news for work, good news for health, good news for, improvements in your career, getting reviews and also recommendations. And it looks like this is a day where things kind of even out a little bit. Then on the 13th of the month, Mercury in Libra will square Pluto. And this is where you're likely going to get some really critical feedback, some difficult conversations with bosses or parents. If you're dealing with a cop, you're dealing with a judge, or anybody who is like a federal or like a government official, Anybody of authority, watch your P's and Q's. Be very careful in how you communicate with these people because it can be pretty gnarly. And if you're dealing with any legal things, it could be about a really difficult kind of exchange that you have with like an officer or with a judge. So you do not want to be talking back or having any drama. Power struggles and mental communications are going to be themes. There's going to be some critical stuff being said. But thankfully on the 13th, then the sun in Libra also trines Jupiter. So I feel like for some of you guys that are going through a lawsuit or you're going through a legal separation or a court, custody related matter, it's going to be fair. Like there may be some critical things said, but it does look like it's going to play out in your favor. And it also looks to me like you're going to have either a lawyer or you're going to have an employee that's going to have your back or an assistant that's going to have your back. And like you're going to be able to remedy the situation and work through any scheduling, work, or career related issues. So it should be fine. On the 14th of the month, then you'll see the sun in Libra square Mars. So then there's like more kind of pressure between showing up, working, career, responsibility, and relating to other people. Very similar to what you saw earlier around the 6th. Very same day when the sun, which could be a man or a partner or a father figure squaring Mars and causing some relational issues, we will also see Venus in Scorpio, okay, coming into opposition with Uranus. So this could be disruption that you're having maybe with like a friend. It could mean that there's, issues where your kids are going through some romantic drama or they're having some issues with their love life. This can also be an indication where somebody who you thought that you were close to and friends with might want to be more than friends. They might have like a romantic interest in you, and that might be like shocking or surprising and you didn't see that coming. On the 15th of the month, Venus in Scorpio will trine Neptune and Pisces. So that's good for, really getting somebody who is sympathetic, understanding, kind, compassionate. Like once again, another call a friend for support and advice day, and also some kind of like intuitive insight. And that might be also like letters, communications, things online or involving groups that could be more private in nature. And on the 17th is when you have that holy cow full moon in your 4th house. Changes when it comes to home, family, and also your emotions. So take it easy that day. And thankfully, Venus will sextile Pluto. So once again, you have the support of a female ally, or you have the support of a group of people, or your work friends kind of are behind you as you're going through what can be a trying time, but it's helping you feel supported and inspired as it sextiles Pluto in your 1st house. On the 22nd of the month, you'll see the sun in Libra, then come into a square with Pluto. So this is like where changes in relationship, status, work are pressuring you to change. And you can feel like it's really intense because you could be like, my identity is changing. If I'm not in a relationship with this person, if I don't work for this company, if I am not this status, who am I? And like, things are changing. And so be mindful that the squares to Pluto are really just asking you and encouraging you to be willing to work through any of these struggles. It's only temporary, but what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I think you guys have learned that by now. On this day as well, when you have the square, Mercury also trines Saturn. So that means that yet another support, talking to a friend, somebody who's coming to your aid, going back and forth on an online forum, receiving support maybe from a sibling, talking to a neighbor, like somebody's got your back. So you've got some social support coming in where people understand that you're going through a trying time and they're going to be willing to talk to you or pick up the phone. Then we're going to see on the 24th of the month, Mars in Cancer sextiles Uranus. I think this is chance opportunities for passionate relationships, sexy connections, falling in love, excitement, changes when it comes to your luck, your love life, your creative endeavors, and it can give you the opportunity to kind of cut loose and have a little bit of fun. So it might be somebody who comes in that's exciting and like thrilling, and this can also be some opportunities to kind of change something about your relationship to your children if you have kids. Then we will see on the 28th of the month, Mars in Cancer trines Neptune and Pisces. This can mean that You're getting a little bit more compassion, sympathy, patience, understanding from relationships, and you know, they're kind of hearing where you're coming from, and they understand why maybe you've been a little bit more sensitive, somber, or quiet, and they're asking questions and they're trying to figure out how to best kind of support you. Keep in mind that by the time this trine is happening, basically around the 28th, this is now Mars in opposition to Pluto. Okay, so Pluto is your goals, your personal powers, your friends, what they're telling you, what you're going after. And Mars in the 7th house is other people's emotions, home, feelings. So this is setting up for some power struggles between you and another person over a home or a living situation. So you will see that opposition several times throughout the Mars retrograde, which isn't going to begin until December, but you're going to see the effects of it this month. And on this same day, on the 28th, Venus in Sag, so Venus will be in your 12th house, which is kind of hidden, secret, behind the scenes, taboo, squares Saturn. So that means you got to watch out for, like, I don't like saying like a unseen enemy, but it almost kind of feels like somebody who you thought had your back at work, who says something or does something that you don't see coming, that isn't as supportive or doesn't kind of show up for you in your time of need. There can also be some disappointments in conversations and communication. So not the best day for signing contracts, not the best day for presentations, you know, requesting promotions or to talk to your boss, because likely you're going to be feeling like you didn't get the recognition or the time that you deserve. On the 30th of October, Mercury will oppose Uranus, where there can be some shocking, surprising opportunities to meet new people, to communicate in a different way. It can also be some job opportunities and travel opportunities that can kind of pop up, or somebody's giving you some dating advice that's kind of unconventional. And then Mercury in Scorpio will form a trine to Neptune in Pisces. So my goodness, it pays to have good friends this month. It pays to be a part of a community, even if it's an online community, or if you're a part of like a healing group, a trauma group, if you are seeking information that people have online about Scorpio things, healing, psychology, magic, occultism. It can be about investments. It can be about stocks. It can be about taxes. And it looks like you're going to get a lot of good advice and information on how to navigate that. I just really think that you're kind of getting clobbered with a bunch of squares to Pluto in your first house. And for a lot of you guys, it's reconciling with the fact that your status is about to change in a big way. Don't place too much importance on, I am what I do, or I am only, to be known based off of who I partner with, or who I marry, or who I collaborate with. No, you're changing your identity now. So don't get too wrapped up in that, and be mindful of the days where you're going to be seeing squares to Pluto, because that's when there's going to be some of the most intensity going on. I do think some of you guys are going to have some pretty dramatic shifts revolving around your home or your family. So be prepared for someone to move in or move out, or for there to be some needs to go home or be with family around the time of that full moon, because that can definitely manifest, okay? As for your card for the month ahead, I got the Page of Candles. I'm using my Nightmare Before Christmas deck. I got the Page of Candles, which is the Page of Wands. So this can be about Aries, Leos, or Sagittariuses. This can be about children or younger people. And I kind of think that this is going to be a combination of what's going on in your 4th house, but also Mars in your 7th. Like, Page of Wands is somebody who's charismatic, they like to have fun, they want adventure, they're really impatient, they like to go and try new things. So it can mean that you're interested and you're open to new relationships. You've kind of got your plate full with some stuff going on with wrapping up old ones or changes with work or home, but somebody fun can come in that can kind of lighten the mood this month. And that can be romantic, or just somebody who you hang out with, or like a playmate. That can kind of give you a little bit more of an opportunity to just kind of enjoy yourself, or somebody who says, just relax, kick back, like just have some fun. Don't worry about work right now or what's going on. Somebody tries to get your mind off of things. This is kind of the feeling that I get with this particular card coming up. So Page of Wands, look for a spicy, charismatic, fun, youthful person who's going to come in and kind of help you navigate some of this stuff and not take life so seriously. Hope that's helpful for you, Capricorn. I'll catch you guys back here next month in November. Take care.
What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to October of 2024. I hope you're ready for this month. I'm excited to talk to you about what's going on and what's happening. I'm always going to talk to you first about what's going on with your chart rulers. So we are going to be seeing a number of trines to Saturn. You will be seeing some trines from your house of work and career, also from your, kind of professional visibility house, the 10th house. So it does look like it's hard work, and also hard work that pays off. And even though you feel like you've been making some sacrifices financially, it looks like this is the month where you start to see that kind of come to fruition, and you're starting to see the momentum build when it comes to your professional life. However, the other thing that's happening this month is we are going to see a few oppositions to Uranus, which is your modern day ruler. And essentially, when Mercury and Venus go through your 10th house where you're prioritizing work, career, business, it does feel like, okay, you're trying to juggle that while there's home and family stuff going on. You're trying to juggle that while there's a home renovation, or you're moving, or, there's some kind of like disruptive situation going on at home. Or quite frankly, emotionally, you feel spent and you're really pushing yourself beyond your limits to really show up at work, even though you're a little emotionally exhausted. So try to pace yourself. That's my advice, right? All right. So with that being said, let's talk about what's going on for the month ahead. We're going to start with the ingresses when Mercury enters into Scorpio. So this will be the not the first planet, because Venus is already in Scorpio, but Mercury will move into your 10th house. And so you're all about talking about business, joint resources, growth, investments, change of your career, okay? On the 17th, Venus enters Sagittarius, where there's much more emphasis on socializing and partying and traveling and seeing friends and culture and art and beauty. And that's going to be a great transit, especially for family gatherings and get-togethers, because it's activating your 4th house. Maybe you're traveling to visit family. Maybe family is coming to celebrate things with you. Maybe there's like a homecoming. So that's a pretty good transit as well. And then on the 22nd, the sun enters into Scorpio. So much more emphasis on your career, your reputation, your relationships with people you work with, and powerful relationships at that, because it is about the 7th house. So who you're aligning yourself with, and you're getting a little bit more recognition than usual during that time. On the 11th of October, Pluto goes direct in Capricorn. So it is moving forward. You have until the 3rd week of November, and then Pluto is going back into Aquarius, and it's going to be there for the next 20 years. So what changes are happening behind the scenes? What big professional changes? What big, life changes are happening? How is your status changing in some way? Yes, it's in the 12th house. So you're a little bit kind of like private. This is like your cocoon period where you're preparing some of the changes that are going to be unveiled more so in this next year. But I would say get your rest, your recuperation while you can. This is also about healing and letting go of any fear you have about embracing this new beginning. That can be for your career or for you on an independent level. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter in Gemini go retrograde. So Jupiter is hanging out in a fellow sister air sign in your 5th house of creativity, children, romance, risk, and taking chances. This is a very fun transit, especially like if you're having kids or if you have children. It's great for dating. It's great also for trying your hand at starting a business, or, like big risk, big reward basically has been, I think, your lesson with Jupiter square Saturn. Anyway, this will turn retrograde, and it will be retrograde from October 9th until the beginning of February 2025. So that means that Jupiter becomes more internal and something slows down. So you might notice that there is some slowing down of taking risks, slowing down of partying, or, focusing a lot on creative endeavors or children. Jupiter rules your 11th, and it's also connected to your 2nd. So you'll spend less money on partying, socializing, drinking, going to bars. You'll spend less money on gambling. And you can see that there can be a change in direction or a reevaluation of what you want in a romantic relationship if you're just getting to know somebody, or that there can be, some kind of change in direction going on between you and another person. So with that being said, I do feel like this is still a good
placement for Jupiter, especially if it's trining your sun, moon, or rising, and you're going to get lots of trines from the ninth house as well. So even though it's going to turn retrograde, there's good news for kids. There's good news for publishing, for learning, for traveling. I don't think it's going to impact you as negatively, and you're going to have it there till next spring. On to the lunations. So on the 2nd of October, we have a solar eclipse in Libra. This is in your ninth house of teachers, mentors, law, legality, education, higher education, foreign travel, things revolving around your philosophy and your belief system. And it can also be about legal matters, okay? Libra is a sign of partnership, so it's going to be about diplomacy and whether or not, there is legal documents to be signed, agreed to, if there is some kind of merger that's going on for a creative endeavor. Because the day before the eclipse, there's a Cazimi, so there's going to be news revolving around an investment or something revolving around a creative project. Or maybe it is that you are traveling, or that you get wind that you're going to be traveling, or that you need to plan a trip. So the good news is Libra is friendly with you. So if you have anything around 9, 10, 11 degrees of Aquarius, this will trine your sun, moon, or rising, which I think is really good. And even if you don't, it's still friendly, and it's planting a seed for the next 6 months where if you want to go back to school, if you want to get a degree, if you want to publish a book, if you want to travel with a partner, if you want to meet somebody in a foreign place, if you need a lawyer, if you need anybody who can teach you something, likely these people will show up over the next 6 months. So you're going to have time to see that kind of manifest. March, April of 2025, when we see some more eclipses and retrogrades in opposition to that, it's possible that that's when you start doing these things. Okay, so give it a little bit of time. I do think that the connection to the South Node can also be kicking up some hearing from the past, returning to places that you have been before, going back and finishing your degree, reevaluating, whether or not you want to publish a book, that kind of stuff can be coming up with this as well. Then we're going to see a full moon in Aries on October 17th. This will be in your 3rd house, which is still about communication, learning, and documents, meetings, short distance trips, cars, siblings. And this is friendly in theory because it does sextile your ascendant. But still, a full moon like this is a pretty strong one. So it's going to be in your 3rd house, which means contracts, travel, vehicles, talking to siblings, things revolving around moving or movement can come up, or cars. It'll be conjunct Chiron, so there can be some wounded communication coming up or some hurt feelings. And it will oppose the sun in the 9th house, which basically means that it can be about trying to learn something or get the point across to someone. It can mean we have a difference of opinion, or we feel a little bit more open to debating things with others. And this is ruled by Mars, and it will square Mars in the 6th house. So be very careful, Aquarius risings, be careful driving around this eclipse, because there can be accidents with a square to Mars in the 6th. This can be accidents to your hands, issues with your digestion, your stomach, your chest, your head, your pets too. Watch your pets. Okay, with Mars in the 6th house, this could be accidents involving pets in the home, injuring paws, or getting hands bit, or having kind of dogs around places where there's traffic. Be very careful with that. And this tells me that this is going to be bringing something to the surface with Mars in your 6th, where, it might mean that you have to talk to a lawyer. It might mean that you have to get back to the gym to burn off some steam or frustration, right? You may have to deal with an injury or have something fixed within your home. And this is prompting you to go like, okay, you know what? Something's getting fixed. We're leaving the house for a couple days. We don't want to be here when this happens because it's going to disrupt my schedule. So just be mindful of that, and know that because Mars is in shadow, it's bringing up the themes of what you're going to work out during the Mars retrograde, which will start in your house of relationships and go back into the 6th. So you might be trying to remedy a relationship with one of your kids. You might be trying to, get on the same page about a home or living situation with a partner. You may have to confront partners or family members about relationship issues and kind of squash stuff and settle it. A lot of this will be playing out for you when the retrograde happens in December, but I tell you this now because Mars is retrograding through a part of the sky in opposition to Pluto that talks about where your diet, health, and habit is going to get reworked because of what could be lack of sleep, stress, worrying, fear of losing control, you know, staying up too late, that kind of stuff. So I really advise you this month, when Mars is in a trine with Saturn, to make the necessary home and dietary changes or health changes the easy way, so you don't have to wait until the retrograde to figure that out, right? And that's pretty much it on that. So let's get into the transits. And it starts obviously with the solar eclipse on the 2nd in your 9th in Libra, which may or may not trine some of your personal planets. Watch for the news with the Cazimi the day before, which might be about traveling or legal matters, maybe celebrations. There might be like a trip going to a wedding or something might be happening, or planning one. I could see that as well. On the 4th of the month, Venus in your career house trines Saturn, okay? This is a good transit for you because this says that through recognition and support and people agreeing to things, it's strengthening your career and helping bring you more money. So I like the 4th for you in terms of getting the recognition that you deserve and really seeing opportunity for growth of resources. On the 6th of the month, Mercury in Libra in your 6th house will come into a square with Mars. So there's some tension revolving around changes to legal proceedings, documents, travel, and some conflict with health or schedule. So you're trying to fly somewhere, but you're sick, right? Or you're trying to kind of like wrap up some kind of agreement, but you know, you hit a snag and you need to hire somebody to help you with the process of finishing it up. That could be happening as well. So mind your schedule and your health. Not the best travel day, in my opinion, with that square. And on the 8th, we see Venus in your career house still, and it's going to come into a trine with Mars. So if things are flowing a little bit better on the 8th, we're able to agree, connect, collaborate, sign documents, agree to terms, and we can hire staff and we can see business expand. Then the same day, Mercury in Libra comes into a trine with Jupiter in Gemini. So this is a good day to plan travel. This is a good day to visit with family, extended family, in-laws. People might come to visit, go and see your kids, go on a trip. If you want to meet somebody who lives somewhere else, if you want to go and meet a partner in another city, if you want to do a getaway, I really like October 8th for this. On the 13th, you've got Mercury in Libra square Pluto in Capricorn. Okay, so there can be some legal matters, some travel matters, some things with in-laws that are weighing heavy on your mind. You can be feeling a little anxious. This is also representing shifts revolving around your belief system, whether that's your religion, your faith, your spirituality, and some difficult conversations maybe you're having with a lawyer, or maybe even with a teacher or a mentor. And you might be kind of getting a little bit of criticism. So just watch for that. But the same day, you know, the sun in Libra trines Jupiter. So it's like, you know, it's all about how you take it. And if you take it with a grain of salt and you go, you know what, they're saying this because they want me to be more creative, or they want me to be happy, or they want me to do better, you know, you can work through that, and it can really improve your relationship maybe with your creative process, your kids, or a romantic partner. Then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, then the sun squares Mars. And this is bringing up issues with relationships when it comes to traveling, health, and scheduling. There can be some squabbles over timing or health-related matters. Try to cool your jets on that, so that way, you know, you're not feeling like you're having to run around or they're changing too many schedules, because it can be upsetting a partner. Then we're going to see on the 14th, Venus in Scorpio will oppose Uranus. Okay, so 14th is the day you want to watch, because this is where I said you're like dedicated, work, expansion, career, reputation, you know, things are going well, but at what cost? You know, is your house a mess? Is there a lot of drama going on with your private life? Do you feel like you're not able to get the things done that you need to get done? You know, does your family or home seem kind of like destabilized? And is it difficult for you to be able to manage your career and what's going on in your private life? Don't feel like you have to slap on a happy face and just make believe that everything's okay. Like, this might be a time where, you know, you recognize I do get a lot of support and love, and people do see that I do a good job. And like, you know, if I need to be there or take a personal day off or something, so be it, because you have to take care of your private life too. Then we're going to see on the 15th, Venus in Scorpio trines Neptune in Pisces. I feel like this can be a time where you feel like the pieces of the puzzle are kind of coming together and everything is kind of like, oh, this is what I dreamed of. But Venus is debilitated. So I would be cautious about doing any financial dealings this day, because Venus already opposed Uranus and now it's like trining Neptune. Granted, there could have been some really shocking and surprising twists and turns, and like things are turning out better than you ever imagined. And so it could be like, wow, I couldn't have dreamed for this to be the case. But I'd be careful with financial dealings with Venus trine Neptune, because I feel like it's happening in financial and work related houses and something may sound too good to be true. So you want to see if it's actually going to legitimately show up and if it's going to be real, in my mind. Could you feel inspired and happy and thrilled and emotionally set and that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing? Sure, but you may not see that physically manifest yet. October 17th, this is the full moon that you're going to have in Aries. So mind your driving, communications, contracts, don't rush through things, and watch for tension and heated arguments that you can have with other people. The same day on the 17th, you're going to have Venus in Scorpio sextile Pluto. So it does mean that, you know, you're kind of like putting on your thinking cap and you're like, you know what, sometimes some things have to end. And if it means that I have to make a significant change or transformation with my career or with my reputation or work behind the scenes, so be it. You know, some things may have to come to an end with that sextile, but it's also saying that you're kind of navigating your professional life where you're being very cool, calm, and collected and very calculated, and you're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes before you make any of it public. So it can mean that you have a lot of support still. You're just not really talking about some of the things that are kind of coming up and developing in your professional life. October 22nd, Sun in Libra square Pluto in Capricorn. Okay. This is another feeling the pressure, feeling kind of like a questioning my faith type of day. The sun can be about a partner at a distance or in another place, or feeling pressured to travel because of a partner, or maybe it means that somebody like your in-laws or extended families are kind of pressing on you to be like, you know, when are you available? When are you not working? When can we see you? And there is some tension here because you're like, man, you know, I would like to, but I'm only available certain periods of time. So it's, again, not a good time for legal endeavors or traveling, because we can see delays there. Issues with education and also teachers can come up under that square as well. Then you will see on the same day, Mercury in Scorpio will trine Saturn. So Mercury is now in your career house and it's trining Saturn. And this could be a good day for contracts. This could be a good day for making announcements. It could be a day where you're telling people, this is it. This is what we're doing. This is the plan. This is what we've decided on, you know, or there could be some kind of ultimatum, or you're setting up like a timeline or a goal for what you want to be able to kind of complete in your professional life. Then on the 24th, you're going to see Mars in Cancer, sextile Uranus in Taurus. So Mars is going to be in your house of office space, pets, health, productivity, you know, your to-do list, and it's sextiling Uranus. So this would be a time where you could actually make a lot of headway in renovations, cleaning your house, reorganizing your space, redoing flooring, anything revolving around that. Like, this is a good time where it will happen quickly. They can get the job done. Especially if it's flooring, electrical, water, any of those things. I like that transit because I feel like you might be able to like catch a break and, you know, be gone for 2 or 3 days and you come back and then it's complete. But also emotional clearing, healing, you know, paying attention to our emotions and like kind of freeing ourselves from past emotional patterns or habits as well. And doing work from home, that could happen here with Mars in the 6th house, sextile Uranus in the 4th, you know, work from home in some way. All right, and then we see on the 28th, Mars in Cancer will trine Neptune. And this is really great for health, but it can be mental health. It can also be investing in your health. Like if you're like, oh, I want to get a membership to a spa or a gym, or I want to buy a sauna, or I want to find a new vet, somebody who is attentive and intuitive and they know how to kind of work with your animal and also practice medicine, right? Neptune and Mars. It could also mean that you find an empath or a healer or somebody who is going to do some kind of work with you on your diet or your nutrition, and also how that impacts you emotionally. So there can be some really good intuitive healers that can come through with that transit, or compassionate caretakers, people who can come in that can also, they just seem to know what it is that you need, or staff that knows what it is that you need. I could see that too. That same day, though, Venus and Sag will square Saturn. So Venus is in your friend house and it squares Saturn. So it almost looks like, man, like a friend could and typically would help you, but they're not going to be available. So you're going to have to lean into Mars trine Neptune. It means maybe you call your brother or your sister, or maybe you hire somebody on TaskRabbit. Maybe you find somebody to kind of help you with something, or like a friend fails. And I would be careful with Venus square Saturn, because I do feel like this can bring up some issues revolving around traveling and money loss, because it's connected to your your ninth house of travel. And it's also connected to your fourth house. So no travel investments, no home investments. I don't want you guys trying to have a social gathering or a get together or something, because it's not going to work out with that. And Saturn rules obviously your body. So no beauty treatments or anything on the 28th. Okay, guys. On the 30th, Mercury in Scorpio. So Mercury's in your 10th house. It's opposing Uranus in your 4th. This is shocking, surprising, unexpected turns and twists and changes with your career and your finances, and how that's impacting you emotionally, or your home or family. Being, kind of set into a tailspin because so much stuff is going on with work, and you're like, I'm already frazzled enough at home, and we see shocking conversations and communication. So it can also mean that there's change at work, and you find out, actually, we're going from working at home to everybody has to come back in the office, or we're going from the office to working at home, or you find out that, offices are changing and they're relocating, or you get offered a job in another city and you'd be like, wow, would I change where I'm living? That could happen too. Then on the 31st, Mercury in Scorpio will come into a trine with Neptune. Yet another day that I would be careful with believing everything you hear in regards to money. If somebody says, yeah, we'll give you everything you want, and we'll give you the salary, and we'll do this and we'll do that, I'd be like, can I get it in writing? I want to see the details, because Mercury can be a professional offer, and it can be almost sounding, right, Mercury, too good to be true. So let's see if it is true with the trines to Neptune, or if it's just telling you what you want to hear. Especially if you are going to relocate or move or take a new job, or if there is something being restructured at work, you want to make sure that you're gonna get what you're owed. Okay. All right. With that being said, that's the month in advance. Here's your tarot card for the month. You get the Hanged Man. This is my Nightmare Before Christmas deck, so it looks a little different. You get the Hanged Man. So you've got Santa Claus, which we all know in the Nightmare Before Christmas, he was like captured. And he was kind of held, they locked him up, threw him in a bag, took him all over the place. I'm not going to sing you the song. You guys know how the movie goes. But I think about the Hangman, and I think about Saturn. And it may mean that the days that you see Mars trine Saturn, Venus trine Saturn, Mercury trine Saturn, these might be days where you just need to kind of sit back and go, okay, is this solid? Can I rely on this? The Hangman is about being suspended, and like, yes, there can be periods where you feel stuck, but it can also be about reflecting and like asking yourself, is this what I want? And saying less and letting other people do more, letting the work speak for itself, right? So those are going to be the days you're going to have the most, I think, strength. You just had an eclipse in Pisces, so there's definitely a lot of money stuff, self-esteem stuff, things like that are coming up for you, Aquarius. But this is about how strong you are and how you're able to overcome and like renew something about your career and your resources in a very positive way. So you don't have to tell everybody what you got going on. You can just like let the work speak for itself. And if you're feeling like you're not getting responses and stuff, to take a step back, just wait. And the days where you see trines to Saturn, I think, are going to be some of your best days this month. Okay? Hopefully that's helpful for you guys. And enjoy the little bit of time you have before Pluto goes back into your sign. So enjoy these next couple of weeks, and I'll catch you guys back here next month in November.
What's up, Pisces and Pisces rising? Welcome to October of 2024. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. I feel like I've got this down pat now after I've gone through all the other signs. So, as always, it's good to chat with you. I hope you're doing well after your eclipse that you had. I hope you're thriving. I know that it's been showing you guys a lot revolving around your health, your boundaries, your relationship to yourself, changes with relationships. We are still in between eclipses as I film this. So there is another eclipse that is still coming, my dears. So let's talk a little bit about that. I want to talk about your chart ruler. So first things first, your chart ruler is going to go retrograde. So we're going to be seeing Jupiter, your traditional ruler, turn retrograde in Gemini. That'll be happening on the 9th of October. So Jupiter will be retrograde from 9th of October to the beginning of February of 2025. Your Jupiter, it also is connected to your career and reputation. So when Jupiter's in the 4th, we say we want to go back home, we want to renovate our house, we want a second property, we want to explore and see where we want to live. So knowing that this is going to go retrograde, that means for the next few months, you're re-evaluating, do I like where I'm living? Should I continue to explore before I decide where I'm going to settle down? Do I like spending time with my family? Do I like being at home more, right? And it's a bit bittersweet because Jupiter in the 4th house usually does bring bigger expansion to your home, to your family. There's a lot more good, positive things happening. But Jupiter's been in a square to Saturn. We saw that in August. We're going to see it again in December, which means that to some extent, God bless you, you're a little dissatisfied with where you've landed, or you're telling yourself this is temporary, or it's not time to buy yet, or it's not time to settle, let me travel and kind of see what else is out there. So think about where home is, where you want to be, what you like, what feels good, and maybe you might go back and visit family or do some things throughout this transit the next couple of months, and things will slow down revolving around home building, buying homes, transactions with property and real estate, or you're rethinking or maybe returning to somewhere that you've been before. We are also going to be seeing a solar eclipse happening in Libra. And it's interesting because the Pisces eclipse made aspects to, to Libra, and the solar eclipse in Libra makes aspects to Pisces. So we saw like Venus, Saturn in conjunct happen. So for you, you just had a full moon lunar eclipse in the 1st where you're like, it's about me and what I'm doing outside of relationship to other people. And now you have a solar eclipse, which sometimes brings some kind of action, or it's a catalyst for change when it comes to the hidden secret side of relationships, or other people's money, or taxes, or death, or regeneration, and you've had one of these eclipses here before. So it happened for you actually fall of last year. It's happening again. And the ruler at the time of the eclipse is in the 9th. So it does tell me that, it can be about lawsuits and settlements. It can be about getting paid back. It can be about spending money on travel or education, clearing karma in relationships, or any secrets revolving around relationships as well. When this eclipse comes in, Mercury is conjunct. So it tells me that somebody might be entrusting in you some kind of information, or maybe you're going to therapy with a partner, or maybe they're working through some kind of like financial change or challenge, and it might come out. What they've been doing with money, where they've been spending it, what kind of secrets that they've had. But it can also mean there's karmic stuff in relationships going on, and it's allowing you to kind of tap into other people's resources and maybe have some support and some really sexy opportunities that can be going on in relationships as well. So that'll be happening around the 2nd. On the 17th, we have a full moon full moon Aries, full moon in Aries, forgive me. You're the last sign. So full moon in Aries on October 17th. This will be at 24 degrees in your 2nd house. And this is like where the solar eclipse was about other people's money, banking, insurance, loans, credit. Now we have a full moon on steroids in your 2nd house. So think about what money manifestation you've been setting up since the spring of 24. What goals have you had for being more independent, self-sufficient? A full moon here does sometimes bring a big purchase, a big payout. Sometimes it's a check that shows up. Sometimes it's a bill. It just depends. So the full moon in the 2nd house squared by Mars
Ooh, so some of you guys are going to be overspending, having fun, you know, going out in recreational type of things, going to the bar, drinking, dating, creating. You might be like, I'm spending more money on art supplies or on my children or on my hobbies. But be very careful with gambling. Be very careful with stocks, because the 5th house is speculative. So it could be that you're like, yeah, I took out a loan, but I'm putting it into the market. I'd be like, don't do that. Don't gamble anything you're not willing to lose, because this 2nd house, 8th house that's getting triggered does tell me there's going to be money in, money out. And a full moon conjunct Chiron could bring up some kind of wounding revolving around financial matters. Now, granted, you guys might have some aspects in your chart that are really positive, and it might mean that you're like, yes, I finally made, you know, my first real sale, or I finally was able to buy a house, or I had a big expense, but I was able to, you know, pay for something for my kid, and I wanted to buy them a car, or I wanted to help them with a house, right? That stuff can happen as well. So watch for that at the time of the 17th. All right, so with that being said, let's now go into, let's see what else. Mercury is going to go into Scorpio, so it's going to go into your 9th house, where love at a distance, you know, finding pleasure through traveling or connections or communication or teachers can kind of appear. This can also be relationships with teachers or educators can be a focus, or visiting family from far away, or vice versa. On the 17th of the month, we're going to see Venus enter Sagittarius. So Venus going through your career zone is going to be really good for fame, recognition, money, professional relationships, especially if you're in media, or if you have like social media platforms, if you write, if you create content. It can really kind of promote you a little bit more because of Venus's connection to your 3rd house. And it can also bring in some lucrative partnerships or money-making opportunities. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the sun go into Scorpio. So this is prompting you to start thinking more about the bigger picture of your life, learning more about scheduling health and habits, traveling, being at airports, taking courses, working with teachers, being further away, and kind of expanding your mind. On the 11th of the month, Pluto will go direct in Capricorn. So it will be getting ready to finish up its Pluto and Capricorn transit around the 3rd week of November. This basically means that there are big shifts going on revolving around your goals, your relationships to friends, friends with people in other places, and also networks that you have maybe online or professional kind of circles. So when Pluto wakes up, you'll start having connections with people in other places, or maybe there's opportunities to travel and meet with them. And it can also help you have like a real breakthrough when it comes to some of your career endeavors and your goals regarding your professional life. And it can help connect you with some very powerful people. On the 9th, we talked about Jupiter going retrograde. So you got that. Just know it's going to be retrograde until basically the beginning of the year, until February of 2025. Now, outside of those transits that I discussed, watch on the 4th when Venus in Scorpio in your 9th house trines Saturn. This can be where you make a really strong connection with a romantic person at a distance, or a long distance relationship, or maybe even with a teacher or a mentor of some kind, and you're able to plan travel, courses, or connection with that person. On the 6th of the month, Mercury in Libra will come into a square with Mars in Cancer. So this could promote some drama in romantic relationships, issues revolving around money and children, or money owed. If you have a romantic partner that owes you money, there could be some kind of like heated exchange about this, and it could get kind of dramatic. Then on the 8th, you're going to see Venus in Scorpio in your 9th house coming into a trine with Mars. So this does tell me that traveling, learning, courses, any kind of trips for pleasure, anything like that is going to go a lot more smoothly if you're doing this closer to this particular trine on the 8th. Good day for indulging, romantic holidays, going places with your kids, like all that stuff can be really fun. And I also like that Mercury in Libra will be trining Jupiter. So it looks like the money aspect of the trip might be covered by family, or that there may be some joint resource that comes in, or that, you know, a partner's giving you money to go and visit family and have fun, or maybe there is an inheritance, or there is some kind of money that comes from someone to help you, you know, go and do the things that you want to do, to see some of your loved ones and have a good time. So I like whatever's going on the 8th. On the 13th, we then see Mercury in Libra. So this is how we communicate, and we're trying to be diplomatic in relationships, come into a square with Pluto and Capricorn. So this is where there could be some squabbles over money with friends. You want to be mindful of that, or some really intense conversations you're having with friends where there can be some jealousy or animosity. Then if you look at the same day, the Sun in Libra will trine Jupiter. So Sun in Libra trines Jupiter, where you're like, okay, there's some drama, but I get some good advice from a family member, or, you know, I'm not going to let it kind of throw off my day. I'm having a good time. I'm traveling, or I'm with friends or family, and I'm not going to get sucked into the drama of somebody else's problems. That's how I see that. Then we're going to see on the 14th, the Sun will square Mars. So that does seem to indicate there can still be a little bit of like friction between romantic partners, and possibly even creative projects or money. This can also be like other people wanting money from you, kids wanting money from you, you know, romantic partners wanting money from you. If you took chances and spent a bunch of money, or you were kind of going out and having a good time, and now you like look at your credit card bill and you're like, I have to pay this, you know, that could be kind of coming up as well. That is coming up on what will then be round about the time of the full moon, where stuff becomes due. Then we're going to see on the 14th, Venus opposed Uranus. So Venus in the 9th house of teachers, traveling, education will oppose Uranus. So unexpected travels, shifts revolving around teachers, mentors, your philosophy, and maybe breaking free and having a little bit more freedom in relationships. That's another interpretation that I have looking at that. Then we're going to see on the 15th, Venus in Scorpio, trine Neptune and Pisces. So Venus in the 9th, trining Neptune. So dreamy, romantic, feeling inspired, very etheric. There can be lots of opportunity for self-expression, creativity, feeling like something is divinely in alignment, and that can be with the right teacher, with the right romantic relationship, finding the right program, the right school, especially if it's anything connecting to art or philosophy, photography, investment, any of these kind of Venus things. And you're also going to see then on the 17th, that is when that full moon in your second house comes through. That's all about money and expenses, or what you're investing into. You might feel like being risky and you know, being daring and saying, hey, I'm going to invest in my own business, or I'm going to invest in my kids', you know, projects or their talents, you know. But yeah, just be mindful that there's a lot of money in and money out this month with some of these transits that you're having. On the 17th, Venus will sextile Pluto, so there can be love and support and harmonizing with teachers, and also networks and communities. So you might have somebody on an academic level, or like an educator, or somebody who can vouch for you and help get you into a professional affiliation or program or network. That can be really good for your career. Then you're going to see on the 22nd of the month, then the Sun squares Pluto. And this could be more challenges revolving around joint resources, funding, transformations in relationships, and how it's prompting you to kind of be more focused on your social life and like how you're connecting to people who empower you, rather than getting sucked into relationship drama or financial drama. We will see on the same day Mercury trine Saturn. So Mercury in Scorpio trining Saturn. So that might be a day where you make a decision and you go, this is what I believe in when it comes to relationships. This is what my therapist is telling me to how to navigate, you know, my relationship issues. Or, you know, this person who lives further away has done so much more in communicating and connecting than somebody who I've been with. Like, I'm giving this other person a chance, and kind of leaving some of the old relationship issues and habits in the past. Then we'll see on the 24th, Mars will sextile Uranus. So where spontaneous creativity allows you to dance, create, be on stage, you know, have fun, date, where part of your creative expression with Mars in the 5th house is writing, social media, you know, like basically podcasting, videos, content, and it's putting you center stage with Mars in your 5th house. So you're showing people what you can do. So if you're in any of these fields, it can be a very productive day for you. And also spontaneous trips and connections maybe that allow you to meet people and go out and have fun. Unexpected conversations with romantic partners or children can come under this transit as well. On the 28th, you're going to see Mars in Cancer trine Neptune in your sign. So this is where you're feeling very much in the flow of what you're creating, who you're dating, how you're expressing yourself. I love dance, art, music, poetry, performance, being on stage. Like that is where Mars is going to be for a very long period of time. So you're either going to focus on creativity, you're going to be super passionate thinking about relationships and dating and sex and falling in love, or you're going to be thinking about pregnancy, children, relationship with children, reconnecting to your inner child, and learning just how to play. Like this is about wanting to play. And how much are you willing to invest in playtime? And that could mean that you're creating an area in your house where you're crafting. That could mean that you're spending a little bit more money for your kids to be able to participate in sports. That could mean you're taking an acting or a dance class. But I like this aspect of Mars trine Neptune because it feels like it's part of your purpose, and it can be about action and filming things as well. On the 28th, we will see Venus in Sag square Saturn. So even though there's a nice trine between Mars and Neptune where you're like, this is great, I wouldn't film anything quite yet. You know, Venus in the 10th house is usually good for recognition, but when it squares Saturn, it means that you're going to go, it wasn't good enough, or you're going to be very critical of yourself, you know, or if you have a job interview or if you have some professional presentation, you're going to be extremely critical and you're going to feel like you didn't do good enough or you didn't get enough recognition. Not the best day to be putting stuff out into the world, just a heads up. On the 30th, Mercury in Scorpio opposes Uranus. So Mercury in your 9th house opposes Uranus. Watch for debates, differences of opinion, and conflict revolving around global views and changes with education or travel. And then on the 31st, Mercury in Scorpio, still in your 9th house, will come into a trine with Neptune. And this is a good time to get a reading. This is a time that I would talk to a psychic or an intuitive or a medium or astrologer, a tarot reader, because it's going to be somebody who's going to be able to decode and give you messages from kind of the other side and help you gain some sense of clarity with where you're going and better understand what you're doing. You could talk to a therapist, you could talk to a priest, you could talk to a healer, sure. But somebody who's going to give you some kind of direction and make sense of things, because maybe since the eclipse in Pisces, some of you guys are feeling a little discombobulated and you're like, what am I supposed to be doing? What do I believe in? Like, why am I here? Why are relationships changing? Like, what's going on? And a lot of you are going to realize it's because your home's going to change, or you're going to buy a second home, or you're going to relocate, you're going to start focusing on a hobby, or, you know, something revolving around a romantic partner or a kid. Everything's about to change. And you're going to see that in a very big way because these eclipses are coming through your 1st and your 7th house. It's more about you, your needs, your vision, your life, your direction. It's less about other people. So it could be really helpful to get a reading throughout this next month if you're feeling a little lost or confused, okay? Let's see what card I get for you. That would be the 3 of Cups. Well, this says the 3 of Potions, but it is the 3 of Cups. Okay, positive 3 of Cups is celebrations, get-togethers, gatherings, having fun, having a good time, right? Being around like-minded friends, which is what Mars wants to do, by the way, in your 5th house. This is also what you're thinking about with Pluto now awake in your 11th house. Like, who are my people? How can I have more support? Where are my friends? But the challenge, I think, because you're going to see Mercury that is going to be conjunct the sun, it is possible there can be some shocks and surprises in relationships. That there are people telling you things you didn't know. And it doesn't mean that it's about people not being like committed to you. I guess sometimes the 3 of Cups is seen as it could be about a third party interference. But they're telling you things that you didn't know. They're letting you in on secrets. And that can be things they've kept from you. That can be financial things. That can be fears that they've had. And I wonder if this is like opening the door to bringing in a third person to help you through it. So if you need a therapist, if you need a mediator, right? If you need somebody to come in and help work with you through some of these issues, if you want to maintain relationships and keep them and work on them, it might not be a bad idea. But it can also mean that there can be some secrets that are coming out revolving around, you know, what they've been doing, where they've been, if they have been less than honest with you about certain situations. So keep your ear out for that is one thing I would say. Obviously, Mercury, you know, rules your relationship. So between that Cazimi and the fact that Mercury is going to make some trines to Saturn and some oppositions to Uranus, likely there's some relationship stuff that's going to get shaken up. And even if you're not seeing it yet, you're going to see this in the spring of next year when we start having the eclipses in Virgo. So I want to leave it on a positive note. The positive is get out there, have fun, be creative. Just be mindful of how much you're spending and what's going on with your expenses. Don't rely on anybody else. Be careful of going over your head with some debt stuff. But I want you to be around other people. I want you to be able to kind of cut loose and have some fun and be around people that you can play and kind of create with, because I think it's going to be the best for you overall. I hope this is helpful for you, Pisces. I'll catch you guys back here next month in November. And for everybody else who stayed until the end, thank you. I appreciate it. I really, really would appreciate it if you guys would subscribe to the channel. I have a goal of trying to hit 50,000 by the end of the year. I don't know if we're going to do that, but we're getting kind of close to 40, so we're getting up there. But do click the bell button and subscribe to the channel. That way you're alerted as to when I have new content. Do leave me a comment below and let me know what is manifesting for you. It's not unusual for some of these things to hit a little bit early. So if you're feeling some of this stuff already, pretty expected. It can kind of tap in a couple days prior to the transits becoming exact. And definitely give me a thumbs up if you like this video. I'm wishing you guys all a very happy month of October. Enjoy spooky season. I can't wait to see all of the Halloween costumes and stuff and the things that are coming out. I might show some of that stuff to you guys next month, depending on if I keep my costume on my dog. We'll see if he'll let me do it. But I'll be posting some stuff on the community tab so we can kind of keep in touch. And I will see all of you guys back here in the month of November. Thank you guys again. I'll see you all very soon. Take care.